Item number 9, questions and answers to questions.
Thank you. I call upon the leader of the opposition to ask his questions.
Madam Speaker, could Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House what is his vision and the difficulties in implementing the recommendation of the COI report?
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his very important question. Madam Speaker, we have been legislating for ourselves since 1950. It is important to know that we are a young democracy. We have done many things well, but there are things we must improve. The Commission of Inquiry provided an opportunity for us to recognize areas of shortcoming and put processes in place to correct what needed to be corrected. We must recognize the urgency of this process, but we must not rush to the point where we skip steps. The vision for COI implementation is a more transparent and efficient, accountable government that conducts public business and projects in a manner that is legal and effective. Fairness, justice, and equity are key impacts of reform. The public should be aware of what government is doing on its behalf and should be able to obtain information in a straightforward way that has been documented and publicized. Another part of the vision is that the government follows its own rules and has removed any rules that are cumbersome or unnecessary. By mid-2024, the government of the Virgin Islands should have reached a state in the reform process where the most easily accomplished reforms have been achieved, and we are entrenched in the process of mid to long-term reform, understanding that the real work of reform is a 2 to 5 year process, and real fruit takes time to be properly rooted in place, blossom, and ripen. It is disingenuous to pretend that the long-lasting reform can be completed in 2 years. Entrenched results require time, no matter how much effort and resources we try to assign to the reform work. There's a balancing act to perform. Madam Speaker, with respect to the main difficulties in implementation, we have very limited time and very limited resources and expect to perform at a high level to achieve real change. In any project, these 3 variables must shift to accommodate each other, and COI implementation is no different. The resources required for reform are the same resources required for the day-to-day functioning of the public service. Public officers must daily choose which priority they focus on, since they cannot effectively do everything at the same time. It is either the public service declines in its functionality, or reform takes longer and costs more. We are at the stage where time is required for proper analysis and consultation. Policy development and execution are essential, but take away focus and effort from the necessary work of each ministry. The government must prioritize the order in which it can and will tackle both its everyday public service work, which cannot lessen in quantity, and its reform implementation without increasing its budget. This requires all of us in the House of Assembly and Government to focus with ingenuity and resourcefulness on the tasks at hand. The work of reform, especially of policy and process reform, has created more work than could be anticipated at the start of the process. More crab holes are unearthed, and the initial faults and crevices are deeper and harder to fix than they appeared initially. What is needed in light of limited resources is more time, and that is what was not given initially. The process to create and agree a framework was rushed to avoid constitutional disruption, and the process of implementation is being hurried along with the expectation that the reform work will be of exceptional quality and be able to take root. Even in nature, it is impossible for a sapling that will grow into a large, long-lasting structure to take root in minimal time. We have to do this process properly and with proper thought, consultation, planning, and understanding. We cannot do it in a rushed, half-baked manner that will only increase the erosion of values and the number of issues that we are facing now. Almost every delay that has occurred in COI implementation can be attributed to two things. The job was more complex than originally conceptualized because of hidden faults and factors, or resources are limited and must be prioritized in an atmosphere of competing projects and daily work. Our shared resources of legal advice, staffing, financial expertise, and technology have been challenged. And while they have stepped up to the plate and met the issues head-on, delays have been inevitable. Madam Speaker, we press on regardless to fulfill the vision, and we're grateful for all the efforts which have been made in this reform process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have a follow-up.
Please proceed, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Premier for his detailed and elaborate answer. There's no doubt that when you look at the report, it needs more time. What arrangement is being made with the British, the governor, to get more time? Because it seems, Madam Speaker, that the governor is going on the deadline that was originally envisaged. So what arrangement is being made?
Madam Speaker, we wrote to the governor and the minister for overseas territories and requested revised deadlines. We should have a reply to our letter shortly.
Madam Speaker, I wonder if you can give us the time and the date the letter was written, or you don't have it available.
Madam Speaker, I don't have it in front of me, but I can provide the member with that information.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 2, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the recent general election, beyond any doubt, the dominant national issues of the campaign on the campaign trail was that of fixing the critical national infrastructure. Madam Speaker, will Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell his Honorable House of his specific plans and timelines to secure the necessary funding required to address these urgent and pressing campaign promises?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the recent general elections, beyond any doubt, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my government remains committed to fixing the critical national infrastructure for this territory. It is our intention to transform the Recovery and Development Agency into a Virgin Islands Development Agency. The cabinet paper with the strategic plan to do so has been circulated. As we have been doing for the RDA, we will continue to allocate resources to the budgetary process for the Virgin Islands Development Agency. Madam Speaker, the Minister for Communications and Works is better positioned to provide further details on the plans for critical national infrastructural development. However, we are in the process of preparing documentation to approach financial institutions to fund our infrastructural programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the Premier for his answer. Madam Speaker, if the Premier can tell us, he says you're preparing the necessary documentation. How far along are these documentation?
Madam Speaker, it's my intention that certainly by the end of the year we would have secured a loan. That is my expectation. I certainly have to press the civil servants to hurry in the process because it's going slower than I would have liked or anticipated. But we are at the stage now, of course, where we are gathering all the information on the projects and doing costings to be able to submit to the bank.
Madam Speaker, I guess we don't have a lump sum of money that we intend to ask for.
Madam Speaker, we have a general understanding given our ratios, our what we can service in terms of debt, of course, our what we would be able to borrow based on the ratios. We have a general understanding of how much we will borrow, but no, just ballpark figures at this stage and no concrete numbers.
Okay, give me the ballpark number.
Honorable, those were your two. Thank you.
Number 3, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Premier Minister of Finance, please detail for this Honorable House his government's vision and specific plans for the redevelopment of Prospect Reef and thereby the full integration into the territory's tourism product.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Madam Speaker, the government's vision is to have a branded hotel with much-needed conference facilities. As the term of the board's membership has expired, we have commenced the process of appointing a new board, and one of its mandates will be to issue requests for proposal for the development of Prospect Reef.
Just a follow-up, Madam Speaker. Any timelines, Madam Speaker, that you are looking at?
Madam Speaker, I believe it was just last Thursday that the time for persons to apply to the board expired. Once the board, we are going through the process of evaluating the board right now, but once the board is constituted, their first job as a board will be for this request for proposal for the redevelopment of Prospect Reef. So it's a priority for me, and I would like to see a request for proposal come out before the end of the year, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question 4. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier Minister of Finance give this Honorable House a detailed report on the country's finances, which must include the following: A, balance on the consolidated fund as of April 30th, 2023. B, the name and balances in all other funds. C, balance in the reserve fund. D, the total account payable over 60 days as of April. I don't have it here. E, total receivables as of the 30th of April 2023. And F, loan balances of the 30th of April 2023. And G, the name and balances of any other accounts held by the government.
Madam Speaker, I will crave the Leader of the Opposition's indulgence as it pertains to C, D, and E. Unfortunately, I'm not getting the updated answer to those questions, and I don't want to give any wrong information. But as it pertains to A, Madam Speaker, as of 30th of April 2023, the balance of the consolidated fund balance was $66,134,064 as of the 30th of April 2023. Madam Speaker, names of all fund accounts and their balances as of the 30th of April 2023 were as follows. Development Fund, $172,059,369. Contingency Fund, $5,775,271. Emergency Fund, $854,355. Pension Fund, $1,138,464. Just let me know if I'm going too quickly. Reserve Fund, $86,139,855. Environmental Levy Fund, $7,215,196. Transportation Network and Improvement Fund, $3,925,908. Madam Speaker, we'll certainly have to update those numbers if the Leader of the Opposition indulges me. Madam Speaker, as I said before, if the Leader of the Opposition would allow for me to get the correct version of my answers, because of course the answers I have here are not correct and I don't want to give any incorrect information.
Premier, if I just may ask, how soon would those answers be available?
Madam Speaker, probably by lunchtime.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the Premier, this is not, I think, he asked for a bit more time for C and D and E after 3 months of waiting. But what about F and G?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do have the loan balances as of the 31st of April 2023, and I can provide it to the member. I have a table with the information. 30th, my apologies, 30th. Madam Speaker, the list of other named accounts held by the government of the Virgin Islands and their balances as of 30th April 2023 as follows. Banco Popular, and this is a Transportation Network Improvement Fund, $3,925,908. Banco Popular, GNA Investment.
Madam Speaker, just a correction. The Premier Minister of Finance already gave the balances. What I'm asking here, any other fund, any other, besides those that you mentioned before. You don't need to go over those that you mentioned. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just have to skip out the ones because they put all of them together. Banco Popular GNA Investment, $102,705. Dormant accounts, $13,335,913. BVI COVID-19, that's with Banco Popular, $786,314. Seized assets, that's at Banco Popular, $4,420,617. Money services, this is at Banco Popular, $7,895,090. Banco Popular Money Market, this is $5,283,944. Banco Popular, it's immediate response loan, $2,547,561. Banco Popular credit. These are other accounts. You want the last one again? Banco Popular immediate response loan, $2,547,561. Banco Popular credit card, $1,081,574. Banco Popular Capital Money Market, $399,429. National Bank.
That's a different one to the one you mentioned before.
Let's see.
You mentioned one before for 5 million. No, it was bank. It was Scotia. The money market you mentioned, you said 5,203,000, 5.203.
Yeah, that's different.
That's a different. So you
This
have
one
two.
says Capital Money Market.
Okay.
National Bank savings, $123,036. Banco Popular Rehabilitation RRL, that's $8,769,821. First Bank Operating, $581,775. First Bank Payroll Savings, $162,622. First Caribbean Operation Checking, $4,817,486. First Caribbean Hurricane Irma Relief, $396,403. Republic Bank Credit Card Checking, $796,515. Crown Agents Overseas, $1,370,877. Metro UK Escrow, $2,137,137. National Bank Housing Recovery Program, $2,666,339. First Bank, $5,138,465. CIBC, FCIB, Bona Vantia, I don't think that's how that's. Huh? Vacantia, spelling correctly. Bona Vacantia, $895,314. Delta Capital Holding Limited, $1,078,559. Delta Capital Holding Limited, $1,500,000. VP Bank, $12,006,036. VP Bank, $5 million. Popular Securities, $9,199,234. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, $2,602,271. Republic Bank BVI Limited, $3,173,000. First Bank VI, $854,355. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, $1,138,464. CIBC FCIB, $1,084,280. Sorry, I just lost my way. First Bank, $3,228,203. First Bank VI, $5,179,107. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, $5,163,941. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, $5,000,000. $544,915. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, $1,090,994. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, $2,181,987. We nearly finished. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, $5,384,456. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, $5,675,581. Republic Bank, BVI Limited, $1,093,154. Republic Bank Limited, $1,080,856. Republic Bank, $5,470,405. Republic Bank Limited, $5,416,156. Republic Bank Limited, $3,908,056. Republic Bank Limited, $5,341,805. VP Bank, $15,960,048. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just remember, members, it's only 2 follow-up questions.
Madam Speaker, obviously the answer given to the Premier is to confuse the House, and they did a good job of it. Because if you add up all of those numbers, the government has pretty close to $600 million sitting someplace. Madam Speaker, the question was simple. The name and balances of any other account that it was not listed up there. But if the Premier has all of this answer, Madam Speaker, what is the problem with the answers for ED and CD and E? Because obviously, Madam Speaker, those numbers represent the numbers for those questions. So, Madam Speaker, if the Premier before the end of this session could give us the answers for this question, instead of confused, I'll be grateful.
Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to, and certainly no intention to confuse the House. But CD and E, as I said before, I don't want to give any inaccurate information, and these answers were updated, and as we know, sometimes technology fails us, so I'm not finding the updated answers, but I'll get them for you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I guess the report will have the cumulative among the balances, total balances for each.
Well, Honorable, noted in what respect?
Okay.
Noted, Honorable. Honorable Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question 5. Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance, give this Honorable House a listing of court judgment against the government and the quantum of each judgment for the past 8 years. Nobody include us.
Madam Speaker, the answer to this question takes into account the following orders of the House of Assembly. Standing Orders Amendment 2016, content of questions. The right to ask a question shall be subject to the following general rules as to the interpretation of which the speaker shall be the sole judge. Not more than one subject shall be referred to in any one question, and a question shall not be of excessive length. A question shall not contain argument, inferences, opinions, imputations, epithets, ironical expressions, or hypothetical cases. A question shall not be asked about any matter then pending before the Court of Justice or which reflects on the decision of a Court of Justice, the answers to which can be found by reference to available official publications. Madam Speaker, just bear with me 1 second. Madam Speaker, it is submitting that the question may offend Standing Order 17G, Roman numeral 9 and or 6, based on the fact that the answer to it can be found by reference to the official publications of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court on the court's website, available at www.eccourts.org/judgments. Well, Madam Speaker, I can only answer as I've been advised. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker. No. Madam Speaker, the question violate any of those things he mentioned, since you're the sole judge?
Honorable, I will just ask for a brief recess. Let me review what the Premier has indicated. Let me look at what the standing order state, and I will rule thereafter. We'll take a short recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Honorable members, I will now address the point of order raised by the Premier in respect of the question that was asked by the Leader of the Opposition. The Premier relied on two aspects of Standing Order 17-1. The first being where the question is about any matter then pending before any court of justice or which reflects on any decision of the court of justice, then that may not be acceptable. And the second being that where the answer to which can be found by reference to available official publications. In relation to the first aspect, what I will say is this. While I do not fully agree with the Premier, for this reason, that there may be matters where judgments were given, final judgments were given, and as such, I believe an answer in respect of final judgments can be given. This refers to any pending matters. So from that perspective, I would state that the question that the Leader of the Opposition posed is not specific enough. And so I believe it would be difficult to indicate whether any of those judgments are indeed final judgments or matters which may still be pending due to the appeal process. So from that regard, I would have to ask the Leader of the Opposition to be a bit more specific in the question. In relation to the second aspect, that the answer to which can be found by reference to an available official publication, I do not agree with the Premier that this should be used not to answer a question for this reason. If a judgment was given in the magistrate's court, for example, those decisions may not be readily available on any website. For example, not the Eastern Caribbean website or any other website that I'm aware of in this territory. So from that perspective, again, I believe the Leader of the Opposition would be well within his right to receive an answer to that question. So at this time, I'll call on the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do accept your ruling. I think it's correct. And it was not my intentions to ask for matters that are pending before the court or to list the names of judgment for the names of people who have judgment against the government. But I was looking for more general answers. So I will rephrase the question with your information. And if it's okay with the Premier, can get an answer at next sitting.
Can you go ahead and you're going to rephrase the question? Do you wish to rephrase it now, or do you wish for this to
No,
be
Madam Speaker, based on, I need to adjust my mind to it so I can get it right. So if you give me some time after. And move on to the other question.
So just for clarity, Honorable, do you wish to come back to this question, or do you wish to withdraw this question?
No, Madam Speaker, I see what Madam Speaker, I will rephrase the question as Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance give this Honorable House a listing of final court judgment that the government have accepted as final. And without in the names of the recipients and without being general in nature but more specific, the grand total and the highest judgment and the lowest judgment. That was specific, that's,
If I may suggest, Honorable, just
okay, Madam Speaker, yes.
go ahead, Honorable.
With legal advice, I just give the quantum. It's not free,
Thank you. So you
Okay.
wish only to receive the quantum
the quantum, yeah.
based on
Yes.
final judgments against the government of the Virgin
And the
Islands.
number of those judgments, and what, I would like to know the number of judgments. Say if it's 10 judgment, $100 million, that's good enough for me.
Okay.
Okay.
So you need to know the amount of final judgments made against the government of the Virgin Islands and the quantum in respect of those.
Okay,
Thank you, Honorable.
that's fair, Premier?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would be happy to provide that information at Thursday's sitting once the information is provided to me in a timely manner by those responsible for gathering the information. I do accept your judgment. Thank you.
Thank you. So I take it this question will be traversed to the next sitting. Grateful. Leader of the opposition, you may continue.
Question number 6, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is beginning to appear as if it is taking much longer to repair the Ralph T. O'Neill Central Administration building than it took to build it. Could Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance provide this Honorable House with a inform this Honorable House when he expect to see the building fully occupied and functioning? No. They move to.
Madam Speaker, it is, sorry, as this is a subject under the Minister for Communications and Works, I request that the question be redirected to the Minister of Communications and Works at another sitting of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, the Minister of Communication and Works is here, and the Premier is responsible for all the subjects they've been, so I think after 3 months, somebody can give an answer to the question.
Member for the 6th, do you wish to rise on a point of?
Because there are some questions that I have that I've directed to the Premier as well in the same vein. Once a question has financial implications, it can be properly directed to the Minister of Finance. Additionally, the Premier is the Minister of all ministers. And so sometimes you will not get the full gist of the answers, particularly since ministers, in terms of their spending, are subject to the permission, direction of the Minister of Finance. So I hope the Premier is not intending to use that type of excuse on the questions that I have posed to him, because they will not be accepted by me. Once there are financial implications, the Minister of Finance should be positioned. As a matter of fact, he's the best person positioned to answer those questions.
Madam Speaker, is there any information that the Premier can give us to this question when we intend to occupy the building? Some of obviously he doesn't have the information, but is there any intention of occupying the building in this? I think I need you to get up.
Premier, well, the question was not directed to the Minister for Communications and Work, so there's no reason why the Minister for Communication and Work at this stage should rise to answer that question.
I agree.
At this stage, Premier, are you able to answer any aspect of that question? If not, then we'll have to move forward.
Madam Speaker, I stated that the question would best be posed to Minister of Communications and Works, and as it pertains to the point of order that the member for the Sixth raised, indeed any question which falls under the subject of any other minister, I have asked to be properly directed to the minister responsible. Now, if it has financial implications, I have not done so. If it is asked to me as the Minister of Finance, and it's a financial question, I sought to answer that question. But of course, I have ministers and they have areas of responsibility which fall under them, and they're quite capable of answering any question directed to them. So that is just my humble request. In the absence of any minister being able to answer who's absent from the session, I have no challenge answering on their behalf. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the Premier has indicated that that question would have been best suited for the Minister of Education, Minister of Communication and Work.
Madam Speaker, after waiting 3 months to get that answer, it's a bit discouraging.
Well, at this stage, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I cannot force the Premier to answer a question that's routed to the Minister of Communication, given the nature of the question.
The Speaker ruled that the Minister cannot, he's not obligated to give an answer to any question. That is
No,
not
please
to.
don't yes, I did not indicate it that way.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Communication and Work would like to answer.
Madam Speaker, since the RT O'Neill administration complex falls under the portfolio of the Ministry of Communications and Works, and in dialogue with the team, I have been informed that once all the tendering has been completed, we are expected to take up occupancy by July 2025.
Not 24?
Yes, Leader of the
Madam
Opposition.
Speaker, question number 7. Madam Speaker, the people of the territory are highly concerned about increasing rate of gun-related crimes in the territory. Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that safety is fundamental to our quality of life in the territory, and it underpins our economic success to date. Given that the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance sits on the NSC, the National Security Council, will you please tell his Honorable House what steps or strategies, if any, are being pursued by the Council and His Excellency the Governor, with whom internal security remains one of his leading responsibility that rests the growing gun violence?
Madam Speaker, I'm very disheartened every time I see an incidence of gun violence in our community. And Madam Speaker, my thoughts and prayers are with the family of the young man who recently lost his life, as well as all the other families who have lost lives to gun violence. And yes, as a member of the National Security Council, this remains an urgent and critical concern for myself. Madam Speaker, the National Security Council recently made a decision to develop a national plan to address violence in the territory. This plan is expected to be a comprehensive one and will include non-traditional methods of addressing crime. The drafting of this plan has already commenced. Once it is finished, of course, it will be brought to the National Security Council and onto Cabinet, and then it will be laid on the table of the House of Assembly. And we will ask all parties involved to put hands and hearts together in this fight against crime in our territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like the Premier, I also express my sadness on those young people, most males who have lost their lives due to gun violence. But Madam Speaker, I don't know if the Premier could shed a little light. What does he mean by non-traditional crime fighting?
Madam Speaker, we just mean that, of course, we'll take strategies to reduce crime and violence with strategies such as education, youth programs, helping young persons find jobs, conflict resolution, reducing some of the causes which ultimately lead to crime. In addition to, of course, the more direct traditional approaches that the police force would use and other law enforcement agencies would use in addressing crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Premier for his answers to the questions.
Thank you. At this time, I call on the Leader of the Opposition and Territorial Member to ask his questions to the Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 1, Madam Speaker. Could the Deputy Premier Minister of Financial Services, Labor and Trade tell his Honorable House how many general and restricted banking licenses have been issued as of the 30th of April 2023? And of that number, how many are operating in the Virgin Islands?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are currently 7 general banking licenses and no restricted banking licenses issued by the Financial Services Commission. All 7 banks are currently operating in the Virgin Islands.
But I know that I can ask some more difficult question next time. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Deputy Premier and Minister of Financial Services, Labor and Trade tell his Honorable House the total deposits held by each of these banks and the total number of loans issued as of the 30th of April 2023?
Madam Speaker, the total deposits reported to the Financial Services Commission by each bank operating in the Virgin Islands at the end of the first quarter, that is up to 30th March 2023, are as follows. The name of the bank, Banco Popular de Puerto Rico. The total deposits, $412,444,000, and the number of loans, 1,971. First Bank of Puerto Rico, total deposits, $216,600,000. $614,000, and the number of loans, 854. First Caribbean International Bank, $477,886,000 in deposits, and the number of loans, 1,536. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, $220,438,000. And in terms of loans, 1,367. Republic Bank, BVI Limited, $435,295,000. Number of loans, 2,747. VP Bank, $500,233,000 in terms of deposits, and in terms of loans, number of loans, 150. Bank of Asia, in terms of deposits, total deposits, $50,549,000, and the total number of loans, 9 loans.
Black and money. Let's hear some money. I missed out part of my question. Yes, Madam Speaker. I missed out second part of my half of the question. Madam Speaker, could the Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance, question number 3, Minister of Financial Services, Labor and Trade, tell his Honorable House the total number of bad debt held by each bank and banking institution as of the 30th of April 2023?
There is no concept of bad debts in the banking industry. In the banking industry, we call them non-performing loans. Madam Speaker, the total number, therefore, of non-performing loans reported to the Financial Services Commission by each bank operating in the Virgin Islands at the end of the first quarter are as follows. Banco Popular de Puerto Rico, 107. First Bank of Puerto Rico, 45. First Caribbean International Bank, 94. National Bank of the Virgin Islands, 113. Republic Bank Limited, 167. VP Bank, BVI Limited, 4. And Bank of Asia, BVI Limited, 0.
Madam Speaker, what if I could ask a follow-up? But she has the answer to. All of these bad debt add up to the total of these bad debt is what? Non-performing loan, Madam Speaker, sorry. You got a number?
No.
I guess that's a follow-up question.
Madam Speaker, I shall confer with the Financial Services Commission and seek to provide that answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, I thank the I thank the Deputy Premier and Minister of Financial Services, Labor and Trade for answers to my question.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. I now call on the Leader of the Opposition to ask his questions to the Minister for Communications and Work.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, firstly, I wish to offer my sincere congratulations to the Minister of Communications, specifically and his governments in general, on the accomplishment of the American Eagle direct flight from Miami to the BVI. Madam Speaker, I am confident that the Honorable Minister will agree with me that this is but a first step towards ensuring that the BVI is fit for purpose, fostering air access facilities commensurate with the territory's global market positioning in tourism and financial services. In this regard, will the Honorable Minister for Communication and Works please tell his Honorable House A, when does pre-clearance from TB Letsam International Airport will commence? Short in the question. B, what immediate improvement should the traveling public expect to see at the TB Letsam International Airport by the start of this year's winter tourism season in mid-December, given the added passenger capacity now transiting through the facilities?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge the congratulations by the Leader of the Opposition on this accomplishment on behalf of myself, the government, and the people of these Virgin Islands. And Madam Speaker, what I want to note here is the question A. The Leader of the Opposition actually in the question asked initially, where does pre-clearance fit into our overall plans for the upgrade of the TB Letsam International Airport? So I answer accordingly and not when it commences. So, Madam Speaker, US pre-clearance is being discussed as a critical component to the seamless transition in the overall plans for the upgrade of the TB Letsam International Airport, and preliminary discussions are taking place with the relevant US authorities on this matter. Madam Speaker, B. Madam Speaker, the BVI Airports Authority has developed designs for the improvement of the departure lounge to create a larger security area and to allow for more seating capacity in the departure lounge area. On the arrival side, there are plans to expand into the area of the IMJet Center to increase the area for immigration and customs and for the installation of a new baggage claim belt. Funding has been requested from central government. However, we are currently awaiting approval. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Minister of Communication and Works could tell his Honorable House the seating capacity and for the departure hall, what number is he planning to provide for?
Madam Speaker, that is something that I'd have to ask the authorities for. I know right now what the plan is. It should be able to accommodate the increase in airlift that we anticipate for the remainder of 2023 and into 2024.
So, Madam, just one more follow-up. He mentioned that the IMJet services is going to encroach, take it away for the expansion of immigration. What is going to happen to that service?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, discussions are underway for IMJet Center to move into the the COVID building that was constructed at the airport, and we're hoping that the expansion would then fall into where IAM Jet Center is located right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for the answer. Question 2, Madam Speaker. In 2021, the government amended the British Virgin Islands Electricity Corporation regulations to make BVIC pay 10 cents for each gallon of fuel imported and used by the BVIC for the production of electricity. This amendment was suspended for 1 year, and the 1 year has expired. Could the Honorable Minister of Communication and Works tell his Honorable House if it is his intention to ask for the provision to be further suspended, or will he have the amendment in force?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the provision remains suspended with the intention to amend the regulations to have it terminated in respect of the discharge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, that will only increase the electricity bills in the territory. I thank the Minister for his answers to my question.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call on the Leader of the Opposition to ask his questions to the Minister for Health and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please tell his Honorable House what's the total payables and receivables of the Health Services Authority as of the 30th of April 2023?
Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the total payables for the British Virgin Islands Health Services Authority as of 3rd of April 2023 stood at $25,661,857.58, while the total accounts receivables stood at $20,004,100.02. A breakdown of both account payables and receivables are provided for members' reference as shown below. Accountant General, $399,320.60. Inland Revenue, $12,524,976.76. Post Office, $900. Water and Sewage, $211,472.81. Total owed to government, $13,136,670.17. Other payables, $12,525,187.41 for a total of $25,661,857.58. The accounts receivables are as follows. Patients, $18,316,414.27. Insurance, $324,451.23. Private, $361,404.90. Government, $1,001,829.62 for a total of $20,004,100.02. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
I have copies, by the way.
First of all, Madam Speaker, he says that the Health Services Authority owe Inland Revenue approximately $12 million.
Inland Revenue, yes. I'm seeing wrong. $900. Inland revenue.
12.9 million?
Make it like. Inland revenue, 12,524,976.76.
Madam Speaker, it seems like the Health Service Authority owes the government. I didn't hear the electricity bill. Did I hear it?
Might be included in the other papers. I didn't get a breakdown of what those were.
Okay, Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, will Honorable Minister of Health and Social Development please provide his Honorable House with a breakdown of the total number of dialysis patients accessing services at the dialysis unit at the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital by island of residence for the period 2017 to 2023? And will Honorable Minister outline what plans, if any, his government has to ease the burden of Sister Island dialysis patients who have to travel three and sometimes 4 times a week over water, irrespective of the weather condition, to receive their critical life-sustaining treatment. Will Honorable Minister agree that the time has come to fund and establish a division of a branch of the dialysis unit at the North Arizona Clinic and Boston, Florida?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, between the periods of 2017 to 2023, 130 patients have accessed the services of the hemodialysis unit at the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital. 112 of those patients reside on Tortola, with 18 residing on Virgin Gorda. Currently, there are 49 patients enrolled in a chronic kidney disease hemodialysis program, 39 of whom reside on Tortola and 10 who reside on Virgin Gorda. The matter of offering a renal replacement therapy to Virgin Gorda residents has previously undergone a review and study. Pre-COVID-19 initiation, costs revealed a high setup cost with concerns for long-term sustainability and maintenance of quality of care in a small satellite unit. Madam Speaker, the larger hospital environment allows sharing of overhead, and the proximity to the hospital improves access to other services for these complex patients. Madam Speaker, all dialysis patients live longer than the average 5 to 10 years commonly seen in North America, with survival rates up to 18 to 20 years being seen in the Virgin Islands patient population. Our dialysis patient population is therefore more mature in the disease course than what is seen in the average North American dialysis unit. As such, there is a greater need for specialist and subspecialist medical care and intervention, which the proximity to the hospital affords. While on the surface a small satellite unit may appear to be a simple solution, cost, quality, scope of care, and long-term sustainability must also be factored into the equation. We must ensure that while removing the inconvenience of a boat trip, that we do not expose the patients to other risks and a reduced quality of care. Madam Speaker, we recognize the importance of this service to the residents of Virgin Gorda, and the BVI Health Service Authority will be tasked to review the matter. We will ensure that cost, safety, sustainability, and the level of service required for our peculiar patient demographic are all taken into account while we review the matter and determine the best course of action. In the interim, we will continue to monitor and review the arrangements that are in place for transport of renal patients from Virgin Gorda and determine where improvements can be made. Madam Speaker, while this may not be a comfort to those already on dialysis, my ministry is indeed very concerned about the large number of persons on Virgin Gorda who have developed renal failure, principally from diabetes. We will be working very closely with both public and private healthcare providers to improve the quality of clinical care to diabetics, with particular focus on reducing complications such as renal disease, heart attacks, and strokes. We recently launched the CARFA clinical guidelines for management of diabetes in the Caribbean and strengthened the PAHO Hearts technical package for the management of chronic disease in primary care in the Virgin Islands. We also work closely with the UK government through the UK NHS quota system, where spaces are available for persons requiring renal transport. Persons with end-stage renal disease who are currently patients on dialysis or on the way to dialysis who have an identified donor can discuss with a nephrologist to make a referral to the Chief Medical Officer in the Ministry of Health to facilitate the referral for transplant through the UK Overseas Territory NHS quota system. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ask a follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for his long and detailed answer. It's comprehensive, and in my past life being a Minister for Health, I know. But, Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Minister of Health, Social Development realized that when the dialysis unit started here in the Virgin Islands, that they were
Honorable
I asked him the question.
Yeah, it's a follow-up. So I
Yes.
just want to make sure.
It's a follow-up.
Thank you.
That there were 12 patients or less.
That's the question.
Yes.
It doesn't appear that clear to be a question.
Madam Speaker,
Before you proceed, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, if you could just phrase the question so that we
Madam,
can
yes, let me-
record it. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, can the of Health and Social tell us, Honorable, how many dialysis patients were there when the first dialysis unit started?
Thank you.
thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, Madam.
Unfortunately, I do not have that information with me. I was told verbally, but I really can't recall. I can get it for him in a few minutes' time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Grateful. I now call
Yeah.
on the Deputy Speaker to ask the Honorable Premier his questions. I'm sorry, you did not. My apologies. I thought that was the third. Forgive me. Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, will Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development please inform this Honorable House what plans, if any, that the government has for recruiting, training, and retaining doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Social Development understands a very important role that human resources play in the delivery of health care in the territory. The government of the Virgin Islands in the past has embarked on several initiatives to improve health human resources in the past. This has included special scholarships and focus on training local students for health careers in the medical, allied, and nursing fields. Twice in the past, the ministry has embarked on programs with overseas universities to upgrade local nurses to bachelor's degrees before the Bachelor of Science in Nursing (BSN) became the standard for nursing education around the world. Some of these students are still in the local healthcare system providing service. More recently, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the government enlisted the assistance of Cuban healthcare workers. Madam Speaker, the ministry understands the importance of this area, and during my tenure, we'll be working to develop a comprehensive human resources for health and workforce policy and strategy in line with the WHO Global Strategy on Human Resources for Health Workforce 2030. The WHO strategy, which we will be utilizing to develop a territory strategy, has four main objectives. One, optimize performance, quality, and impact of the health workforce through evidence-informed policies on human resources for health. 2, align investment in human resources for health with the current and future needs of the population and health systems. 3, build the capacity of the Ministry of Health and Social Development to provide policy stewardships in human resources for health. 4, strengthen data on human resources for health. While we develop this strategy, specific interventions will include 1, reviewing the needs of the health system and realigning training, education, and recruitment strategies. 2, reviewing issues around total compensation and reward and working conditions of healthcare workers and how they are competitive in the regional and global market. 3, review not only scholarship programs, but how students satisfy matriculation requirements and assessing the appropriateness of external training. 4, review scope of practice, regulation of providers and practice, and ensuring the appropriate skills mix of healthcare workers for future needs. Madam Speaker, the human resources for health and workforce policy and strategy will have to not only be in congruence with our existing health policy, but also consider current challenges. While this policy and strategy is being developed, we will review very closely in the short term how we can utilize NHS jobs in the UK to particularly target mid and late career professionals in the UK for recruitment. Some of these may be ready for a career break in our jurisdiction. We will also investigate twinning relationships with centers of health care excellence in the UK, utilizing our existing relationships through the FCDO and the Department of Health. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
One follow-up, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I listened attentively to the Minister for Health and Social Development give his strategy for the development of healthcare, but I didn't hear anything about the Sister Island, which is Rich, Anegada, Torjingada, Jocelyn Dykes, that are always at the upfringing difficulties of healthcare. Is the strategy will include specifically those Sister Islands?
Madam Speaker, the strategy is for the BVI healthcare. That includes all islands and all communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Do you have any
I
further
want to
questions?
thank the Minister for his answers.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I call on the Deputy Speaker to ask the Honorable Premier his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House what is the strategic plan for providing farmers at Paraquita Bay and across the territory with a steady supply of water? And B, what steps have been taken to move the status of the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries to that of a statutory board? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Territory. My apologies. Madam Speaker, I thank the territorial large opposition member for his question. Madam Speaker, the strategic plan for providing farmers at Paraquita Bay and across the territory with a steady water supply is expected to be contained in a draft water policy, which will govern the distribution of water to the farming community. While we await its finalization, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, through the Recovery and Development Agency, has plans to install a dedicated reservoir in the Paraquita Bay area to provide a steady supply of water to the farmers in the area. The geotechnical works are slated to commence this month, and the reservoir is slated to be commissioned by the end of the second quarter of 2024. As it relates to the farmers who are located outside of the Paraquita Bay area, the Ministry and Department of Agriculture and Fisheries has commenced work with the Water and Sewage Department to assist farmers to connect to the water supply where feasible. Madam Speaker, in response to the second part of the question, the Food Security and Sustainability Act was passed during the second sitting of the fourth session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands on Tuesday, the 19th of April, 2022. This act provides for the establishment of the Virgin Islands Agriculture and Fisheries Authority, a statutory board, whose responsibility, among other things, will be to support the sustainable and economically viable development of the agriculture and fisheries business in the territory. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change has contracted with legal consultant George Debord Romilly to develop the regulations to operationalize the authority and the agricultural and fisheries unit within the ministry. The regulations will also speak to the financing of the authority, specifically how the authority will receive funds. The contract will also result in an implementation plan that will guide the ministry and bring into fruition the Agricultural and Fisheries Authority. Madam Speaker, a phased approach will be used to bring the act into effect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, may I have a supplementary, please? Honorable Premier, could you tell this Honorable House the cost for the project at Paraquita Bay, including the reservoir and the pipes that would be required?
Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I don't have the cost for the reservoir right in front of me, but I can provide that subsequently to the member.
Thank you, Premier. Also, Madam Speaker, could I get the size of the reservoir?
Madam Speaker, I can also provide that subsequently to the member.
Madam Speaker, supplementary on Part B, is that allowed?
No, there were two
I
questions.
took my two, thank you. Just for clarification, the Premier offered explanation for the Paraquita Bay farmers, but not for the territory-wide farmers. Repeat? Okay. He did?
Madam Speaker, just for clarification, I did mention that the Water and Sewage Department would connect persons to the water supply where feasible.
Thank you. Thank you, Premier, for your responses.
Thank you. At this time, I call on the Deputy Speaker to ask his questions to the Honorable Minister for Communications and Work.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Minister. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Communications and Works please tell this Honorable House, is there a shortage of water meters in the territory? A, if yes, how many consumers have applied for meters and are without as of the April of 2023? And B, how does the Department of Water and Sewage presently charge consumers without meters? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Deputy Speaker for the questions. Madam Speaker, there is a shortage of water meters in the territory right now, but my ministry is in the process of procuring 300 meters. The ministry also requested to purchase 6,000 additional meters through the SAP for 2023. However, Madam Speaker, an amount of $500,000 was approved only in SAP number 2 in July of 2023, which only allows for the purchasing of about 3,000 meters. As of April 2023, a total of 500 customers, or in excess of 500 customers, had applied for meters and are awaiting a new connection. B, Madam Speaker, the Water and Sewage Department presently charges consumers without meters by estimating the bill to a notional value, and this is done in a couple of ways. In one instance, there may be a customer or consumer whose meter is no longer working for some reason, and usually what they would do is work out the consumption by referring to the last known historical information over a year, or the average consumption when the meter was working, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in other instances, the charges applied are based on a fixed or flat rate of 1,000, 2,000, 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, etc. gallons per month, depending on the occupancy for the number of persons living in the dwelling.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Communications and Works, is it possible to project? You said that there were over 500 persons, or there are over 500 meters needed, and you gave the formula for how that is calculated in terms of bills. Does the department or the ministry have a projected revenue loss for this?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that response came in reference to the number of customers awaiting, or that have applied for water meter. So those persons will not be making any estimation for those customers because they're not getting water at that time.
One more question, Madam Speaker. Could the Minister offer an explanation as to, if you have over 500 customers awaiting meters, why were you ordering 6,000 meters?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think since the passage of the hurricanes, a lot of persons lost water meters. It was sometime in 2019, or I can't recall, where we were able to purchase, I think, about 4,000 or 5,000 meters that were replaced, installed, and replaced. So, Madam Speaker, the purchasing of this additional 6,000 meters that we're requesting would be able to upgrade the system, because we are now installing meters that you can drive by and be able to collect that data. And we're also trying to standardize the system as well. But for the 500 customers, those customers would fall into the now approved, I guess, 3,000 meters that we were able to get to the SAP number 2 of 2023. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for his responses. I asked it.
You didn't ask that one. No.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Learning experience. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Communications and Works please tell this Honorable House what steps have been taken to move the status of the Department of Water and Sewage to that of a statutory board?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform this Honorable House that the Ministry of Communications and Works has been working closely with the Attorney General's chambers and the Department of Human Resources to ensure a smooth transition of the Water and Sewage Department to a statutory agency. Madam Speaker, we are working with the chambers and regional partners to develop the regulations. In addition, we are working closely with the HR department to ensure a smooth transition of the staff from central government to the statutory agency. It is important that we get this right so that the staff is not disenfranchised. The ministry will also be conducting a functional audit of the current operations and staffing of the department to determine the appropriate staff component and to ensure the appropriate structure in place, seamless transition to the agency. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, supplementary. Honorable Minister, do you have a timeline for this to be put in place?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say this should have been done already, but because of the various agencies that we are working with and the limited staff, it is difficult for me to say at this moment. I wish it would have already happened because we know the importance of this department moving over to a statutory agency so that we can be a bit more efficient, a bit more resilient, and be able to offer a better service. Thank you.
I thank the minister once again for his responses.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Deputy Speaker to ask the Honorable Minister for Health and Social Development his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Minister. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House, as of April 2023, how many residents have applied for assistance grants through the Social Development Department, and of that number, how many were successful? B, what was the total amount of funds dispersed? And C, what is the balance of the funds remaining?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I answer his question, Madam Speaker, can I answer the previous question about the dialysis patients? I've been informed that there were initially 12 patients and 2 machines when the unit first started. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I shall now answer that last member's question. Madam Speaker, since the transition of the assistance grants programs that were previously administered by the House of Assembly and the Premier's office, 163 persons have applied for assistance grants through the Social Development Department. This number includes 67 applicants which were filed between November and December 2022, and a further 96 applications filed between January and April 2023. So between November and December 2022 were 67, of those 37 were approved. Madam Speaker, it's important to note that at the end of 2022, 67 applicants were pending adjudication. These applications were adjudicated between January and February 2023. A further analysis of this data reflects 24 males and 44 females, with 1 application including 2 minor females. So received between January and April 2023 were 96, of these 66 were approved. Madam Speaker, of the 163 applications received over the period, 103 persons were successful. Part B. Madam Speaker, the total amount of funds disbursed as of April 2023 was $656,014.93. That represents 88.2% of the allotted budget to April 2023. Part C. Madam Speaker, the balance of the funds remaining as of April 2023 was $87,781.34, 11.2% of the allocated budget to April 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, supplementary, just for clarity. The Minister, you stated that the fund had $656,014.93 in it, right?
That is correct.
And that was 82% of it was disbursed. On a point of clarity, or question I should say, what was the budget for this?
Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, I don't have that figure with me, but it can be obtained in short order. I know my staff is listening, so.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister. Just on a point of information, Minister, I have the public assistance grant form here with me. It's quite a comprehensive and tedious form that needs to be filled in, but I understand the information needs to be gathered. A single person in the BVI will get a grant for $200. A family of 3 will get $340. Based on the information that I have, this has not been reviewed in probably a decade if it's true. I think it's time that we really take an opportunity to look at this. Thank you. It was reviewed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was reviewed very recently. As a matter of fact, you'll get your chance, I think, next week to review it yourselves. But yes, it is very timely to get it reviewed at this point in time, seeing the cost of fuel and inflation worldwide has taken place very recently. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister.
Thank you. I now call on the Deputy Speaker to ask the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the Minister. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please tell this honorable House, A, would the Minister please provide this House with a detailed breakdown of the number of vacancies at the primary and secondary levels that must be addressed to ensure a full complement of teachers are in our schools at the start of the school year? B, how many of these teachers have resigned and how many have retired? C, what special efforts, if any, are being made to recruit competent and qualified teachers from overseas? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that teachers are leaving the profession in record numbers due to low salaries, lack of financial incentives, high workload, limited resources, and challenging working conditions. Teaching can be a demanding profession requiring significant time and effort outside of regular classroom hours for lesson planning, grading, and other administrative tasks. Compensation for educators has been widely challenged considering teacher workloads and the extent of the responsibilities they are expected to execute daily. This has often led to dissatisfaction and demotivation among teachers, prompting them to leave or dissuading potential candidates from pursuing a career in education. Madam Speaker, with that context, a total of 59 educators were needed to ensure a full complement at the start of the new school year. Specifically, 24 educators were needed at the primary level, while 35 were required at the secondary level. The Ministry of Education prioritized teacher recruitment over the last few months, and as such, most of these positions have been filled. Madam Speaker, the Teaching Service Commission recommended the employment of 44 applicants. I am pleased to report that of the 44 applicants, 38 of these teachers are in place and preparing for the first day of school, while the remaining 6 applicants are expected to be in the territory by mid-September. This leaves 15 vacant teaching positions to be filled. Of these 15, 6 are at the primary level and 8 are on the secondary level. I would like to take this opportunity to express immense gratitude to the members of the Teaching Service Commission and the Human Resources Unit in the Ministry of Education for the countless hours dedicated to ensuring that our classrooms were adequately staffed for the start of the school year. Madam Speaker, this was a mammoth task. The selection of the right teachers for our classrooms involved a robust process which oftentimes included multiple rounds of interviews. The process was further complicated by the competitive climate surrounding the recruitment of teachers. Over the course of the last few months, the ministry received an unprecedented number of refusals after offers were extended. Most of the individuals who rejected the offer cited dissatisfaction with the remuneration package proposed as the basis for their refusal. I urge the honorable member, a fellow educator, and this entire House to support the Ministry of Education's quest to prioritize compensation for educators during the compensation review process. Madam Speaker, I am sure that all would agree that the hiring of 44 educators over the last few months, reducing the amount of teachers needed from 58 to 14 is proof of the ministry, from 58, Madam Speaker, let me repeat. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I am sure that all would agree that the hiring of 44 educators over the last few months, reducing the amount of teachers needed from 59 to 15 is proof of the Ministry of Education's commitment to teacher recruitment and adequate staffing of our schools. We are actively recruiting for the remaining 15 positions and look forward to filling them expeditiously. Madam Speaker, in relation to the teachers who have resigned and or retired, of the vacancies previously listed, the breakdown is as follows. 13 educators have retired, 12 educators have requested a leave of absence for further studies or for personal reasons, 23 educators have submitted resignations, and 3 have chosen not to renew their contracts. 8 educators have been promoted from teaching positions to education officer, principal, or assistant principal positions. Madam Speaker, as mentioned before, the Ministry of Education worked hard to address vacancies in the short space of a few months in order to secure a full complement of teachers. The global teacher shortages pose an ongoing challenge that is expected to persist. Noting this, Madam Speaker, the Ministry expects to see significant changes upon the completion of the review, of the compensation review, which will support a request for additional funding in the upcoming budget cycle. As we seek to reimagine education in the Virgin Islands, we must commit to attracting and keeping skilled practitioners through the development of policies that support favorable and competitive compensation packages for educators. Madam Speaker, the question had 3 parts, so I have to answer the last part. Madam Speaker, efforts are ongoing to recruit qualified and competent teachers from overseas. The Ministry is seeking to establish partnerships with regional universities and teacher training institutions to attract graduates interested in teaching opportunities overseas. We are also currently re-evaluating our onboarding process, inclusive of benefits, and streamlining the entry process to facilitate the seamless hiring of teachers. We will also provide orientation and support programs to assist teachers in acclimatizing to the local education system and culture. The Ministry is also working assiduously to increase the teaching pool locally and reduce the dependence on overseas teachers, given the global teacher shortages. Through collaboration with HLSCC's Institute of Education, the Ministry is happy to announce the return of the Associate in Education program that will recommence this fall after a 6-year hiatus. Local teacher education programs are critical to the creation of interest and entrance into the teaching profession. The Ministry has also prioritized access to scholarships and grants to support aspiring educators during their training. We have also partnered with the Institute of Education to provide professional development opportunities and career advancement prospects to retain experienced teachers and encourage their long-term commitment to the profession. In fall 2023, at HLSCC, these opportunities include mathematics, phonics, differentiation, learning strategies, learning training, and curriculum review and design. We are also collaborating with HLSCC and partner universities and educational institutions to develop or gain access to specialized programs that address specific subject shortages and educational needs. The Ministry has also established a training mentorship program to provide guidance and support to new teachers. Madam Speaker, I am proud to announce that the Ministry launched Let's Teach VI, an initiative designed to support and train new unskilled and inexperienced hires. The Let's Teach VI initiative is a crucial step in building a pool of educators locally as we continue to reimagine education in the Virgin Islands. We are dedicated to attracting talented individuals who are passionate about teaching and making a positive impact on the lives of our students. The initiative offers 2 pathways in teaching, namely as a teacher trainee or a teacher recruit. The teacher trainee program targeted recent high school graduates by offering a direct pathway into the teaching profession through on-the-job training, mentorship, and academic enrichment. Teacher trainees have been assigned to a classroom to work alongside a senior teacher. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that the Ministry has successfully hired 10 brilliant and ambitious teacher trainees who have joined the ranks of our primary educators. The teacher recruit program has attracted college graduates from various academic majors, occupations, and backgrounds into the teaching profession. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that the Ministry has successfully hired 17 enthusiastic and motivated teacher recruits who are dedicated to developing their skills in the profession. Teacher recruits will be required to teach in schools for a minimum of 2 years. Both teacher trainees and recruits will be enrolled at the H. Laverstow Community College's Institute of Education to become qualified teachers. Madam Speaker, the ministry is excited about the overwhelming success of this program because we see the long-term benefit of developing our local teaching pool and providing multiple pathways into the field of education. Madam Speaker, by implementing the aforementioned measures, the Ministry of Education will create a sustainable teaching force by combining the strengths of both local teachers and those recruited from overseas. With the implementation of these initiatives, we aim not only to address the current teacher shortage, but also develop a robust and skilled teaching pool with passionate, engaging, and effective educators. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for that very thorough response. And also congratulate her on the initiatives that she's placed in education, and dedicate my support to the education system and the initiatives that she spoke about. For a point of clarity, Minister, could you identify the subject areas, in particular in the secondary education system, that you are having difficulty or the ministry is having difficulty in terms of recruiting, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We definitely have a challenge in the area of mathematics, social sciences, which would include the geography, history, dynamics. We've also seen significant challenges in the arts, more dominantly music, at both the primary and the secondary level. And I believe those areas would be the main areas. Off the top of my head, I could provide additional details as necessary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 2. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports tell this Honorable House, if funds were allocated in the 2023 budget for a comprehensive review of the educational system, A, if yes, how much of these funds were allocated? B, if no, why not? And C, if yes, when will this review be commenced, or when will the review be commenced?
This question 2, right? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, achieving a comprehensive review of an education system involves several key steps, including but not limited to addressing curriculum gaps, gathering data and evidence, engaging stakeholders, collaborating with experts, evaluating policies and practices, developing recommendations, and implementing and monitoring changes. Madam Speaker, as a result of stakeholder consultation, the Ministry of Education has started the review of the education system with a focus on the curriculum. This is because the curriculum forms the foundation of what students learn and the skills they acquire. It influences areas such as teaching practices, assessments, educational outcomes, professional development, resources, and infrastructure. By evaluating and updating the curriculum, the ministry can ensure it aligns with contemporary knowledge, skills, and societal needs, ultimately improving the quality and relevance of education. To support the commencement of this review, $300,000 was allocated in the 2023 budget. Madam Speaker, the review commenced in 2022 with the training of over 40 educators in curriculum development and instructional design. Extensive stakeholder consultations have been conducted with various groups to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the curriculum. The ministry is also collaborating closely with the OECS on the development of a harmonized primary curriculum, and several of our teachers have been selected to contribute as part of the writing and review teams. The review process continued this summer with educators revisiting the English language and mathematics curricula. Madam Speaker, we are committed to conducting a thorough and comprehensive review to ensure its continuous improvement and alignment with the evolving needs of our students and society. Furthermore, I am pleased to inform you that during the month of June, Dr. Annika Bo, a professor at Rutgers University with advanced expertise in research, applied statistics, psychometrics, and evaluation, conducted a review of our national secondary curricula to investigate its alignment with our current and future labor market needs. Dr. Bo engaged in a series of meetings with stakeholders, including administrators, educators, students, parents, young adults, employees, and employers across the Virgin Islands to seek their input, perspectives, and recommendations to inform the review process. The ministry received a report from Dr. Bo on her findings at the end of August, and we are looking forward to consideration and consultation on the recommendations. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education is committed to making strategic advancements and collaborating with experts to drive positive changes that will benefit our students and the education landscape as a whole. Thus, we will ensure that the continuous review process is comprehensive, well-informed, and responsive to the needs of students, teachers, parents, and the wider community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for her response. I would also encourage the Minister to look into UNESCO. In April, when the delegation from the United Nations met in the territory, there was a point made to them that they do assist territories, St. Kitts and other countries in compiling educational reviews of the entire system, and that would be great for us. Madam Speaker, sorry. Learning.
Well, yes. Just for future, just ensure we keep it to supplemental questions.
Madam Speaker, can I respond to the last statement? Madam Speaker, I thank the honorable member for his recommendation, and the ministry did meet with the UNESCO team during their visit here, and we already have meetings scheduled for the UNESCO General Meeting in November, where we will engage with the experts to assist us with the overall review of our education system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, question 3. Could the Honorable Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please tell this Honorable House, A, what is the amount budgeted for the 2023 summer program hosted by the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports? B, has this ministry supported any non-government summer programs? If yes, please state the names and amounts given to each program. And C, are there plans to reinstate the territory-wide after-school program? If yes, when will it commence? And what amount is budgeted for this initiative? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the summer programs hosted by the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports were reinstituted this summer after a decade and were executed in Tortola, Virgin Gorda, Antigua, and Just Van Dyke. It is important to note that the last time a summer program was held was in 2013, according to the internal records maintained by DYAS. Madam Speaker, the record will reflect the significant impact of this program over the years by engaging children over the summer in a variety of areas, including art and craft, cooking, recreation, experiments, field trips, to name a few. Madam Speaker, this government strongly believes in the development of youth and sports in the territory. That is why $190,000 was prioritized to cover the expenses associated with organizing and delivering the 2023 summer programs. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that a total of 3 separate camps were offered to children ages 5 to 16. The Youth Summer Camp, STEAM Summer Camp, and the Multi-Sport Summer Camp. Madam Speaker, 390 children engaged in the Youth and STEAM Summer Camps and 160 engaged in the Multi-Sport Camp. Therefore, with the funds allocated, the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports provided engaging and enriching activities for 450 children, thereby fostering their development during the summer. Madam Speaker, with the limited resources available, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports focused funding towards the implementation of programs through the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports. While the ministry is fully supportive of non-government summer programs, there were no additional financial resources available to support such requests. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports has prioritized the resumption of the territory-wide after-school programs spearheaded by the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports. The after-school youth development program will commence on Monday, 2nd October 2023. 3 programs will be offered: STEAM, academic tutoring, and grassroots sports. These programs will be offered at all primary and secondary public schools on Tortola, Virgin Gorda, Anegada, and Just Van Dyke from Monday to Thursday from 3:45 p.m. to 5:45 p.m. Student registrations forms will be available at the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports and at all public schools. Students must be registered to be eligible for enrollment into the program. Parents and guardians are encouraged to complete the form and submit the form by Thursday, the 24th September 2023. Madam Speaker, a total of $200,000 is budgeted for the after-school youth development program for the Advent term. As a result, students will be engaged in activities that will help to improve academic success, develop physical fitness and core values, and foster social and critical thinking skills in a safe, structured, and supervised environment. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, through the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports, is committed to providing opportunities for our young people to develop and excel through the after-school youth development program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, for that thorough response. Madam Speaker, supplementary on question B. Could the Minister let me know if there was any applications from any non-government programs for assistance with the summer program, please?
Madam Speaker, I would have to seek that information from the ministry and report with a response.
Thank you. And on C, could the Minister let me know, or let this Honorable House know, in terms of the makeup for staffing for the after-school program, would it be primarily the teachers within the schools?
Madam Speaker, any portion has been, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, an advertisement has went out for individuals to express interest. So any individual in the territory can express interest in providing the services for instructors within the after-school context. Of course, primarily, given the focus, we believe that educators will ordinarily take up most of those spots, but of course it's open to applicants. So anyone interested can apply to the Department of Youth Affairs. Interested can apply to the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 4. Madam Speaker, generative AI, or artificial intelligence, is the rage of the world as we speak, with definite potential to become a defining generational technology. Madam Speaker, would the Honorable Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please tell this Honorable House if the Ministry has given this new technology any thought with regard to implementation of programs designed to ensure that the youths of the BVI are able to secure the foundational knowledge about this new technology and its potential for future advancement in the territory. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, in September 2022, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports launched the Full STEAM Ahead initiative, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics. This approach to teaching and learning promotes critical thinking, creativity, and communication skills. As part of this initiative, the ministry introduced Innovation Week in November 2022, where students, educators, and the community had the opportunity to explore robotics, coding, artificial intelligence, chess, and engineering, to name a few. Madam Speaker, the ministry also reintroduced the National Science Fair in March 2023, which further highlighted this focus. Madam Speaker, through STEAM, we have empowered our students to think critically, collaborate effectively, and innovate boldly, skills that are the cornerstones of success. This school year, we continue to move full steam ahead through the inclusion of a new subject, STEAM Innovations, at the secondary level. This course, which will be 3 hours per week, aims to develop digital literacy, coding, programming, robotics, engineering, artificial intelligence, and logic and reasoning skills. Our goal is to empower our students to think critically and become creators, not just users of technology. The inclusion of these digital skills in our curriculum is akin to arming our students with tools that enable them to engineer their dreams, their aspirations, and ultimately their future. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, we have initiated the training of educators in the field of STEAM, and we expect our first cohort to be certified by the end of the school year. Just last week at Summer Institute, professional development for educators was executed through robotics in education sessions that were administered by professionals in that field. Teachers engaged with robotics and artificial intelligence through interaction with marine and land-based robots, as well as the resources for the STEAM Innovations course. Secondary students also participated in a robotics workshop that created an opportunity for them to get a glimpse of the innovation that will unfold in their upcoming STEAM Innovations class. Madam Speaker, in today's world, where the heartbeat of progress is measured in technological strides, digital literacy is paramount. Thus, the addition of digital literacy in the curriculum is not just an enhancement, it is a necessity that will empower our students to not only keep up with the pace of change, but to surge ahead as pioneers. Madam Speaker, with this new approach, we are developing problem solvers, critical thinkers, and trailblazers who will chart new territories and rewrite the narratives of progress in these Virgin Islands as they become pioneers of industries, propelling our economy forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for her responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I call on the member for the 3rd District.
Speaker, if I may, before we move on, I'll answer the question that was posed to me earlier concerning the budget. If I can answer him now?
Yes.
The member. The entire budget is $2,338,571.48 for the current year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on the member for the 3rd District to ask his questions to the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during the 2023 elections campaign, Progressives United made some must-dos as their priority as follows on their platform. 1, the extension of the runway of the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport. 2, addressing the nuisance of poor road infrastructure territory-wide. 3, rebuilding the West End ferry terminal. 4, the re-centralization of government ministries. And 5, accessing the United Kingdom loan guarantee, among others. Can the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House whether he identifies his government with any of these as high priorities and give his list in order of priority?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the 3rd District for his question. Madam Speaker, the projects listed as A through D are all important and part of the priorities of this administration. With respect to E, accessing the UK's loan guarantee, Madam Speaker, it must be noted that the loan guarantee that was presented following the 2017 hurricanes is no longer on the table. We are, however, planning to approach a financial institution with the hope of obtaining the best possible rates to assist with infrastructural development. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, so far the Premier has mentioned the loan guarantee, and seemingly none of these matters are on his list of priorities. Madam Speaker, one of the Premier is considering getting that loan guarantee back on the table.
Madam Speaker, just to say, in the answer to my question, I did not say that they were not priorities. I said all of them were priorities, just in case the member misheard anything that I said. As it pertains to the loan guarantee, Madam Speaker, we are in ongoing discussions with the United Kingdom government as it pertains to borrowing, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Member, before you proceed, just for clarity, Premier, one aspect of the question asks if you could give your list in order of priority. I believe that is one of the aspects that the member for the third was trying to clarify.
Madam Speaker, all of them are number one. Thank you.
I'm going to be nice, Madam Speaker, because if all of them are number one, it means that nothing is important. Question number 2, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issues raised in question number 1 being of national importance, can the Premier and Minister of Finance please give this Honorable House his plan and timeline for addressing each of the 5 items?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. As the 4 items mentioned in A through D are under the portfolio of the Minister for Communications and Works, the honourable member is asked to redirect his questions at a future sitting to obtain information on the government's plans to address these projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A through B, you said? So what about A through E? So what about the loan guarantee? That's not under the Minister for Communication and Works.
Madam Speaker, as I said in response to question 1, we are in ongoing discussions with the United Kingdom regarding borrowing. That's all I would choose to say about that at this time. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the discussions with the United Kingdom regarding borrowing has nothing to do with the loan guarantee. The borrowing deals with the borrowing guidelines and what his limits are regarding borrowing, establishing limits. The loan guarantee is something completely different from that. So if he's not interested in the loan guarantee, he should say so, instead of trying to confuse the listening public. I am concerned about the loan guarantee. If you're not concerned about it, then say that.
Honorable, is there a question there?
I'm not wasting any more time on that, Madam Speaker. Question number 3, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the derelict yachts in Seacoast Bay Harbor has been an irritant since their appearance by Hurricane Irma in 2017 and was a hot topic in the 2023 elections campaign. Can the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House when he's going to have them removed? And can he give us a plan for their execution?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government currently is in discussions with various entities to remove the derelict yachts and ship them overseas. To facilitate this process, it is necessary to receive an updated register of derelict vessels so that we can obtain the necessary costing. The RDA has engaged a consultant to update the register. Once that exercise is completed, we will immediately thereafter issue a request for proposal for the removal of the derelict vessels from our waters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I've asked the Premier and Minister of Finance 3 questions, and I did it for 2 purposes. One is that I'm not the shadow minister for the Premier and Minister of Finance. And 2 is because the matters that I address in my questions are of importance to me. And I crave your indulgence, Madam Speaker, as I try to get something into the record regarding the matter at hand. 15th July 2021. I'd like to get this in the record regarding this question, Madam Speaker.
What exactly are you trying to get in the record? I'm trying to understand because at this stage we're at question and answers.
Well,
I believe the Premier answer, and now you have 2 supplemental.
I'm leading up to my supplementary, Madam Speaker.
Well, you're gonna have to, because you said you want to get something into record. It sounded more of a statement opposed to a question going to be asked.
Yes, part of my question, Madam Speaker.
It's part of your question.
Yes.
Proceed.
It deals specifically with this matter that I'm talking about.
Proceed.
15 July 2021. This is addressed to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor. The subject is removal of derelict boats in Sea Bay Harbor, Paraquita Bay, and Vargas Bay. It says, "Dear Sir, on Tuesday, June 29, 2021, the RDA was invited by 3rd District Representative Honorable Julian Fraser to discuss the implementation arrangements for the removal of derelict boats in Sea Bay. Honorable Fraser stressed his concern for the environmental hazard, safety, and unpleasant appearance associated with the derelict boats remaining in the bay for an extended period. He also expressed significant concern about the harbor and not being in a safe position to protect and serve as the territory's hurricane harbor or shelter. The RDA noted these concerns, briefed him on the status and RDA readiness to execute the project. We are pleased to provide the attached analysis, which gives various options on the captioned subject, including preliminary cost estimates based on the previous work undertaken by the agency to have these vessels removed. In addition, a recommendation and project schedule has been enclosed. The RDA is adequately resourced to execute the project once the required financing resources is identified and transferred to the agency. The agency stands ready to further discuss any concern and or questions that the ministry may have. As such, please do not hesitate to contact us. Anthony McMaster, Chief Executive Officer of the RDA. Madam Speaker, the point I'm trying to make here is that there has been no limit as to the efforts being made to remove those vessels, and a comprehensive plan is attached and was sent to the ministry by the RDA, costing including to have those vessels removed. I have that plan. Everybody has it. This letter was copied to Mr. Vincent Whitley, Minister for Natural Resources and Labor. It was copied to.
Now, Honorable, based on what you have just read, what is the question that flows from that?
The question is, when is Premier going to follow up on this request that was made since 2021?
Madam Speaker, of course, the matter of the derelict vehicles in the Sea Bay,
Vessels.
the derelict vessels
I got vehicles too.
in the Seacoast Bay Harbor and throughout the territory is of grave importance and concern to the government. And so, of course, despite the I guess reading of the correspondence by the member for the 3rd District, and the slight abuse of the standing orders, I certainly want to facilitate and be helpful as much as possible in providing the member with the information possible. Certainly he can provide me with the correspondence, but the RDA has engaged a consultant to update the register, which I was informed was a critical part of the process of having the request for proposal go out. We certainly regret that it has taken longer than really it should for this process to move forward, but I have confidence that it will move forward once this register is updated and this request for proposal will go out. I understand how important it is to the member and how important it is to all the members, and it's certainly a priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, can I ask a follow-up on that?
I believe you've asked for, Honorable.
This
So I'll
one-
have to ask you to
This is only the
proceed
second
to
time
the
I got on my
next.
feet regarding this matter, Madam Speaker.
I can't hear you, Honorable.
I said this is only the second time I got on my feet regarding this matter.
Isn't this the third?
This is the second.
I stand to be corrected if it is only the
It's
second.
okay, Madam Speaker. You're human. Premier, am I hearing that you saying that the RDA is awaiting this information for tenders or requests for proposals? Even though I said that I have this information here that was sent out in 2021?
Madam Speaker, it's my understanding that some derelict vessels may have been removed from the territory. So there is a updating of the register of derelict vessels, which is necessary for an updated request for proposal to have these vessels removed. So of course, obviously, Madam Speaker, there was a register before, some work was done to populate a register before, but what we're doing right now is updating that register and putting out a fresh request for proposal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call on the member for the 3rd District to ask his questions to the Minister for Communication and Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last year in the 4th House of Assembly, an act was passed to make the Water and Sewage Department a statutory body. Can the Minister for Communications and Works tell this Honorable House why that hasn't happened as yet?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Water and Sewage Department has not been transitioned into a statutory body because the Ministry of Communications and Works has been in constant consultation with the Attorney General's Chambers and the Department of Human Resources to ensure that the transition is carried out smoothly. We are currently developing the regulations needed to ensure that the authority can perform its various functions effectively, and we want the transition to be carried out without disenfranchising the current employees. Additionally, we are actively developing terms of reference for a consultant to assist with this transition of the department to a statutory agency. We have every intention for the Water and Sewage Authority to not only be operational, but to improve the way that these services are provided to the territory.
Madam Speaker, Minister, am I understanding from you that the regulations have only begun after the legislation was passed? Or they weren't being prepared in tandem with the legislation?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I can say is that the regulations, they are about being completed, edited, and ready to go. The timeline, I'd have to confirm. I don't want to tell you anything that is not truthful.
And Madam Speaker, when would this statutory body be up and running?
Madam Speaker, the intent is to have the statutory body up and running as soon as practicable.
No. I guess I got my second supplementary. Madam Speaker, question number 2. Madam Speaker, according to the original contract with Bywater, the Paraquita Bay Water Plant is to be handed over to government after 17 years of operation without cost. Can the Minister for Communication and Works please tell this Honorable House, A, the exact date upon which this is to happen, and B, can he produce the evidence showing how the date was calculated?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just for clarity, the 17 years the Honorable Member is alluding to speaks to the original land lease terms as per Clause 35 of Appendix 12 of the original water purchase agreement, and not the water plant operation. The original Bywater contract agreement stipulated that the company would supply bulk water for a period of 16 years, commencing after the company built the facilities in accordance with the design and specification. The original agreement outlined that Bywater had 26 months from date of signing to complete the facility. That would have started the clock on the 16 years in 2012, which would have made the original handover date 2028. Since the original contract was signed in 2010, 5 supplemental agreements were signed, and they were signed prior to me taking this office. Madam Speaker, it is important for members to know that as a result of the subsequent supplemental agreement, the plant will be handed over on November 27, 2030, as per Clause 2(1)(b) of Supplemental Agreement number 5. Madam Speaker, evidence of how the date was calculated is provided in the original contract and Supplemental Agreement 125 as evidence of the handover date.
Madam Speaker, Part B of the question asks that you produce the evidence. Do you have it? Do you have the evidence to the calculation?
I could give it to you in short order.
No, you have it?
I suppose so.
Or you don't have it?
No, I have it.
Madam Speaker, question number 3. Can the Minister for Communication and Works tell this Honorable House what preparations are being made to transition ownership of the water plant at Paraquita Bay from 7 Seas to the government?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, as indicated above in response Question 1. The ministry is in the process of recruitment of a consultant to transition the Water and Sewage Department to a statutory agency. It is expected that part of the terms of reference to this consultancy will include a complete training plan for the current and potential new employees so that they can have the relevant knowledge and skills to maintain the plant independently when government has possession of the plant in 2013.
Question number 4, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Minister for Communications and Works tell this Honorable House, upon gaining ownership of the Bywater plant, he intends to turn its operation over to the legally mandated statutory body? A, if yes, please outline the management structure, and B, if no, give the reason.
Madam Speaker, upon gaining ownership of the now 7Cs previously Bywater plant, it is intended for the Water and Sewage Authority to operate and manage the plant. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Communications and Works is embarking on a consultancy to look at restructuring the department as we prepare to transition it to a statutory agency. Madam Speaker, the consultancy will look at the revision of the organizational structure and the present operations and will include training for existing and new staff to optimize the function and productivity of the water plant.
Supplementary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the Water and Sewage Department is going statutory, and the minister is saying that the intent is to have the water plant operated by Water and Sewage statutory body, how do you mandate that, sitting in government and having a statutory body do the work? Is it part of their mandate that you're going to draft and give them?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with the agency, I think all assets that will be owned by Water and Sewage or the government pertaining to the water production sewage plans, they would all be the property of the government at the time, and the agency would be transferred to the agency, and therefore the operations would be mandated through the legal, through the law that was passed in this Honorable House.
Madam Speaker, I think the question I want to get across to the minister is, how does he avoid the statutory body outsourcing the operation of this plant, just like how government does it all the time? They just outsource it to someone else, as opposed to having it done by themselves, like how Electricity Corporation runs their operations. What?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't verify how the operations of the plant would be run at that time. I think it would be necessary for the consultants or the agency at that time to look at the operation and the resources and decide. I think this was a discussion when we were discussing the Water and Sewage Authority Act, where we would mandate, but I'm not certain that it was included in the legislation at that time.
It wasn't. You guys refused to put it in. Question number 5, Madam Speaker.
Honorable, before you proceed with that question, I think it's time for us to take a recess for lunch. So let's take the lunch recess and return at 2 p.m. sharp.
Let me finish.
Madam Speaker.
This House now resumes its sitting. I call on the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Fraser.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 5, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Minister for Communications and Works tell this Honorable House whether the Board Point sewage treatment plant is functional? A, if the answer is yes, can he tell us when it came back in operation, who fixed it, and at what cost? B, if the answer is no, can he tell us why not, and give a detailed timeline for its return to service?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, at present, the Board Point sewage treatment plant is not functioning. The plant located at Board Point sustained damages or damage during the 2017 storms by Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The damage rendered the plant non-functional, as some of the major components of the plant sustained major damage that required them to undergo extensive repairs or replacement. Madam Speaker, on 22nd August 2022, the government of the Virgin Islands signed an agreement via the Ministry of Communications and Works with Bywater International Limited in the amount of $2,594,317.86. To date, a total of $2,341,065.86 has been expended on the project. Madam Speaker, based on the work program of the contractor, we anticipate that the treatment plant will be commissioned in October 2023. The specific date for completion is dependent upon the full receipt of all the material procured and the arrival of the specialized personnel for the final installation works and the commissioning of the plant. The majority of the material has been shipped and received at the Board Point treatment plant. Efforts are ongoing for the specialized personnel to travel to the Virgin Islands.
So, Madam Speaker, so the timeline, as I'm hearing, is October of this year for the plant to be up and running. And did I hear correct, October?
That's the anticipated date for the commissioning of the plant. Yes, Madam Speaker.
Question number 6, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Minister for Communications and Works tell this Honorable House the exact status of the government asphalt plant as far as it relates to the production of asphalt?
Madam Speaker, I can report that the specifications that the manufacturer, Ammon, required for the assembly of the asphalt plant have been achieved, and they can now grant approval for the commissioning of the plant. The Public Works Department was required to submit photos and progress reports of the works completed and the assembly of the asphalt plant to Ammon, who have subsequently granted approval of the works completed and the asphalt plant. Madam Speaker, the works completed and the asphalt plant include the following: extensive negotiation with the landlord for the location for the plant, long lead time for the procurement of the control panel up to upward of 6 months, construction of reinforced retaining wall and slab to place the plant, construction of a reinforced slab for the silo, construction of a reinforced slab for the generator and transformer, reinforced pedestal to mount the silo, reinforced housing for the heating rods that heat the oil in the shipping containers. This liquefies the oil to be transferred to the main storage tanks that feed the plant, completion of electrical works connecting the electrical panel, wiring to provide power to the plant, completion of other piping and mechanical works to attach auxiliary components to the plant. Madam Speaker, as we speak, technicians from Ammon are in the territory conducting final inspection on the construction of the actual plant and the training of the Public Works Department staff and the operations of the plant. Batching of the asphalt plant is expecting to begin next week, bearing any unforeseen delays.
Madam Speaker, Minister, you mentioned training. Does this training include repairs as well, and not just operation?
Madam Speaker, the training is extensive based on the operation of the plant, the maintenance of the plant, and basic understanding of all the technologies associated with the plant.
All the technologies associated with the plant, is this just operation? I'm talking about repairs, because when these panels go down, you hear about the plant being down, you need to bring in a technician. I wonder if you're having people trained to fix the plant, the technical aspects of the plant.
Madam Speaker, I am not certain if it go all the way into that aspect. What I can say is the plant is connected to the whoever is connected to, and they can actually diagnose the plant, any issues that are associated with the plant from overseas.
Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works tell this Honorable House, A, the cost of the plant, B, what is it costing government during the time the plant is out of commission, and C, does his ministry have funds to put the plant into operation, and how much?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the cost of the plant was $1,369,000. B, Madam Speaker, since being assigned as Minister for Communications and Works, between 2019 and present, it has cost the government $4,826,567.80 for the purchase of asphalt. See, Madam Speaker, there is some funding available for the operation of the plant. Additional funding was requested and approved in the SAP in the amount of $403,500.
Madam Speaker, Minister, what time period was that $4.8 million was paid out for? What was that period?
Madam Speaker, from between 2019 and present.
Okay. Question number 8. Madam Speaker, there are 2 steel plates across the road in Packwood Pond going on several months. Can the Minister for Communication and Works tell this Honorable House, A, who put them there and why? B, when were they placed there? And when will they be removed? And C, what they expect to do about the affected portion of road?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The metal plates were placed there following civil, plumbing, and mechanical works to provide potable water to the residents on the adjacent hill overlooking Packwood Pond. The metal plates have been removed, and now the roadway awaits a finished layer of asphalt. B, Madam Speaker, the plates were placed in early February 2023, and as I mentioned, they have been removed. Madam Speaker, C, the affected portion of the road was temporarily repaired and now awaits asphalt.
Madam Speaker, since the time that these questions were asked, well, not asked, but submitted, the plates were still there. So you're saying that the plates were removed within the last few days?
Madam Speaker, could the honorable distinguished member repeat his question, please? I'm a little lost.
No, I'm saying since the time the questions were submitted, the plates were still there. So I'm asking if they were removed in the last few days.
Madam Speaker, since we are now answering the question, the plates were removed.
Can you tell me when they were removed?
Madam Speaker, the plates were removed. When they were removed, I can't tell you exactly when.
I just want to make sure that you know the questions are being effective. Just checking. Question number 9, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, water is being rationed on a daily basis, especially in the 3rd District. Can the Minister for Communications and Works tell this House, A, why is this happening? B, how much money have we paid to 7 Seas for this year, given the months and the dates for water we did not take? And C, give the reason for not taking the water.
Madam Speaker, the recent challenges BVIEC has been experiencing has resulted in disruption to the production of water at the water plant. Madam Speaker, we are also considering a follow-up leak detection in the area. B, Madam Speaker, in the original water purchase agreement, the tariff comprised of 2 cost components, a capacity charge and a consumption charge. As it relates to the capacity charge, the government is obligated to pay for a base flow of 2.3 million gallons per day, and based on the consumption charge component, we have not paid for water we did not take for the year.
Madam Speaker, Minister, you say you haven't paid for water you didn't take? So you've been taking 2.3 million gallons every day?
Madam Speaker, as contracted by the water purchase agreement, 2.3 million gallons is what we have to pay for, regardless if we take it or not. So it's a charge we still have to make. We still have to pay for that.
So essentially you owe for the water that you didn't take. You haven't paid for it, but you owe for it.
Madam Speaker, we are current with our bills, so we pay for whatever is contracted.
Question, Madam Speaker. Have you taken 2.3 million gallons of water each day? Did you take 2.3 million gallons of water each day?
Madam Speaker, the simple answer to that question is no.
But you have to pay for it.
Sorry?
But you have to pay for it. You didn't take it, but you still have to pay for it. You just said that you don't have to pay for it. Look, can I repeat my question? Since I'm not getting the answer to my question, Madam Speaker.
Well, Honorable, which question did you ask that you were not given an answer to?
I asked a question, Madam Speaker, B of the question. How much money have we paid to 7 Seas for this year, given the months and dates for water we did not take. In other words, you have to pay for 2.3 million gallons of water each day, whether you take it or not. If you took only 2 million, you have to pay for that 0.3 that you didn't take, regardless of whether you take it or not. So how many gallons of water have you paid for that you didn't take? You confused?
Madam Speaker, we have paid for 2.3 million gallons of water per day as contracted.
But you didn't take it.
So you asked me how much I paid for, how
That
much
you
I
did not take. Madam Speaker, can I elucidate a little?
I'm sorry, Honorable, can you?
Madam Speaker, on Monday, he didn't take 2.3 million gallons of water, but he had to pay for it. So I'm asking how many times this happened, how much of this water that he never took, that he had to pay for,
How much time?
that you never took, that you had to pay for.
Madam Speaker, taking 2.3 million gallons of water per day or not, we have to pay for it, and we have been paying for it.
I understand that.
I,
How much you paid for that you never took?
Okay, well, Madam Speaker, that's a different question, so let me get back to you.
That's the question right here on paper.
I guess I misunderstood that question,
You
so
sure did.
I'll get back to you with that one,
You sure
Madam
did.
Speaker.
It's on paper. I just want to know how much of government money is being wasted. Question number 10. Madam Speaker, the roads of the territory are in need of urgent attention, especially in my district. Can the Minister for Communication and Works tell this House, A, if he is familiar with the poor condition of the main road in Seacoast Bay, especially in the area of De La Santa Bakery, and B, how much longer must the holes created by water and sewage due to leak repairs in the same area have to stay before they are fixed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am aware of the conditions of the main road in Seacoast Bay, especially in the area of De La Santa Bakery. Public Works Department will address this area and all other areas of need in the territory once the asphalt plant has been commissioned, which we anticipate will take place shortly. Madam Speaker, it has also been discussed that we would mill that area and prepare it properly for overlaying with asphalt once the plant has been commissioned. B, Madam Speaker, the pace of which the Water and Sewage Department is able to respond to road repairs, to repair roads after conducting repair works for leaks, is intricately tied to the availability of funding. The department often relies on assistance from Public Works Department to complete repairs to roads. However, the Public Works Department is also constrained by the availability of funds. Madam Speaker, I have been advised by Water and Sewage Department that this will be addressed shortly.
Madam Speaker, can I ask the Minister if he has ever given serious consideration to accessing the funds available in the TIF? Because I know that that particular fund, every time Ministry of Finance comes, we can hear that there's money still left in the TIF. And that can be very well used to repair these roads.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. I also want to acknowledge the fact that we were able to get this fund reestablished, and there is now sufficient funds that we can definitely utilize to do a comprehensive resurfacing of our roads to the TIF fund.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 11. Madam Speaker, I am aware that repair works are being carried out on the Central Administration Complex. Can the Minister for Communication and Works please tell this House, A, the progress on the project to date, B, the proposed completion date, C, the estimated construction cost and to date expenditure, D, the expected occupancy upon completion, and E, provide a list of contractors and a description of their work and its scope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today the following works have been completed or are progressing as follows. Procurement and installation of external windows, doors, and frames, 100% complete. Basement driveway drainage, basement external doors, 65% complete. External building envelope repair, 95% complete. The remaining works are awaiting the completion of the West Atrium elevator. West Atrium elevator, 32% complete. Skylight replacement, 99% complete. Roof membrane and lighting protection installation, 97% complete. Rust treatment to underside of interior metal decking, 80% complete. Other works completed include interior demolition of office spaces, removal of old air handling units. B, Madam Speaker, the proposed completion date for the project is July 2025. C, Madam Speaker, the estimated construction cost is shown in the table below. Madam Speaker, there are only about 13 items, I could list them. 1, consultancy OBMI for engineering, designs and management, 1,175,000. 2, mold remediation and file cleaning, $1,190,000. Replacement of elevator East Atrium, $390,000. Installation of elevator at West Atrium, that includes piling and all the other stuff, $1,095,000. External building repairs, $220,000. Air conditioning system, $3.4 million. Electrical and plumbing distribution system upgrades, $1.4 million. Fire sprinkler, smoke detectors and extraction system, $1 million. ICT installation, $1.6 million. Interior office construction, that includes 19 offices, 4 conference facilities, basement upgrade, 2 customer service center, 12 bathroom facilities, $12,840,000. Procurement of furniture, $3 million. Parking lot renovation, $370,000. External works include fencing, replace existing walkways, soft and hard landscaping, security features, and remedial works, $1.8 million. So the total is $29,490,000. Madam Speaker, the expenditure to date is only $7,082,265.75. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Communications and Works remit is to ensure that we provide a fully functional building that will have 19 office spaces to the upper floors, along with a functional space for the facilities management department. Madam Speaker, office accommodation is the remit of the Deputy Governor's Office. An initial occupancy plan was approved by Cabinet. However, with the creation of new ministries following the last general election, a new layout has been discussed and will be presented to Cabinet for approval. E, Madam Speaker, the list of contractors and the description of their work and scope is provided, will be provided for the members' perusal.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you said that the project is valued at $29 million, and to date only 7 years spent. You've been on that project now for about 3 years, and you expect to finish spending the 22 million. You only spend 7 in 3 years, but you're going to spend 22 in 1 year. Is that realistic?
Madam Speaker, the tabulation could be a little off. We said July 2025, so that would be about 2 years. But the bulk of this money would be for the construction of the office and also the ICTs, the installation of the AC and so forth.
Madam Speaker, the reason I asked the question as to the intended occupancy is because I know one thing about government, once they get a space, they don't give it up. And I'm not too sure that all these ministries or whatever who was originally occupying that space will be coming back. So I was more particularly concerned about the ministries being centralized. And you can't say with any degree of certainty that the ministries will be coming back, would you?
Madam Speaker, we are discussing the additional ministries to provide exactly where they'll be going, and once that is completed, then Cabinet would approve, and then we'll lay it out accordingly.
I don't know how I could get this one in, but Madam Speaker, can I take license to ask a simple question on that?
No, Honorable.
No-
You
no
had your
license?
two.
No license?
No, Honorable.
Because I was going to say that the original building was 25
Honorable,
million.
you're trying to sneak it in. Let's move on to the next question, please.
I don't need an answer, Madam Speaker. I just said that the original building was only
But
25.
Honorable, you're still trying to proceed because you want to get what you want out. So let's move on to the next question, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Question number 12.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, can the Minister for Communications and Works tell this Honorable House what his government plans are for the extension of the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport runway?
Madam Speaker, the BVI Airports Authority is focused on the holistic development of the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport based on an airport master plan, which includes the extension of the runway and associated airside infrastructure. This is to include improvement to the passenger terminal and landside areas. Various options are being considered based on a review of all the studies that have been undertaken in the past that would lead to optimal development and management of the facilities.
But Madam Speaker, I specifically asked about the runway extension. I didn't hear anything about that at all. I didn't hear, you didn't even mention it in passing, so can you tell me what your plans are for the runway?
Madam Speaker, I mentioned that the extension of the runway is included in the overall master plan, and we're taking all the plans and the studies and we're formulating it to decide on a business plan as to the next step for the airport expansion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the Minister for answering the questions his way.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I call on the member for the third questions to ask his questions to the Minister for Health and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House A, whether he has committed and conveyed to the Social Development Department, as did the two ministers immediately preceding, that the site in Sicau's Bay will no longer be used for the storage of derelict vehicles? And B, does he have an immediate and long-term plan for dealing with derelict vehicles in the territory? One, if the answer is yes, can he share it with this Honorable House? And two, if the answer is no, why not?
Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, since taking office as Minister for Health and Social Development, I have been made aware of several of the pervading issues that continue to confront this ministry, including the issues with the disposal of derelicts in this territory. It would be irresponsible for me to make commitments, Madam Speaker, on matters of this nature that cannot be fixed with a simple sweep of an imaginary wand. What I can say, however, is the management team at the Department of Waste Management, with the support of the ministry, are currently in discussions with a landowner to secure an acre of land to properly store and process derelict vehicles. Following this arrangement, derelict vehicles will no longer be stored in the Seacoast Bay area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if I could get a clarification on my understanding. You said, following the arrangement, derelict vehicles will no longer be stored in Seacoast Bay. That's following the arrangement. So until that arrangement is completed, derelict vehicles can be stored in Seacoast Bay? That's my understanding?
That is correct, Madam Speaker.
Just not getting my answer after all these years, trying to get the government's position. Question number 2. Madam Speaker, can the Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House, A, if the incinerator at Packwood Pond is back in operation? 1, if the answer is yes, can he say as of when? And 2, if the answer is no, can he say why not? Giving details as to what is required to get it back up and running, and a timeline and the cost.
Madam Speaker, pardon me, but I didn't finish my answer. I got thrown off with this follow-up question to the first question. I actually missed part B of his question. I do think you want an answer on the question. Madam Speaker, the correction of derelict vehicles is an ongoing responsibility that is managed by the Department of Waste Management. Annually, funding is allotted to the relevant subheads to cover the cost of derelict vehicle program. However, this is an increasing burden on the public purse, as individuals bear no cost to dispose of their vehicles, contribute no cost after the useful life. This situation must be addressed soonest, Madam Speaker, to help alleviate the cost of government in disposing of derelicts. The medium-term plans include reviving a partnership with the Department of Motor Vehicles to gather information such as address, phone numbers, and name of owners for derelicts found in the territory. This should also include upgrades to existing systems where the vehicle VIN numbers can be used in case where no plates or stickers are available, to access information on the owners of vehicles when necessary. We will continue to liaise with the Royal Vergennes Police Force to assist with vehicles that are left on the roadside, impeding traffic, abandoned in public parking lots, damaged because of an accident or caught on fire. Where appropriate, vehicles in the categories mentioned could be impounded and the owners charged a fee to retrieve them. The longer-term plans is to curb the number of derelicts that plague these islands. Government must consider placing a ban on importing foreign-owned vehicles over a particular age or threshold, or possibly placing a higher import tax on these vehicles. A disposal fee must be implemented, and vehicle owners will no longer have to place these unwanted vehicles on private or public property. Collecting, processing, and having these derelict exposed off the island can cost government exorbitant amounts. And I'll answer the second question. Madam Speaker, the incinerator is no longer functional at this time. The fire which occurred on 14 February 2022 caused severe damages to the control panel and the electrical system. Additionally, just prior to the fire, the incinerator became inoperable and structural failures to the ash conveyor quench tank, and the ramps. It is important to note that all of these components are considered major parts and can only be supplied by Consuitec Systems LLC, which is the manufacturer of the incinerator. Madam Speaker, in an effort to remedy the issue in a timely manner, the Ministry of Health and Social Development executed purchase agreements with Consuitec Systems LLC for the procurement of all these major components. Since signing the agreement, communication with the company has been challenging. However, on 31st August 2023, a few days ago, in a telephone discussion held with the managers of Consuitec Systems LLC, personnel from the Department of Waste Management were advised that the ramps are completed and are ready to be shipped to the territory. They also started the ash conveyor. They also stated that the ash conveyor will be completed within the next 3 weeks and a control panel a further 4 to 6 weeks. With these recent developments, it is my hope that the delivery and installation of these components will be completed in the coming months, with the incinerator fully commissioned by year's end. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
You guys sleep at night. Jeez. With a straight face, he tell me all this. That incinerator will be down till, I don't know when. Question number 3, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Minister for Health and Social Development please tell us, Honorable House, A, how many nurses are employed within the BVI Health Services Authority? And B, give a breakdown of their status, belongers versus non-belongers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the BVI Health Services Authority currently has 151 nurses employed. These nurses are employed within 2 areas: the hospital nursing department that attends to the care of hospital patients, and the primary health and community service departments, which address the needs of our clinics and community services. Madam Speaker, here's a breakdown of the immigration status of nurses within the 2 departments mentioned. Hospital nursing department, 80 total, non-belongers, 71, belongers nurses, 9. Community health nursing, 21 total, non-belongers, 19, belongers, 2. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, Madam Speaker, you said that you got 80 nurses at the hospital. That's what I'm hearing, what I heard.
That is correct. Hospital nursing department.
Hospital nurse, you got 80 nurses at the hospital. So you got that's a three shifts. If everyone went to work on those 3 shifts, you only have 27 nurses at the hospital at a given time. People have to go on vacation, people get ill. So it must be understaffed, isn't it? The figures you give regarding belonger versus non-belongers is heavily tilted in favor of non-belongers. And I believe that you need those people. Madam Speaker, what are you doing no, let me ask the question another way, Madam Speaker. My supplementary is, are you satisfied with the ratio that you have, non-belonger versus belonger?
Madam Speaker, I don't think it's a question of whether I'm satisfied with the ratio or not. The hospital has to run, and we have to use the persons who are available to run the hospital. The question of is it understaffed or not, I do not know. If you are interested in that question, it's a question you could pose to me for the next sitting. But I will not venture in to give a personal feeling about how I feel about the ratio of non-belongers to belongers. I think it's an irrelevant question here.
He might think it's irrelevant because he's satisfied. That's the way it is. But now this question will elucidate my feelings towards why I asked you that question. Question number 4, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honorable House, A, whether the BVI Health Services Authority has a program to fund the training of Virgin Islanders wishing to pursue the nursing profession? 1. If the answer is yes, can he explain how it works? And 2, if the answer is no, can he explain why not?
Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the BVI Health Services Authority provides study leave support for Virgin Islanders and staff wishing to pursue studies in the nursing profession, provided the requisite requirements of the authority are met. In addition, they may access training through the government scholarship program for support in this area. The BVI HSA is currently exploring an arrangement with Coventry University in the United Kingdom to provide a nursing training program in the BVI in collaboration with BVI Health Service Authority. Earlier this year, discussions took place with Professor Ian Cummings, and the specifics of this agreement are currently being developed. The BVI Health Service Authority is actively pursuing funding assistance for this program and working in partnership with essential stakeholders to secure the required support. Additionally, other options for training and professional development for nurses are being explored. In the interim, the Human Resources Department of the BVI Health Service Authority continues to participate in various job fair events as a means of encouraging persons to consider entering all aspects of the healthcare field and working for the authority. In addition, the Patient Care Assistant Program at the HLSCC offers the opportunity for entry-level positions in the nursing field as an entry point in this noble profession. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So there's the answer to my question, whether or not you were satisfied or comfortable with the ratio of non-belanger to belanger, because you don't have a program to train our nurses. You mentioned study leave support. What does that really mean, study leave support?
Madam Speaker, we find persons who, particularly in the field of nursing, have to work nights and sometimes mornings. These persons may find it very difficult to do extra studies to facilitate them being upgraded. We make it easy for them to do so by accommodating whatever their needs may be. Sometimes they have to travel overseas. Whatever the particular needs are of the individuals, Madam Speaker, we try to accommodate them because we do understand and appreciate the need. And Madam Speaker, I'll preemptively say here right now, we are planning a major recruitment drive for later on for BVI health professionals who are living abroad to have them come back and participate in our healthcare system here. But that's going to take a little bit of time because it's not as easy to do because of the payment systems that we have here versus what they may be used to. But it's being contemplated, and we're going to work to launch that program in 2025. Yes, 2 years from now, because it's not a very simple thing to do. But I do believe that we must do this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
How many more I have? Supplementary?
I believe it was one more.
One more? Madam Speaker, before there was a BVI Health Services Authority, central government provided assistant scholarships, I should say, for nurses, for people to go off and study nursing. Since the advent of the BVI Health Services Authority, no one seemingly has understood the importance of all local people being trained for nursing. That's why they have to go off overseas. So I want to know if the minister would be interested in reviving such a program at the BVI Health Services Authority.
Absolutely. And Madam Speaker, must add, the Social Security used to give one nursing scholarship, and I think it was increased to 4 during my tenure there. I'm not sure what it is now. We will be doing all that we can to bring nursing programs on and to increase the number of nurses in our HSA here at the BVI.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call on the member for the 3rd District to ask the Honorable, I call on the member for the 3rd District to ask the Minister for Education and Youth Affairs and Sports his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs and Sports please tell this Honorable House, A, whether her ministry has a program to fund the training of Virgin Islanders wishing to pursue the nursing profession? One, if the answer is yes, can she explain how it works? And two, if the answer is no, can she explain why not?
Madam Speaker? Yes, there is a program in place that facilitates the training of Virgin Islanders in the nursing profession. The Virgin Island Scholarship Program, which was established to support the education and training needs of citizens of the Virgin Islands, continues to do so today in nursing, along with many other areas of need. Studies in areas of priority are earmarked for consideration, with the medical-related field being one of these. As nursing falls within this category, the scholarship program policy is an avenue that can be utilized by persons wishing to pursue the nursing profession. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Minister could tell me how many nurses or trainees are abroad now under that nursing program, and specifically how many were issued for 2023.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad the member asked. The 11 individuals are currently away on scholarship for nursing, which represents 10% of the students currently away on scholarships. An additional 3 scholarships were awarded to pursue nursing this year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call upon the member for the 8th District to ask the Honorable Premier his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance all bank accounts and funds owned by the government of the Virgin Islands as of the 25th of April, 2023.
The member for the 8th district for his question. Madam Speaker, bank statements are prepared monthly. The number of all bank accounts and funds owned by the government of the Virgin Islands as of the 25th April 2023 is $182,549,138. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I'll move on to question number 2, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House what was the number balance of all bank accounts and funds owned by the government of the Virgin Islands as of the 26th of June, 2023?
Madam Speaker, the number balance of all bank accounts and funds owned by the government of the Virgin Islands as of the 26th of June 2023 is $217,591,323. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No follow-up. Question 3. Madam Speaker, can the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please give this Honorable House the details and cumulative amount of all monies owed to vendors, contractors, and individuals from January 1, 2021 through June 26, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Government's policy is to honor payments to vendors that have performed work, supplied goods, or provided a service to any of its ministries, through any of its ministries, departments, or agencies, a service to any of its ministries, departments, or agencies. Madam Speaker, if you work, there's a legitimate expectation that you will be paid. Madam Speaker, there have been and continue to be instances where government has outstanding payables for a multiplicity of reasons. Madam Speaker, this is not unique to the government, as payables is a typical line appearing on a balance sheet. As common as this eventuality may occur, it is the goal of this government to keep its payables to a minimum. Madam Speaker, based on the documents submitted to the Treasury Department for processing, the total accounts payable over 60 days as of 26 June 2023 is $1,555,174. Madam Speaker, we are aware that there may be other payables yet to be processed for varying reasons. However, I will do my best to deliver the information as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, and the details of this, the Premier does have the details of this information. Is this small businesses? I assume this is small businesses and individuals who also owe this money.
Madam Speaker, I don't have the details attached to this question, but if the member would like those details, I can request that information of the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you. I'll be grateful. You could omit. You don't have to give me the personal information. Just to know that the vendors who are owed this money. Madam Speaker, question number 4. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House the following? A, with the most recent announcement regarding increment payment to our hard-working public servants, how many persons are eligible for such payments? B, how many of those eligible persons have actually been paid as of the 26th of June 2023? And C, when is the remainder expected to receive their past due increments? I see a flyer was going around, Madam Speaker, since this question, so I'm hopeful that you have a thorough answer for this question.
Madam Speaker, I have to disappoint the member. This information is dated. It has not been updated, unfortunately. I apologize for that, Madam Speaker, but I'll read what I've had in response to the question at the date when it was asked. Madam Speaker, according to the Department of Human Resources, a total of 2,261 public officers are eligible for increment payments. However, officers must have satisfactorily performed for at least 9 consecutive months in any given year for the period 2018 to 2022, or separated the public service in good standing during the said work years. As part of the process, Madam Speaker, ministries are required to review the increment validation reports to ensure accuracy. Upon completion of the verification process, the fully completed increment reports are forwarded to the Department of Human Resources. Incomplete or partially completed reports are not accepted and returned with instructions for completion. Madam Speaker, on the 12th May 2023, a circular issued by the Office of the Deputy provided an update on the payment of increment payments, including a list of departments who had submitted 100% completed increment reports between the 9th March and 2nd May 2023. They are attached as Appendix A. Madam Speaker, based on the table, only 25 of 62 departments and units submitted 100% completed increment reports. Madam Speaker, this caused a delay in the processing of increment payments for the outstanding departments and units, and therefore all eligible officers will not be able to receive their 2018-2019 increment payments by the original deadline of the 30th June 2023. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding 1,237 public officers will receive their 2018-2019 increment payments by the 30th of June 2023, which equates to 55% of eligible public officers. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that we continue to receive updated and outstanding increment reports from the various ministries. Madam Speaker, we are currently working to pay 2018-2019 increment payments with arrears between the 15th of July and 31st of August 2023. Additionally, we remain committed to the payment of the additional 3 increment payments for 22 arrears. by the end of November 2023 to all eligible public officers. Madam Speaker, as you have heard, this information does need to be updated because many more public servants would have received increments by this time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. And I did see a circular floating around with updated information. But just for benefit of the public, Premier, you mentioned an increment report. Does that include appraisals? Is that what that means? Is it a host of other things that is included in that increment report?
Madam Speaker, I would say yes. Obviously, this is a subject for the Deputy Governor, but I know that appraisals are being sought to complete the payment of increments, and I believe some of that was a reason for some of the delays, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Premier, I know a decision was made to forego the appraisal process because in some instances the supervisor might not be there anymore. The person might have been moved on. Are these persons still being penalized who have worked from 2018 to 2019 if there aren't anyone there to actually execute the appraisal report? I know I've heard of concerns from persons from the civil service who are being penalized in this regard.
Madam Speaker, Cabinet did make a decision that persons who did not have completed appraisals would not be penalized, or they would not be denied their increments because this process was not completed, and I believe the honourable member was a part of the Cabinet at that time. This was brought to the attention of the Governor, and of course there was a different interpretation where the Governor claimed that what was being done was in accordance with the Cabinet decision that was taken. And of course I know that there were very strong views about public servants having appraisals done before they got their increments. But I believe, Madam Speaker, and I express this to those concerned, including the Governor, that appraisals should be done in a timely fashion, and they're not as effective when they're done years later. And at this stage, we should try to pay us the outstanding increments as quickly as possible and put a system in place for holding supervisors, public officers accountable for timely appraisals so that those appraisals can prove. So, Madam Speaker, that is what I will continue to urge those who are in positions of responsibility, including the Governor, to do moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier, and I support that approach. I believe that we need to move swiftly and give the hardworking civil servants their increments, particularly those persons who are being penalized for nothing that is of their fault. So I think we need to move quickly to get that situation rectified. Question number 5. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House, A, was the quantity of unencumbered Crown land under the ownership of the Government of the Virgin Islands in District 7 and 8, and B, please list the geographic location for each property and individual and combined acreage per district.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the 8th for his question. While many Crown lands around the territory appear vacant, several of these properties have designated use. For example, in the Stevens Estate area, there are approximately 3 acres of land donated to the Crown by the Stevens family to establish the Ivor Stevens Memorial Park. This parcel is registered in the land registry as parcel 446, block 3240A, Long Look registration section. Additionally, 3 vacant parcels of land remain from the Stevens Estate subdivision. These parcels are registered in the land registry as parcels 142, 347, and 168, block 3440B, Eastern registration section, measuring 1.8286, 0.21, and 0.194 of an acre respectively. These parcels were retained as green space. We have 2 parcels of land designated as the Quakers burial site and a proposed protected area in the Maya Cove area. These properties are registered in the land registry as parcel 275 and 276, block 3438B, Long Look registration section, respectively. Lastly, we have a large parcel of land in the Balsam Gut area. This parcel is registered in the land registry as parcel 1, block 3441A, Eastern registration section, measuring 95 acres of land. HM Prison occupies a portion of that land. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my follow-up question falls in number 6, but I'm ask a variation to that right now. Madam Speaker, Ms. Premier, is there any plans right now in terms of subdivision of that, particularly the large portion of property, to look towards a level of development for persons who really want to have a first-time home in our community? I know I've seen many applications that have come via copy to me, to the ministry, concerning persons who families who are seeking access to property or home ownership in this territory. Please advise.
Madam Speaker, actually that is answered in question 6, so I'm not sure if the Minister just wants us to go to question 6.
Yeah, I'll wait. I'll just go to question 6, Madam. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House, A, has the Ministry identified any of these properties for distribution to the first-time homeowners or housing scheme? If yes, please provide details to this Honourable House, and B, if the answer is no, please advise why not.
Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change is currently assessing the land use needs in each community. The land in Balsam Gut has been earmarked for the creation of a planned community that incorporates social, economic, and environmental considerations. As a result, the Ministry will have to conduct a needs assessment for HM Prison to ensure that its expansion plans are incorporated into the proposed physical development plan. To ensure that all stakeholders are considered, the Ministry will be working closely with the Town and Country Planning Department, the Department of Disaster Management, the Public Works Department, and the Land and Survey Department to create a physical development plan that would encourage development while addressing any vulnerabilities of the site, infrastructural needs, and to ensure that the development is sustainable. Madam Speaker, my government and I are aware of the need to promote and encourage land ownership for Virgin Islanders and belongers, but we must do so by putting measures in place to ensure that all future developments align with the effects of climate change. We must also ensure that funding is available to support these types of development. And I'll go on to say, Madam Speaker, that of course I would like to engage the member for the 8th directly, as of course this is his district that he represents, and we can discuss plans for the area to encourage home ownership. And I'll also add, Madam Speaker, that of course we are taking a look at our first-time home owner programs to ensure that we're able to execute them in such a way where we hit the target and persons receive the assistance that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Premier. I was getting a little concerned because I heard you mention the stakeholder, and you never mentioned the people's representative of the district, the elected one, not the unelected one. Madam Speaker, but what I'll ask though, Madam Speaker, to the Honorable Premier, I know that there was a plan that was proposed, and there was a public meeting, particularly concerning a development that was planned, proposed, private development that was proposed for the Stevens the Stevens estate. Is that still being considered? I know people from the public were engaged and really had interest and really being part of that development. Can you advise if that's still on the table?
Madam Speaker, you had some discussions on that particular development, and it's still under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier, and I'd also like to be part of those discussions as well, seeing us in the 8th District. Madam Speaker, we'll move on to question number 7. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House the following? A, with the increase of tourists and visitors to the beaches on the eastern end of the island, why is the existing restroom at Josiah's Bay Beach still not operational despite numerous requests by the district representative? C, please advise what will it cost to make this facility operational? And C, please provide a timeline for making this facility operational.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize in advance. Looking in the question now, it doesn't seem to be complete, but I'll read what I have. Madam Speaker, the restroom facility constructed by the BVI Tourist Board around 2009. This facility was never fully commissioned, as no provision was made for electricity, water, and sewage, nor was it transferred to the government of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, instead the board entered into an agreement with the then Conservation and Fisheries Department for the facility to be utilized by the lifeguards. To date, the facility serves as storage for equipment utilized by the lifeguards. Mr. Speaker, before I can advise on costs, the Ministry will first need to engage in a discussion with the BVI Tourist Board concerning the transfer of the building to the government. Madam Speaker, I'm certainly disappointed that this situation has existed up until now, and I'll can assure the member that I'll give it my full attention in this restroom facility being made operational. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier, and I've asked this question in the House many times concerning getting this facility back up and running to the previous Minister for Natural Resources and Labor. Premier, we really need to get this up and running before the start of the new tourist season. There's a projected increase in the number of cruise ship passengers that are coming to our shores, and Eastern is getting their fair share, like Kingalaba and other places, of those tourism numbers, and we need to provide an environment that is conducive to what we promote as a territory. So I really am hoping for your support and the Junior Minister's support on this matter urgently. Okay. Question number 8. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House if with the rise in serious and violent crimes in the Virgin Islands and many persons in the Virgin Islands feeling unsafe, is he going to engage all the members of the House of Assembly in a committee of the whole House to discuss a way forward on the issue of, especially concerning most recently over the weekend, we had another murder which rises to 8 in less than a year in an unfortunate shooting on Friday.
Madam Speaker, the short answer is yes. I'm certainly willing to be able to discuss this matter as a committee of the House. All in my answer to the Leader of the Opposition, I mentioned that the National Security Council decided on developing our anti-violence strategy. I'll be pleased to engage members of the House who I am aware are critical stakeholders for such an important subject as we seek to develop this strategy. So I will consult with yourself, Madam Speaker, at the appropriate time where we can have the police commissioner any other relevant bodies come together so we can have a critical discussion on how we address this scourge of crime in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. I look forward to that discussion. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House and the people of the Virgin Islands if with the surge of violent and major crimes in the Virgin Islands, has a crime plan been developed and approved by National Security Council and funding allocated by Cabinet to fund the same? If the answer is no, please tell us why not.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. And NSC at NSC a few months ago made a decision to develop a plan, and that plan has started to be developed. And as I said before, the House of Assembly is a critical stakeholder. We will therefore be members and other stakeholders in the development of this plan, and it will be submitted to the National Security Council. It will come to Cabinet, and we will also lay it on the House of Assembly. And of course, we will cost it, and we will implement it through the normal budgeting process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. This matter is one of critical, it has reached a critical level, Madam Speaker. And Honorable Premier, as I said earlier, within the last year, 8 murders. We need to really arrest this situation in its most urgent fashion. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for answering the questions posed to you today.
Thank you, honorable members. I now call on the member for the 8th District to ask his questions to the Deputy Premier and Minister of Financial Services, Trade and Labor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Deputy Premier and Minister for Financial Services, Trade and Labor please tell this Honorable House if she intends to establish a committee of the whole House for Financial Services to facilitate an ongoing dialogue concerning this very critical industry to the territory's economy.
Thank you, Member for the 8th. Madam Speaker,
The mic.
Madam Speaker, we currently have no plans to establish a committee of the whole House for financial services. This decision is informed by our existing systems designed to ensure comprehensive and effective oversight of the financial services sector, a cornerstone of our territory's economy. Our Ministry for Financial Services, Labor and Trade was conceived with a vision to be agile, nimble, and responsive, mirroring the attributes of our reputable financial services industry. As part of this approach, we engage actively with a range of national organizations, external governmental institutions, and other relevant bodies to manage relationships and stay attuned to the global trends and demands. We remain committed, Madam Speaker, to fostering ongoing dialogue concerning the sector. To that end, we engage in regular meetings with industry stakeholders and will commit to provide a quarterly report to this House of Assembly. This practice will allow each member of this House to stay current with the developments in this critical industry. Further to this, we are always open to discussions with any member of the House who wishes to address specific areas of interest. This mechanism ensures that we can address a diverse range of insights, concerns, and ideas in a focused and timely manner. Madam Speaker, I therefore can see no need for the establishment of a committee of the whole House for financial services at this time. That said, We are constantly evaluating the effectiveness of our engagement and reporting mechanisms, and we remain open to revisiting this decision as required in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank you and I thank the member for her response. But Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed to hear the response, Madam Speaker, because when you think back, particularly Premier, just last...
Honorable, I know you wish to say something, but let's just refine
I'm going
it
to
to
follow-up, Madam
follow-up.
Speaker. Yeah,
Thank
to
you.
follow up, but I've got to set up the follow-up. This House, as always, Madam Speaker, had a relationship, a bipartisan relationship when it comes to financial services. In that just recently, you were here, Madam Speaker, we passed within 2 days, I think, a suite of legislations to protect this industry without any consultation, to the entire House, without little discussion with the entire House. But the House came together in a sense of bipartisanship. Madam Speaker, it's come a time where the House needs to be better informed in a more formal way, through you, Madam Speaker, to discuss the issues of financial services, not just when this House is needed to pass legislation. So I'm really disappointed with that response, and we will look at other avenues to make sure that's a reality.
Well, what is the question, Honorable? Because you said that was a preface to your question. So what is
My
the
question is that
supplemental
if this is the Premier's position, his government's position, that there should not be a committee of the whole House to discuss financial services.
Well, is it the Premier or the Deputy Premier? Because the question was addressed to the Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, is this a sexist question? I appreciate that there has always been collaboration on both sides, and I've always even stated it last week during our training session. But I have explained
To approval or denial, and D, how many of those applications are still pending for approval and denial and the associated timelines?
Madam Speaker, based on the data that has been presented to me, between January 1st, 2020 and June 26th, 2023, the Department of Trade, Investment, Promotion and Consumer Affairs received 4,966 trade license applications. That's the answer to A.
You can repeat that number for me, please, Madam Speaker.
4,966 trade license applications were received. Madam Speaker, B, out of that 4,966 applications, 4,785 were approved and 181 were denied during that period. The reasons for denial included non-compliance with requirements related to business locations, professional qualifications, certifications, documentation, physical presence of the applicant in the territory, or eligibility of immigration status, among others. In response to C, the turnaround time for processing of applications for licenses varied. Based on the provided records, the approval process typically ranged from 1 to 2 weeks, and in some cases, it took up to 4 months, depending on the processing requirements. For denials, the process generally took between 1 week to one month, with some cases extending up to 1 year. In response to D, as of the 26th of June, there were 27 applications pending out of the 4,966 received. I'm pleased to say that today all of those 27 applications have been approved. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Thank the member for that response, the minister for that response to the question. And I'm happy to hear that all have been approved. But essentially, those 20-something applications took some, what we're going to do to ensure that the system does not continue to operate in this way, that there's a level of service standards and certainty for persons who don't want to do business in the BVI, that don't have to wait 3 years to get approval of a trade license to do business in the BVI, particularly young entrepreneurs who
Happen. There's a minister in charge.
Honorable, do you have any other supplemental questions?
Madam Speaker, I'll rest my case for now. Madam Speaker, I thank the member for answering our questions in kind.
Thank you. That was your final question 3, correct?
That's my question.
Don't you have another question? That was 3?
I don't get you off so easy, man. Come on. I get you off. Wait,
There's a third one, yes.
the wrong page. Just page one.
There's
Oh,
another
okay. All right, sorry. I didn't see that one. I'm so excited to get to the Minister of Communication and Works, Madam Speaker. You think so? one thing, you know. In your soul, for intimidate Eastern Island person. Just say that. Just remember that. Madam Speaker, could the Deputy Premier and Minister of Financial Services, Trade and Labor please tell this Honorable House the following? The Department of Trade and Consumer Affairs is requiring persons to have degrees in the areas in which they are intended to establish a business. For example, a degree in IT to establish an e-commerce or social media business, and B, when statute or policy approved by Cabinet or the House of Assembly that gives the department the authority to do this.
Madam Speaker, professional certification, degrees, or training in specific subject areas is typically required by business owners or their intended employees in regulated professions or industries that require specialized knowledge and skills. These requirements ensure that individuals practicing these professions have attained a certain level of competence and expertise. During my now 3-month tenure as Minister for the subject matter, I have noticed that the prerequisite of having degrees and the certifications to start a business has sometimes broadened beyond regulated professions and industries. It is my goal, as soon as the ministry has the necessary resources, to institute and outline formal trade licensing policies and procedures grounded in best practice. These guidelines will serve to steer the department's future operations after comprehensive research and consultation are undertaken. B, Madam Speaker, to my knowledge, there is currently no trade law or cabinet-approved policy that explicitly stipulates the necessity for degrees or certifications in the context of business licensing. However, I would like to point out that the practice of certain trades and professions is regulated by various other pieces of legislation. These laws might necessitate the holding of specific degrees or certifications to practice certain trades or professions, serving to ensure the competency and professional standard of individuals in these fields. I'd like to reiterate that it is within my purview as Minister to address any perceived gaps or ambiguities in our current policies. As I stated earlier, it is my intention to establish clear, fair, and robust trade licensing policies and procedures based on best practice as soon as the necessary resources are in place to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister. One follow-up question, Madam Speaker. So I understand that the ministry is working to develop the procedures and guidelines. But in the meantime, are we still applying the same measure to the areas that I outlined, particularly if someone wants to do an e-commerce business or someone wants to do an IT business or business that doesn't require regulatory oversight? Are they still required to have these degrees in those spaces?
We treat, Madam Speaker, we treat each application on its own merit, I would say. But again, as I said, we are striving to establish best practice in these areas. I'll say that much for the time being.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll ask the Minister, because there's still complaints about these areas being asked for some specific certifications that are not required. So I'm just saying it's something that we need to be mindful of.
And Madam Speaker, the fact that there are no outstanding applications, trade license applications, would suggest that we've dealt with them satisfactorily within the last 3 months.
It'll have to be seen. Madam Speaker, I'll thank the Minister for asking the questions and I'll move forward.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I call on the member for the 8th District to ask the Minister for Communications and Works his questions.
Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please tell us, Honorable House, what is his ministry's plan to fix the deplorable road conditions at the intersection leading to Little Dix Hill and Josiah's Bay, inclusive of timeline? And I see it's been fixed, Minister, since I asked the question. Very effective.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point on the record.
Madam Speaker, the section of the road is continually plagued with water pipe breakages, and the Water and Sewage Department has been tasked to perform a comprehensive repair to this section to avoid the continual digging up of the road. Madam Speaker, Public Works Department have performed and will continue to execute remedial patches in the area, but a comprehensive overlay will be performed after the water issues have been resolved, comprehensively resolved.
So the entire, thank you, Minister, and I see it's been, the particular area that was in concern, in question has been addressed. But you're saying the entire length of that area the water infrastructure needs to be changed, you're saying, Minister? This is why that's continuously happening?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, there's some happening at the intersection, so a comprehensive plan to repair that section is being done so that it could be done once and for all properly.
All right, thank you for that, Minister. Question number 2. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please tell this Honorable House what is his ministry's plan to fix the deplorable road conditions from Hope Hill to Paramtown and Greenland, main road leading to Shepherd Hill, inclusive of timeline?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The road from Hope Hill to Paramtown and the Greenland main road are substantial stretches of road that requires a comprehensive design and a rehabilitation inclusive of adequate draining. Madam Speaker, over the past 3 years, work was performed in several segments of the Hope Hill to Little Dix to construct retaining walls, curb walls, and road resurfacing. Funding has been requested for road infrastructure upgrades through loan funding, and this was done through the Ministry of Finance. Well, Madam Speaker, I can't give a timeline at the moment because we are waiting on funding so that we can do a comprehensive road rehabilitation.
Thank you, Minister. But the reality is that many of those holes, Minister, has been there for a very long time in many of those areas. The holes?
Honorable member for the 8th district, I'll just remind you, supplemental questions only.
I'm going to the patching. I'm getting to the
Opposed
patching
to
question.
statements. It doesn't appear so honorable. Please, questions.
So, Minister, what is the plan at least? I understand the issue concerning funding for the comprehensive fix, but what is the plan to continue keep the roads regularly maintained in that particular community?
Madam Speaker, with the commission of the actual plan, that area that the member is requesting would be overlaid and resurface overlay.
I'll move on. Question number 3. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Commission and Works please tell this Honorable House what is his ministry's plan to fix the exposed water hydrant at the top of Spring Gut and Nottingham Estate, which represents a serious hazard to the residents in these areas, and especially considering that this road from time to time is used as an alternate route from the main road, inclusive of timeline. Not completely.
Madam Speaker, thank you, member, for that question. I've been advised by the Water and Sewage Department that the exposed water hydrant at the top of Spring Gut and Nottingham Estate was addressed. It was addressed.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, some work was done since the access of this question, but there's still some work left to be done in terms of the backfill and around the area. So it's still a very dangerous situation concerning the area. So I would advise you to get your team to have that addressed.
Thank you, member. I will definitely look into it. This is the answer that was given to me, but since you're telling me it wasn't fully completed, I'll have them look into getting that done. Thank you.
Question 4. Madam Speaker, could the Ministry of Communication and Works please tell the Honorable House when does the ministry intend to finally complete the bridge at Paramtown as inquired multiple times by the district representative, where the loose grills are constantly damaging cars of the residents? And I see the grill has been fixed as well, Minister.
Madam Speaker, the Paramtown Bridge, it actually now requires an overlay of asphalt in order to be considered complete. However, Madam Speaker, the Public Works Department has addressed the matter concerning the loose grills.
Okay. Thank you, Minister, and I see that the questions are being very effective in the House, Madam Speaker. Question number 5. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please update this Honorable House on the ministry's plan to fix the undermined road at the entrance of Shepherd Hill, which has been asked in this House multiple times by the district representative and is at a critical juncture and poses a danger to the residents of this area, inclusive of timeline.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Public Works Department, they're going through the steps for the completed designs and the bill of quantities, and consideration will be given based on the availability of funding for this area. Madam Speaker, as we are going through the budget cycle, we are hoping that this can be a line item that can be addressed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, you have to appreciate the concern of the residents. You're saying consideration. This has been trying to address this now. I have asked this question at least, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, for at least 5 times in this House. And that situation there is at a critical stage, Minister. And I know there's some monies under civil mitigation that could be used to fix that problem. The last time I asked this question, it was told that the designs were done. So we're still trying to finish designs, you're saying, Minister?
Madam Speaker, based on the answer and the response, I presume we're at the bill of quantity stage and we're waiting for the availability of funding. You mentioned the civil vote, but I think based on the deterioration of this area, it probably would require a major contract or more funds will be needed to get this repaired.
Thank you, Minister. This message is extremely critical. The lives of the people living in our area are at risk at this point, traversing that hill on a daily basis. Question number 6. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please update this Honorable House on the Ministry's plan to fix the undermined road on top of Shepherd Hill, which is also part of a critical junction, which is also past a critical junction and poses a danger to the residents of this area, inclusive of time. And this is the road on the upper end, Minister, now in Shepherd Hill.
Thank you, Member. Madam Speaker, the designs to complete this section of the road have been completed. The ability to address this road is dependent on the availability of funds.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, if you have a timeline, any timeline in terms of priority on this particular project?
Madam Speaker, as we go through this budget cycle, I think we can both and all lobby for the funds to be made available. Though the Minister of Finance has mentioned that he will be seeking a loan funding for road and infrastructural works within his territory. Though we want to get all the roads done, Madam Speaker, I can't give a timeline because it's all dependent on when we're able to get funds to get these works accomplished.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, what I'll say in terms of the last question, is there any plans if you don't have the funding to do this? This road probably needs to be closed because of it's just at that stage. If anyone falls over, it's like almost you know the road, Minister. We've been there. We've looked at the road. We had to make a decision. If we're not going to fund it to develop it, we have to close the road. Yeah, I don't know. We have to close it. We can't allow people to drive on that.
I'm not sure if I could ask the member is his area, but is there an alternative road so that if we close it, residents would still be able to traverse the area?
Yeah. There is an alternative, but it's dirt, and the concrete alternative is the other one I asked about earlier. So essentially, the people of Shepherd Hill is being pinned in if we don't address one or both of these situations in the Shepherd Hill area. Madam Speaker, I could continue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please update this Honorable House on advise this Honorable House if his ministry intends to clean the guts, waterways, drains in District 8 and around the territory ahead of the official start of the hurricane season. A, if the answer is yes, please advise when this will start and the district representative will be alerted once it's about to start. And B, if the answer is no, please explain why not.
Madam Speaker, the team at the water and the team at the Public Works Department has already begun remedial cleaning and clearing of waterways. Madam Speaker, as we speak, multiple contractors were invited to bid on the various works, and this exercise will continue until the cleaning is concluded in as many areas as possible, inclusive of District 8. Madam Speaker, the gut by the Seventh-day Adventist Church going out to the sea has been cleaned. Our drains along the side of the road in the 7th and 8th districts have also been cleaned by the Public Works staff with additional resources from the rated program. The gut by the police station leading to Little Dix out to the sea will be tendered shortly. Tender documents have been prepared and the request for proposal will be launched shortly.
Madam Speaker, Minister mentioned some areas I just want some clarity. The one area that he said was clean is actually in the 7th district by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And the areas in question in the district, I haven't seen that work being done on the drains, the box drains. They started, but they left a pile of mound up dirt that is still there. Madam Speaker, Minister, we are about to have a storm, pending storm or rain systems passing away. I think it's urgent that those things be done before this weekend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too agree with you, member, and I definitely will have the team at the Public Works Department go out and address based on you informing me that the work was not completed.
Question number 9. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Works, Transportation, and Utilities 8, yes, sorry about that, Madam Speaker. I ticked it, but then I thought I asked it. Question number 8. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Communication and Works please tell us Honorable House, A, if the residents of Greenland from Courtney Gardens apartment leading to the top of the hill to John Black's residence is currently, why they're currently not getting constant flow of public water, and B, if the answer is no, if the answer is no, please advise what are the plans to address this issue, and will the residents of this area get consistent access to the public water supply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The residents, especially at the higher elevations or at the top of the hill to John Black, they're not currently getting a constant flow of public water. B, Madam Speaker, the plan involves tying into the existing pipeline on the road leading to Balsam Gut and installing a new water line with a pressure management station across a small easement of land onto the main road to tie into the existing water line at the top of the hill. Madam Speaker, this plan would be more sustainable because the water will be gravity fed as opposed to being conveyed via pumping. It will also enable those residents, especially at the higher elevation, to get a constant flow of water. Madam Speaker, funding will be requested in the upcoming budget process to get this project commissioned and completed, inclusive of addressing any relief matters to bring this specific project to reality.
Minister, in terms of timing, because we've been asked, I asked this question last year, and I got the same answer, pretty much the same answer. What is the timing to get this done? Because residents have said to me they've had water once. Some residents who get some kind of water, bad water, once in 6 weeks. So you understand the importance of water to the distribution to the person living in this area. So you have a clear timeline in terms of when it's going to be established?
Thank you. As I recollect, remember, I think we actually received some sort of funding in SAP number 2 of 2023 for this specific area. I think it was in the, I can't recall the figure, but I know we have allocated some funds so that we can start procuring some of the pipes to get this sorted. But I'll confirm with you.
Okay. Thanks, Minister, and I'll follow up with you in the coming weeks. Question number 9. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Works, Transportation and Utilities please advise this Honorable House on the status of the installation of the water infrastructure in Sabbath Hill area from Hope Hill Church onwards to give access to the public water system for residents in the Sabbath Hill area?
Madam Speaker, Water and Sewage Department has already developed plans for the installation of the water infrastructure in the Sabbath Hill area from Hope Hill Church onwards to give access to the public water system for residents in Sabbath Hill. Madam Speaker, this project will be put forward in the next budget cycle for funding, and if approved, we will initiate the tender process to begin its implementation immediately.
Thank you, Minister. I know you're aware that some of the residents have already took matters in their own hand and spent some of their own personal funds to try to access water in that area. So I'm hopeful that we could get a more reliable supply of water to those persons in that area. Question number 10. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Works, Transportation and Utilities please advise this Honorable House on the status of the installation of the water infrastructure in the Hawksnest area from the prison onwards to Thomas Land to give access to the public water system for residents in that community?
Madam Speaker, the Water and Sewage Department is currently developing the plans for the water infrastructure in the Hawks Nest area, from the prison onward to Thomas Lands. Madam Speaker, once the plans have been finalized, it is the ministry's intention to seek the relevant funding in this upcoming budget process.
So, Madam Speaker, so Minister, you're saying the plans will be finalized before the budget process starts?
Based on speaking with the director at the Water and Sewage Department, this should be completed.
All right, thank you. Minister, I look forward to discussions in the budgetary process. Question number 11. Madam Speaker, could the Minister of Works and Communication please advise this Honorable House why the people of Greenland have been unable to receive a consistent flow of water for the past several years? And what is being done to address this situation?
The pump? The pump? Is a pump?
Madam Speaker, the people of Greenland have been unable to receive a constant flow of water for the past several years because of many factors such as frequent breaks due to age-old infrastructure, growing demands due to the population increases and new infrastructure development, and water demands from major users such as Buck Island, Beef Island Airport, etc. The Barbie plant sometimes encounters production and maintenance issues like regular well cleaning periods where there is no production, which creates disruptions as well. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the designs for the road rehabilitation in this area will include upgrades to the existing leak-prone and aged pipes that have resulted in water disruption to the people of Greenland. It is envisaged that funding to execute these works will be requested in the upcoming budget cycle.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, as part of your main, Greenland represents one of your main consumer base. Will this be a priority for you, for your ministry, to get the situation addressed?
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the question. We are working on the road right now, and that would include the upgrade of the infrastructure, as we realize that the infrastructure is age-old infrastructure, and we're hoping to have that replaced. And as we go through this budget cycle, we'll hopefully make sure that the funds are available for any additional resources that would be needed. Also, in the absence of that, we understand that the Premier is requesting loan funding for all these works and infrastructural works, because we want to get everything done, Madam Speaker, but in the absence of fund, we can always say that we'll go through the next budget cycle and we'll continue to wait on what is allocated. Certainly may not be adequate enough, but we're hoping that through this budget cycle, we can have enough funding to get those things addressed.
Thank you, Minister. And has it been planned? Do you have a plan for this, for the infrastructure overhaul, upgrade, and a costing? What is it going to cost us? Because we're going into the budget cycle, we need to have a plan and a cost to get this particular area done.
Madam Speaker, I can't say initially for the specific area, but I know for the road, for the entire territory, we are working on repairing the entire water infrastructure, and we are looking at sum of up to $20 million to do this, a complete overhaul.
All right, thank you, Minister. And people of the Greenland area are suffering from this situation, Minister. We need to get this addressed as soon as possible. Question number 12. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Communication and Works please just give this Honourable House the following: a detailed breakdown of repayments made by the central government towards the $8 million that was borrowed to the Pear Park from the Eastern Lanark Sewage Project, inclusive of timeline, and B, how much of the $8 million is left to be repaid, and what is the timeline for repayment of the balance?
Madam Speaker, from 2016 to 2020, the BVI Ports Authority has repaid $5,500,000 on the $8 million loan. The payments to date are detailed as on the 12th of July 2016, 500,000. 19th of September 2016, 500,000. Losses resulting from the 2017 hurricanes and the 2020-2021 pandemic. This balance as their finances improve.
And they haven't given you a timeline when it's going to restart to get that money back so that it could fund the project moving forward.
I could confirm with that for you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. I look forward to your response on this. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Communication and Works please tell this Honourable House what is the current financial position of the Beaver Port Authority as of 26th of June 2023 regarding the following. A, the current bank balance in all bank accounts owned by the authority. B, all Beaver Port Authority payables to vendors and inclusive to monies owed to central government. And C, a detailed account of the Beaver Port Authority's recurrent expenditure at all its locations, inclusive of salaries, rent, and other expenses, and the beneficiaries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as of 27 June 2023, the authority has a total current balance of $10,327,758.03 across 5 commercial banks in the territory in the form of cash totaling $9,552,607.37 and securities totaling $768,150.66. B, Madam Speaker, the BVI Ports Authority and payables to vendors, inclusive of government, totals $12,777,588.10. The attached report contains detail for the members' perusal that I can give. Madam Speaker, the authority's current monthly commitments are as follows, and they total, and they're not many, so I could read them if you want me to, but the total is $923,837.57. They include berthage, software, maintenance and support, port management software, payroll software, rent of office, PASE office, admin billing, rent to file storage unit, maintenance of Jos Van Dyke facilities, maintenance of Anegada facilities, garbage disposal, pet control treatment, electricity, mobile phone plans, landline, mobile phone, property insurance, board stipends, monthly salaries, and monthly statutory contribution, pensions, and medical insurance.
I didn't ask the receivables, Minister, but I think that would have been good to know that, but because I didn't study accounts, but
receivables?
I'm not an accountant, but didn't study accounts, but based on this, you're in the red by $2 million.
I want a question, you're just informing me.
Question number 14. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister of Works and Transportation please tell this Honourable House, Communication and Works, please tell this Honourable House the following. A, all the works that have been executed on the District 8 section of the sewage project since 25th of February 2019 through the 26th of June 2023, and give a detailed account of those works. And B, how much money was actually spent in District 8 on the sewage project since the 26th of February through the 26th of June 2023, and give detailed account of the spending.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Upon entering office back in 2019 and throughout that period, no physical sewer-related work were conducted on the ground in District 8. However, FDL Inc. conducted surveys and field studies. Payment made to FDL during the 2019 period amounted to $167,200 $280 and were based on a submission received as part of the pre-construction requirement for the sewer-related works, which included 8 districts. Madam Speaker, based on a request for proposal issued and submission received in August 2021, a vendor was engaged for the purchase of pipes for completion of the sewer gravity segment between Paramtong and Long Swamp in the amount of approximately $113,000, pursuant to the works to be conducted within the 8th district. On a thorough review conducted by the Ministry on the terms of engagement with FDL Inc., the project management and construction supervision terms of the agreement was removed from the contractual scope in April 2021 and represented a savings of $159,529. A final payment was made to FDL in the amount of $20,000, which closed out the contract in November 2021 for a total revised contract sum of $248,480. Madam Speaker, although there hasn't been any physical activity on the ground as it relates to sewer works conducted in the 8th district during the period in question, plans are underway in preparation of the required budgetary costing necessary for adequate provisions to be made in the 2024 budgetary allocations.
So trying to digest, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, nothing was spent, no physical work was done in the 8th district on sewage, but we're still budgeting, you're saying, for sewage works in the 8th district after 4 years?
Madam Speaker, of this year, January this year, a request was issued for the tender of the supply and delivery of precast sewer manholes, primarily for the completion of the sewer gravity segment and pump station installation between Paramtong and Long Swamp. To date, we have gone as far as executing the tender process. By April 2023, the bids for the tender requests for the manholes were received and evaluated accordingly. The recommendation for the selection of the successful bidder from the Central Tenders Board currently awaits approval from Cabinet to proceed with the work in the amount of $792,000.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Minister. And one last follow-up. I know that there's still a lot of lateral lines to be run within that district. I see they're being run in the 7th district. Why haven't you executed any of the lateral work that's required to be done within the 8th district?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Based on the consultants or the project management team, they did not want to disrupt traffic in both areas, so they waited until one section was completed, and they would commence the laterals and the other section shortly.
They've been completed a long time now, Minister, so we'll see. I think that's the last question for the Minister. Thank you, Minister, for answering the questions that were posed to you. I look forward to the responses, additional responses a little bit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Member, for the questions, and I will surely give you the update accordingly.
Thank you, honorable members. At this time, I call on the member for the 8th District to ask his questions to the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports please tell us, Honorable House, the following. A, how much money was budgeted for the Ministry's education grant program, and how much of that money remains? And B, give a detailed account of how the money was granted, areas of disciplines, etc., excluding the recipients. And C, how many applications were received and the areas of request, and how many are still pending?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the sum of $394,000 was allocated in the 2023 budget estimates under Head 254340001, Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, Subhead 57200, Assistance Grants. Madam Speaker, that is the same account where grants for sports and the arts, Miss British Virgin Islands, and valedictorians and salutatorians awards are also charged. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that $50,000 was transferred to Head 2544044, Department of Youth Affairs and Sports, to fund an annual contribution to the BVI Athletic Association, which reduced the assistant grant allocation for 2023 to $344,400. Madam Speaker, during the schedule of additional provisions number 2 of 2023 in July, the government further allotted $150,000 towards assistance grants. This brings the total budget available for funding for the year thus far to $494,400. Madam Speaker, the total expenditure on the assistance grant account to date is $450,460. Madam Speaker, the expenditure on the assistance grants by categories is as follows. Creative grants, $19,640. Sports grants, $91,100. Educational grants, $304,720. Madam Speaker, the balance on the assistance grants account is $78,940. This remaining balance is currently being processed as the ministry prepares the valedictorians and salutatorians awards. Madam Speaker, I have a detailed account of how the money was granted, areas of discipline, excluding the recipients, that I can provide the member with. It could be circulated, or if he wants to see it at this time. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the ministry has received 143 applications thus far for the 2023 fiscal year. Of this number, 81 applications were approved and 13 were declined. 49 applications are pending as of 4th September 2023. Madam Speaker, of the approved applications, 4 were creative arts related, 14 were sports related, and 63 were education related. It should be noted, Madam Speaker, that the Assistance Grants Program is currently being guided by the Interim Assistance Grants Policy, which directed the Ministry to appoint an interim committee. This committee reviews all applications and recommends approval or a lack thereof to the Permanent Secretary. In consultation with the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, the Permanent Secretary then approves and authorizes the awarding of grants. Madam Speaker, the processing of grants is limited by the allocation approved in the 2023 budget estimates and the spending limits as stipulated by the Ministry of Finance. Therefore, consideration for greater funding to support the growing needs of persons in these areas is absolutely necessary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Minister for that very comprehensive response. Minister, have you seen, based on your tenure, have you seen a decrease, based on the statistics, in terms of the amount of persons that are applying for education grants? Because I myself get a lot of requests from individuals seeking support to go after university. Have you seen an increase or decrease?
Madam Speaker, I would have to give the member information on that. What I can say is that we do not have the funds to service the current requests, as we often always have outstanding applications due to lack of funding. So with more funding, there is the possibility that the applications that exist would actually be able to be considered for funding. Thank you.
Minister, you have my support in terms of the increase of the allocation, because we understand with the absence of the grant program from the House of Assembly, otherwise persons are now seeking additional support to get out the university in the other areas that you're servicing. So you have my full support on this, Minister. Question number 2, Minister. Madam Speaker, could the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please tell this Honorable House the following? A, how much money was budgeted for 2023 to address the hazardous conditions at the Eastern Park, as was raised by the District Representative for District 8? in the 2022 standing finance exercise? B, what is being done by the ministry to address the dangerous conditions at this facility, inclusive of timelines? And C, what is being done to secure the facility from unauthorized use?
Madam Speaker, in response to the 8th District Representative's concerns raised during the 2022 standing finance exercises regarding the conditions at the Eastern Park, I would like to provide the following information. For the year 2023, a budget of $150,000 was allocated under the account 325-2000 for the rehabilitation of recreational facilities, which includes the necessary works at the Eastern Park. However, during the schedule of additional provisions number 1 of 2023, the Ministry of Finance made a deduction of $50,000 from the allocated amount, resulting in a remaining balance of $100,000 for the project. Madam Speaker, it is our commitment to utilize these funds effectively to address the conditions at the Eastern Park and ensure the safety and enjoyment of the community members who utilize this recreational facility. Madam Speaker, regarding the conditions at the Eastern Park, I would like to provide an update on the actions being taken by the ministry to address these concerns, including the expected timelines. Currently, the ministry is awaiting the final cost estimate from the Public Works Department for the necessary works at the Eastern Park. Madam Speaker, the ministry understands the urgency of addressing the conditions at the park and is committed to taking prompt action to ensure the safety and well-being of individuals utilizing the facility once the cost estimate is received. Madam Speaker, the responsibility for managing all public recreational facilities, including the security of the facilities, lies with the Recreation Trust under the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports. The Trust has reported that they have been actively addressing the issue of unauthorized use of the Eastern Park. I have been advised that several attempts have been made to discourage unauthorized use of the facility, such as locking the gate to prevent vehicles from entering. However, regrettably, these efforts have proven futile at times. In response to these challenges, the ministry is currently creating a plan in consultation with the Recreation Trust to implement security measures in order to enhance safety at the Eastern Park. Madam Speaker, it is our aim to ensure the safety and proper use of the Eastern Park and all parks, and we remain committed to finding effective solutions to address unauthorized access and safeguard the facility for the benefit of the community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your comprehensive response to this particular vexing issue within our community. I have two follow-up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in terms of the cost estimates, does that include the basketball court and resources on the basketball court and the playground in terms of what you're viewing? And if it doesn't include it, are you going to seek additional funding in budget to resurface the basketball court and repair the playground equipment or replace the playground equipment that's currently used on the park, because it's one of the most frequently used parks in the territory?
Madam Speaker, to my knowledge, the current works, based on the funding that is allocated, does not include those two areas mentioned. However, efforts will be made in the upcoming budget to seek the additional funding to be able to remediate those additional concerns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. You have my support on that as well. In terms of the locking of the park, you're saying there's a plan that's being discussed between the Ministry and the Recreation Trust to make sure the park is properly secured. I know there's an issue with derelicts right now, and the minister's new lead person and I were there, and we are about to remove the derelicts from there. But so what's the timeline in terms of the plan to really secure this facility, if you have one, Minister?
Madam Speaker, discussions are currently ongoing, so I would have to seek an update on specifically what timeline I can give you in terms of having an actionable response to the matter. So please allow me to do that and I can get back to you.
Thank you, Minister. I have a public meeting coming up soon. I would like to respond to the public on this, so I'll reach out to you in short order. Thank you, Minister. Madam Speaker, that concludes the end of my question. I thank the Minister for answering the questions in time.
Yes, I recognize the Minister for Education.
Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I just want to ask your indulgence to give 2 brief responses to the follow-up questions from the Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in response to the Deputy Speaker's follow-up question regarding the specific subject areas where teachers are still needed, the Ministry has provided the following information. At the secondary level, teachers are still needed in the social sciences, foreign languages, mathematics, and the arts, specifically visual arts and music departments. 3 primary teachers are still needed, and 3 special education trained teachers are needed. Music teachers are also needed at the primary level. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education is committed to fulfilling these staffing gaps and attracting skilled and enthusiastic educators through the Let's Teach VI program and via circulation of advertisements locally and throughout the region. Madam Speaker, in response to the Deputy Speaker's supplementary question about any non-government entity requesting assistance to host summer camps, I am advised that 1 non-government entity requested financial assistance on 4th April 2023. Madam Speaker, as stated previously, the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, through the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports, did not have available financial resources in the budget to give assistance. However, funding was focused on the reinstitution of the BYAS summer camps. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. At this time, I call on the member for the 6th District to ask the Premier and Minister of Finance his questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House if there are any current discussions underway for any new hotel developments in the territory, and whether his government has been actively seeking investors, whether locally or abroad, to increase the number of hotel rooms available to visitors. Could he provide full and complete details of all discussions or expressions of interest, if they occurred, and state the progress made after those discussions?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the 6th District for his question. The government continues to work with current developers and welcomes any investor for hotel or any other form of development which may be fit and proper for the economic progress of the Virgin Islands. The government, Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, is clarifying the way forward for properties such as Prospect Reef and Blunder Bay to be developed. Additionally, Long Bay Beach Hotel on the western end of the island continues to rebuild and add more rooms under its new ownership. Norman Island, which is a 600-acre-plus island, has a development agreement that is progressing. And Peter Island is expected to become fully operational by sometime next year, early next year. Madam Speaker, I was also in discussions with the owner of Lambert Beach Resort, and they have plans to expand their room stock as well. Madam Speaker, there are also prospects for development at Beef Island. This government is quite aware of the need to bring more tourists to the Virgin Islands and will continue to work with current and future investors to increase the accommodations capacity as well as the quality of the experience when visiting our beautiful Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier for his response, but I don't think he answered my question. My question to the Premier, Madam Speaker, was whether there were any current discussions underway for any new hotel developments. Those listed are not new hotel developments, Madam Speaker. If I can get a response to the question, I'll appreciate that very much.
Madam Speaker, I did mention Norman Island, Beef Island, as well as Prospect Reef. Those are the ones I can mention right now, Madam Speaker, which are new.
And the second part of the question is still unanswered, whether he could provide the full and complete details of discussions or expressions of interest. I haven't gotten a response to that either.
Madam Speaker, Norman Island has a development agreement. I'm pretty sure that's a public document that can be shared. Beef Island as well will have a development agreement that will be revised in due time, and that will be made available when it becomes a public document. And our Prospect Reef, question asked earlier, I expressed that there will be an expression of interest soon once the board is fully constituted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I know you're allowed 2 follow-ups, but honestly, my question has not been answered substantively.
Well, those weren't follow-ups. I take it you were seeking the answers to the question.
Yes, I was seeking that, which are still not forthcoming. And I've asked him to provide, the Premier, to provide the full and complete details, which can also be either verbally in terms of his response, or whether he has any documentation that he can provide to the House of Assembly. I'm not satisfied. I don't know if perhaps the Premier wants me to ask the question again, perhaps at a subsequent sitting, where the question can be answered in the manner in which it was posed. I'll move on to question 1. I hope I get question 2 answered. Madam Speaker.
Well, before we move on, you just made a proposition. Premier, do you have a response in respect of that proposition?
Madam Speaker, perhaps maybe the member can elucidate what further details he requires based on what I've already stated.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I asked primarily for if there are any discussions for any new hotel developments. If the answer to the question is no, then let the answer to the question be no. The Premier called out a number of developments that are not new. People extending and adding on rooms, that does not constitute a new development. And if there are discussions with any new developments, whether in the form of an expression of interest simply in writing, a memorandum of understanding, a hotel development agreement, that is the information, the substantive information that then would be provided to the House to show the progress being made on the discussions in relation to the new developments. If the answer to the question is no, it's a simple no. But I'll move on, Madam Speaker. I won't waste your time. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House of any plans his government has for the Prospect Reef Hotel and the timelines for the execution of these plans? A, could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance advise if the government has received any expressions of interest from local or international investors to develop Prospect Reef? If so, please update this Honourable House of those expressions of interest and how they were handled by his government. And B, could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance advise if there are any salaries outstanding to any of the former workers of the Prospect Reef Hotel, and if so, when does the government intend to address this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In regard to question 1, I'm still, even after the member elucidated, still confused as to what information the member is seeking. I mentioned 3 new hotel developments that we're in discussion with. I mentioned the fact that development agreements are either being revised or they exist, and also that expression of interest will be forthcoming on Prospect Reef. So I'm still not clear as to what further information the member is seeking for those new developments. As it pertains to question 2, Madam Speaker, with respect to the first part of the question, I refer the honourable member to my answer given to the Leader of Opposition on the subject of Prospect Reef. Madam Speaker, government has not issued any expressions of interest from local or international investors to develop Prospect Reef since I have been in government. Once the board is reconstituted, we can expect that a request for proposal will be issued. In answer to 2B, Madam Speaker, it is my understanding that the government paid the previous employees a severance package sometime in 2017, following the hurricanes that further destroyed the property. Notwithstanding this, I believe there's a current claim by former employees for salaries following the payment of the severance package. As this is now a legal matter, it will not be appropriate for me to comment further on this matter at this stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just one follow-up if I could.
Yes, please.
The Premier indicated that the government has not issued any expressions of interest. My question was, did the government receive any expressions of interest?
Madam Speaker, since I have been in the position, we have not received any formal expressions of interest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in February 2020, an announcement was made by this government, headed at the time by former Premier, Honorable Premier Foy, that a national tourism plan was to be developed to chart the way forward for the tourism industry. It has been over 3 years now, and no plan has been produced. Could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please provide a full and complete update on this plan and explain why, after 3 years and several months, this task has not been completed?
Madam Speaker, back in March 2022, following the issue of a tender for the development of a national tourism plan, a decision was taken on advancing the matter. However, upon assuming the post of Premier last year, a review was conducted on the proposal submitted. It was decided at that time to place the decision on hold pending further review. Madam Speaker, it is my intention to engage a tourism consultant soon, and the development of the National Tourism Plan will be one aspect of the scope of works. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, Madam Speaker, the plan is not ready at this time. So could the Premier, as a follow-up, please tell this Honourable House what plan is being used, or what is the approach to guide the tourism industry at this time? Because I remember very clearly that it seemed that this plan was extremely urgent and that we needed to chart a way forward, this industry being so important. And the Premier is saying now that after 3.5 years, he's now going to consult again. Could he tell us what is being used to steer this very critical industry that is so important to the economy of the Virgin Islands?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his follow-up. The Tourist Board itself has a strategic marketing plan that helps to guide their activity. But of course, I have used a combination of consultation with, of course, technocrats at the Tourist Board level, consultation with industry stakeholders, consultation with industry groups to guide the activity that has taken place. But we recognize the need for additional expertise, and that's why in the SAP we approved a sum for engaging a tourism consultant. Of course, I can't speak for what happened in the past, but I saw the need to engage this consultant. We'll make good use of that person's expertise in addition to developing a tourism strategy moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
One more follow-up on the question, Madam Speaker. Since the Premier has agreed that we're almost 4 years behind, what is the new timeline for the development of this plan once the consultant is engaged?
Madam Speaker, we will develop the terms of engagement with the tourism consultant in combination with my permanent secretary and other officials in the ministry. We can provide that information to the member subsequently once we've decided on the terms and of course the scope of the works. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House what is the status of the office facilities for the staff at the BVI Tourist Board?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. The board has decided to relocate its operation to new facilities. Currently, plans to outfit the spaces are underway, and it is anticipated that the office space should be ready by the fourth quarter. The staff continues to work remotely until then. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House what the specific reasons were why its government, after assuming office in 2019, did not accept the $400 million US dollar loan guarantee that was offered by the UK government following the storms of 2017? And could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance also state exactly what was the UK's position when he sought to revive the loan guarantee offer recently?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, my apologies. As I recall, Mr. Speaker, there were discussions between the former Premier and the UK government as it pertains to the conditions which were being attached to this $400 million loan guarantee, and also the fact that it would take us outside our borrowing guidelines, and there was no agreement as to what would happen after we would go outside of the limits of what we could borrow. Madam Speaker, there were discussions once I assumed office, and it was determined that the loan guarantee was no longer up for consideration. It had an expiration date. However, the UK government is working constructively to support our intention to borrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, a follow-up and perhaps a second one. Mr. Speaker, could the Honourable Premier indicate whether the reasons given for not accepting the loan guarantee initially, and the reasons that he's given to this House, were things that he knew of his personal knowledge, having examined all the information, having gotten all the details, or is he just repeating what was said to him by his former boss at the time? Was that information within his personal knowledge, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, this is based on information that I became privy to in discussions at Cabinet as well as caucus. I personally were not part of those discussions, but it was relayed to me by those persons who were part of those discussions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
One more follow-up, Mr. Speaker, if I could. Mr. Speaker, I am intimately aware of this situation, having sat in a cabinet, in a previous cabinet myself. And I'm acutely aware of the fact that the issue of the going outside of our borrowing guidelines and offending the protocol for financial effective management was not an issue. Those matters were negotiated away before we demitted office in 2019. So can the Premier say whether or not that was something that was brought back on the table by the UK government after 2019? Because to my knowledge, which I know very well to be true and accurate, that was not a material matter at the time when we demitted office in 2019 February.
Mr. Speaker, I can't speak to what happened in the previous cabinet, but I can say that there were conditions which were being attached to this loan guarantee. I believe one of the conditions, if the leader of opposition can correct me if I'm wrong, was the establishment of the Recovery and Development Agency. That was one condition, but there were several other conditions. As it pertains to going outside the ratios, it's my understanding, and it remains the case, that the United Kingdom government would not, for instance, say that that the guidelines would no longer apply. They simply have stated that they wanted to see a plan for what would happen and how you would get back within the ratios in a particular amount of time. But there was not, from my understanding, a form communication that what would apply in the event of a breach would not apply to you if you went outside of the ratios, which includes approving your budget and things of that nature, which were not desirable. It was not desirable for the former Premier. And being in a situation where our budget has to be approved by the United Kingdom is not favorable to myself either. But of course, since assuming office as Premier and Minister of Finance, the discussions with the United Kingdom have been very constructive, even as it pertains to how these ratios would apply in the event that we went beyond our guidelines. So I would have to say that the United Kingdom government thus far have been constructive in their discussions with myself. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'll crave your indulgence, and I promise you I'll make up the deficit because there's something out in the atmosphere that cannot be left there, because it is not accurate information, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. And I want to raise the two things and perhaps give the Premier a chance to respond if it suits you, sir.
Member for the 6th, you were giving your 2 supplementary questions,
yes.
in keeping with what other members had as well, sir.
I'm aware of that, Mr. Speaker, and I will obey you.
Thank you.
I think it's important in this House that accurate information goes to the public. To leave this unanswered would be to leave the people with information that is not accurate. And I don't think, Mr. Speaker, as an elected member, you want that for the people of the country. So I'm asking your indulgence very quickly. I promise you I'll make up the deficit on other questions that I perhaps may not ask or follow up. Just one comment and perhaps to give the Premier a chance. 2 things, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, sir.
The Premier mentioned the Recovery and Development Agency as one of those conditions. That could not have been a condition in 2019 because the Recovery and Development Agency was set up by our government in 2017. That's the first thing. The second thing, the Premier also indicated, Madam Speaker, that the question was raised as to if they went outside of the borrowing guidelines, how they would get back in. To say that to ask a question as to how you'll get back in if you go outside of the borrowing guidelines is not the same of imposing a condition upon you if you borrow and you exceed the guidelines. So I'm a little confused. You indicated, Mr. Premier, that the issue with the borrowing guidelines was in relation, the question asked by the UK was to whether or not you would have gone out, if you went outside the borrowing guidelines and so on, what would be your plan to get back in? I think you said that. So if that is the case, and they're asking that question, that is not the same as saying that being outside of the borrowing guidelines is an impediment for borrowing the money, or a matter that should have been heavily weighted on the mind of the government not to borrow the money. Because clearly they're saying to you, if you go out, let us know what your plan is. Inherent in that question is the permission to go out, but tell us how you would come back in if in fact that was an issue. To my knowledge, it was not an issue when we demitted office in 2019.
Madam Speaker, since indulgence was craved on behalf of the member for the 6th District, I'll also crave some indulgence in answering the follow-up that the member had. Just to put it in context, tomorrow we would observe 6 years since the destruction which was wreaked by Hurricane Irma, Madam Speaker. And these superstorms that we have primarily are being caused by climate change. Climate change. Most persons in the world have accepted that climate change is a result of the activities of man. Primarily those nations with massive greenhouse gas emissions, which is causing this phenomenon known as global warming. This global warming, which is heating up the temperature of the ocean, responsible for all of these superstorms, which are destroying islands across certainly the Caribbean and other places in the world, even the great United States of America. So we were devastated, Madam Speaker. And I believe it does not benefit us, whether government or opposition or Virginians Party or National Democratic Party, to argue among ourselves about some of the conditions being imposed on us by those persons who are causing global warming and causing for these storms that destroy us. And we are, even though we do well in the financial services industry, the damage which was wrought by Hurricane Irma, truly devastating. I think perhaps maybe $3 billion worth of damage, despite the fact that our GDP is probably around $1 billion in a year. And we are asked to have to not get a grant, they were not even giving us a loan. They're giving us a loan guarantee in response to a phenomenon which is ultimately not our fault. And we are tasked with having to rebuild after these superstorms. Now, not only are we not, as what's known as a middle to high income country, not able to access concessional finance to be able to borrow at concessional rates to be able to rebuild because of
point of order, Madam Speaker.
ODA rules.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, please. Well, I'd like to draw the Premier's attention and your attention, Madam Speaker, to 18.3 of the standing orders. A reply shall be confined to the points contained in the question with such explanation as only will render the reply intelligible and may, with the consent of the council, be taken as read. I want to put into your consideration that portion before "and." The Premier has gone into an area that I don't believe is particularly helpful or particularly germane to the question that is before us. I want to put that before you, Madam Speaker, for your kind consideration.
Well, Premier, before you rise, I believe the Deputy Speaker had given the member for the 6th District some latitude in terms of asking a third question, which was premised on, I don't know if it was a comment of some sort.
No, Madam Speaker, I could help you. It was to add. It was to bring clarity to something that the Premier said that perhaps was not the most accurate, but it remained germane to the topic. The Premier has now gone into a geography lesson. He has taken us completely off the path of the question, and it is offensive to the Standing Order 18.3.
Well, again, I know that the Deputy Speaker had given some leeway to allow for a third or clarification, as you call it. I will allow the Premier some leeway as well, but I'll ask the Premier, based on the question that you sought clarification on, if he could just adjust his mind to answer that question specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was getting to it. The member got a bit excited, and he wanted to rush to the end. But of course, given the nature of his question, it was important for me to provide proper context to my answer. My answer, Madam Speaker, is that it's fundamentally unfair for a territory which has been devastated by a superstorm caused by global warming, and your recovery is now tied to conditions that have nothing to do with anything to do with your recovery, anything to do with anything financial. You have all types of conditions which are being attached to your recovery, fundamentally unfair. And of course, while I wasn't in the situation to be able to negotiate at that particular time, I do think, Madam Speaker, that we should be fair to those who are concerned that conditions will be attached to your recovery after a devastating event like a Hurricane Irma destroyed your territory. And not only are you going to give grants, you're not even giving a loan, you're just giving a guarantee, Madam Speaker. And I fail to see, Madam Speaker, why this government is being taken to task because there was a fundamental question as to why we should have these conditions attached to the loan. And Madam Speaker, the Recovery and Development Agency was a condition. The fact that it was finally agreed upon sometime before the 2019 election is immaterial. It was a condition of the $400 million loan guarantee, and there were other conditions as well, and which had nothing to do with the recovery from the storms. As it pertains to what would happen in the event of breaching the loan guarantee, I would challenge any member, this administration, one in the past.
Premier, just before I allow you to go forward, I just want to ensure that the answer that you're now given lends to what was asked.
There was.
Okay.
Directly. I challenge any member of current or past administration to show me anything that the United Kingdom government has said to confirm that the penalties or the conditions which would be imposed in the event of a breach would not to apply to us if we went outside of the borrowing guidelines. Challenge anyone to show me that. And I'm saying in my position, it has not been communicated to me that if we were to go outside of those guidelines, that what has been written in black and white happens in the event of a breach would not apply to us. Now I know that those are matters for negotiation. And as I said before, the United Kingdom government, since I've been in the seat, have been constructive in seeking to walk through those issues. And we'll continue to seek to be constructive with them. But we'll also hold the United Kingdom government accountable and all other governments who are involved, who contribute to global warming and to climate change and to these superstorms which devastate us. Hold them accountable to their responsibility to small island developing states to help to provide the resources necessary for the adaptation and mitigation of the ill effects of climate change, and to make concessional financing available to small island developing states who have to respond and recover in the event of a climatic disaster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the correspondence exists that it was all government. Madam Speaker, correspondence exists, and I'm not the only one who's seen them. That all government is the one who asks for the RDA in details as to how it should be set up. And those are correspondence between our government and the United Kingdom government before it was set up.
Well, Honorable, you rise on a point of information, but I'm not quite sure what you were seeking. You were clarifying. I see. All right. Member for the 6th, if I can ask you to continue, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'll move on, but my knowledge is consistent with what Honorable Fraser said. It could not have been a condition in the sense a condition imposed on us, because it was our idea to put the RDA in place. So it cannot be spun as a condition. That is dishonesty. That's not true.
Well, Honorable, I'll just ask
But
that you move on.
I'll move on,
please.
Madam Speaker,
Thank
to
you.
question 6. Question 6, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House how much money has been spent on road repairs and maintenance over the past 15 years?
Madam Speaker, that's a financial question, so.
It is indeed.
That one I must answer. But I will have to seek the members' indulgence because I believe we were only able to get 10 years.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the matter of road repairs and maintenance is inherently complex in nature. Because, Madam Speaker, when we speak about road repairs and the associated maintenance required to sustain the roads and keep them to a drivable and safe standard, we are compelled to not just look at the road itself, but maintenance to its supporting structures as well. These include, but are not limited to, signage and markings, cutting of trees and bush that obscure line of sight on the road, cleaning of drainage paths so that stormwater does not damage roads, and building retaining structures to prevent roads from collapsing or from further damage. Madam Speaker, these are just a few of the road maintenance related activities that are separate and apart from repair of the actual road. But this allows a better picture of the activities to be considered in trying to determine the true spend on road repairs and maintenance. In addition, Madam Speaker, one must also consider the cost of human resources, such as public officers involved in the various processes and the work of consultants preparing road designs for road works. Madam Speaker, you would agree that capturing this information without the systems to intentionally populate the data can be a daunting task. Madam Speaker, while the information as requested requires a myriad of inputs, which in some cases are not readily or directly available, and in some cases can be at best inferred, I have been able to obtain information from the government's accounting system, the JDE system, that collates spending relative to road repairs and maintenance that spans from 2013 to 2023 year to date. Madam Speaker, I'm able to provide the following information. Madam Speaker, please forgive me, I just received some additional information. Madam Speaker, I'm able to provide the following information. Under recurrent expenditure, a total of $11,062,632 has been spent on road infrastructure repairs and maintenance and public roadside landscaping from 2013 to 2023 year to date. Under capital expenditure, a total of $35,937,372 has been spent on road construction and repairs from 2013 to 2023 year to date. Madam Speaker, I must reiterate that the numbers provided in this response may not capture all direct and indirect maintenance activities that is associated with road repairs and maintenance. This will require a more extensive exercise to estimate all direct and associated indirect costs. And I must say, Madam Speaker, that these figures do not include civil mitigation, which, as we know, has quite a bit of road work involved in it. Madam Speaker, I just having a little problem with my computer. Give me 1 second, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the question is, the graph is short enough, I'll just read some of the figures from the graph. Madam Speaker, between 2013 and 2023, this is under recurrent spending, roads for minor repairs and maintenance is $5,780,333. Public roadside landscaping comes up to $4,047,725. Other services, which includes the rated program, includes $1,234,575. And that comes up to $11,062,632 for those recurrent heads. Under capital spending, grand total for road infrastructure under CDB is $2,367,105. Road construction for CFB, is that CFB or probably CDB, that's probably a mistake. $12,666. And then it has some road construction by districts. I'll just leave that out. Road construction from the Transportation Network Improvement Fund, I have $87,445. Road infrastructure. You'll have to see the graph to see how they come to that.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, Madam Speaker, if I can just get a total, that would be helpful. That's all I want. Because now we had gotten, Madam Speaker, the 46 million, which was broken down between recurrent and capital. And now we're getting some additional things. But to help the Honorable Premier, I think he may have mentioned some things that are not necessarily road construction. For instance, I think he was talking about pruning and cutting bush along the road and so on. That's not what I'm concerned about. My question is primarily the road infrastructure itself. Is it $46 million or is it $46 million plus?
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the 6 for that intervention. I would look under the capital works and the figures that I have been given here. Is about 35, over 35, close to $36 million.
And 11.
And then some of the other recurrent is for roads as well.
Yes.
We have roads and minor repairs maintenance. That is $5 million. So you could add.
That to the 40.
It'd be over $40 million. Over $40 million for the past 10 years.
Okay. So, Madam Speaker, it's safe then for me to accept the $46 million, Honorable Premier. 11 and 35.
Based on what has been provided to me here.
And that's over 10. That's over a 10-year period. I'll move on to question 7, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House if he has sought technical support from the UK for road improvements and repairs in the territory? If he has, could he advise on their response to his request?
Madam Speaker, no, I have not sought any technical support from the UK for road improvement and repairs. And the Minister of Communications and Works, who is responsible for this area, saw it fit that he needed that type of assistance from the United Kingdom. Certainly he would let me and he would let the Governor know as the representative of the UK government here on Island. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, follow-up, maybe 2, to the Premier. As the Minister of Finance, and given these numbers for a mere 10 years, falling shy of $50 million, and the conditions of the roads as we see them now, isn't the Premier concerned that perhaps after spending $50 million over 10 years, and the roads continue to be in the state of disrepair that they're in, what confidence does he have that it will get better? That's one. And the second question, Madam Speaker, the United Kingdom has said repeatedly, I've heard them, that they are there to give us technical support. The roads in the United Kingdom are one of a set of the best roads on the island. If they want work to do, and they say they want to help, wouldn't it be wise, Mr. Premier, to ask them to come in to help in the areas that they have done a good job in and that we have done a very poor job in? What confidence do you have, Madam Speaker, after spending $50 million in 10 years, that we're going to do any better?
Madam Speaker, that's an interesting question. And I would join with the member and say, over a period of many years, we haven't done what we're supposed to do as it pertains to our infrastructure. And I think that we know what we need to do. We don't necessarily need the UK to tell us what we need to do. We just need to be able to do what we need to do. And in the years past, especially when money was flowing, in the good old days, we did not put enough money into doing things like putting drainage on the roads. And I think the smallest of school child would be able to tell you that if you want good roads, you need drainage. So the Minister of Communications and Works, who I have full confidence in, even though he has a difficult task, because differently from the past, when we had huge recurrent surpluses, we don't have those huge surpluses now. And if you add to the fact that we had the floods of 2017 that destroyed all of these roads, because of course we didn't have a proper infrastructure in place to be able to properly protect the infrastructure. So he doesn't have access to those huge recurrent surpluses. And then the whole country was devastated, and we had to find money to rebuild schools, to rebuild the whole country, administration, buildings, everything. And all of these things that we have to do has to be balanced with the infrastructural needs of the territory, which we all recognize. Not a soul here thinks that we drive on good roads. So the Minister of Communications and Works has a huge task. He has my full support, and of course, as he knows, and I've said many times in the past, we're not going to be able to address our infrastructural challenges without getting a sizable loan. That's just how it is right now. We can't fund it out of our development fund. We won't be able to fund it out of the development fund. We'll have to be able to get a loan to fund the infrastructural repairs. And I think most persons in the House agree with that. And that's what we're going to get on with. And I can't worry about what happened before I was here. I just have to make sure by the time I'm gone, I've left it better than I met it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, question 8. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House how his government intends to adequately fund the much-needed road repairs and resurfacing throughout the territory in light of his government's refusal to accept the UK loan guarantee which was offered?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Primarily through seeking loan funding. As indicated in my answer to the Leader of the Opposition in an earlier question, Madam Speaker, my government remains committed to fixing the critical infrastructure for this territory. It is our intention to transform the Recovery and Development Agency into a Virgin Islands Development Agency. The Cabinet paper has been circulated to initiate this process. As we have been doing for the IRDA, we will continue to allocate resources to the budgetary process for the Virgin Islands Development Agency when established. We will continue to provide funding from the Consolidated Fund and the Transportation Network Improvement Fund. The Minister for Communications and Works is better positioned to provide further details on the plans for critical national infrastructural development. Additionally, we are in the process of preparing documentation to approach financial institutions to fund our infrastructural programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have one follow-up, perhaps two.
Before you proceed, Honorable, I note that you have a A to that question. Did you intend it to read that for the record and get that answered?
Oh, yes, yes, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. There's an A. Yes. I'll ask it now. And A, could the Premier state exactly when could the public expect to see comprehensive resurfacing of primary and secondary roads in the territory?
Madam Speaker, certainly not being difficult, but that question will have to be redirected to the Minister of Communications and Works.
Member for the sixth.
Madam Speaker, I wouldn't, even though at the heart of it, it's still a finance question. I do pay attention when members are speaking. I think the Minister for Communication and Works indicated just this morning, I don't know if his boss was listening to him, that he will start in October. He commissioned the plant in October. I thought I heard October. So, at Bird Point. Okay, all right. So next week. No, I need some more help there, because no. I'm addressing the speaker. I want to know, Madam Speaker, as the question says, when exactly could the public expect to see resurfacing of the primary and secondary roads in the territory, both primary and secondary? So whoever is competent to answer, and I have a follow-up. Whoever is competent to answer, whether the Premier or the Minister of Communication and Works, I would appreciate an answer, please. A very accurate one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Based on my response and based on what the information I have, we have the technicians for Amman on the ground right now, and we are supposed to do a first batching within a week. So after the first batching, we already have a plan as to the primary roads that will be resurfacing to make the roadways a bit more easily traversed. So the timeline is we would start seeing something happening within a week, Madam Speaker.
Is that within because is that, I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm just trying to understand for my constituents so I could respond to them when I go back. What is the timeline for primary and secondary roads? Primary meaning the main road network, and primary and secondary roads being the inner roads in the various districts. Give me a timeline, that's all I want.
Madam Speaker, since this wasn't a question posed to me and just a follow-up, but based on the knowledge pertaining to me making sure that this asphalt plant get up and running, I know we have a plan as to the primary roads that we are tackling first. We haven't confirmed the secondary roads as we want to make sure that the primary roads are addressed first, based on the timeline as to when it will be commissioned.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll accept that for now. But I have a follow-up on the first part of the question, if that's fine with you, Madam Speaker.
Please proceed.
Since the Premier indicated that we could not, or we cannot fix the road infrastructure without loan funding, the Premier just said that. Could the Premier agree, or would he agree, that had his government been more diligent with the negotiations of the UK loan guarantee, that they could have gotten money much cheaper and much quicker, and would have been well on the way to the road repairs? Because now we have to go and get a loan. The same UK government that we didn't want to negotiate with have to sign off and give permission for that loan funding, and now the loan will come at a much higher interest rate to the people of the country, because we know that we would have been able to get that money much cheaper
I'm sorry. Honorable Member for the Sixth, did you complete your question?
No, I didn't because you look as if there's some disorder. in the House.
Members, if you could
don't
please be
understand.
respectful to each other. Member for the Sixth, can you complete the question, please?
I know they're trying to throw me off, but I remember the questions by heart. I don't know. Minister, no, I'm just saying if you want to talk.
Members, please,
know.
if
I don't
any
understand.
questions, please address it to myself. Can we please proceed? Member for the Sixth, can you please complete your question?
Can I go, Madam Speaker?
Yes, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker. If I could ask my question. Since the Premier in the first part of his question, Madam Speaker, indicated that we will need loan funding to be able to finance the road repairs, I want to put it to him and seek his response, Madam Speaker. Wouldn't it have been better if his government was more diligent in handling the negotiations with the British government, and it would have allowed us, by doing so, to get the loan that we so desperately needed or need right now at a much cheaper rate, because we would have had the credit rating of the UK government, and the work could have been underway. Whatever loan the Premier now seeks to get, he will have to get the permission from the same UK government to be able to borrow, and to borrow at a much higher rate to the taxpayers. Wouldn't it have been better to sit down and negotiate the loan guarantee, Madam Speaker?
Honorable, Premier, before you answer, just for my clarity, I'm trying to understand how that supplemental question flow from your initial question.
Because, Madam Speaker, the initial question speaks to the UK loan guarantee. If you look at it, you see, Madam Speaker. Look at the last line of the first part of the question. In light of his government's refusal to accept the UK loan guarantee.
Noted.
That's the main issue. And
Thank
all the
you.
questions preceding that was leading up to this question.
Thank you. Premier?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question. I don't find it troublesome at all, Madam Speaker, because I think it's something that we have to deal with. The member, I would say, is challenging this administration or the past administration on lack of acceptance of a loan guarantee to get better rates, to get cheaper money to rebuild the territory after this disaster. And if you was listening carefully to what I said before, the preamble I gave that he jumped up on a point of order about, fundamentally what I'm saying is we cannot fall into the trap, Madam Speaker, of fighting against each other as to whether we accepted a loan guarantee or not, whether we formed a recovery or development agency or not, because we have to look at the bigger picture. I was being told that I must speak about the split up of the NDP over the same issue, but I refuse to speak about it, Madam Speaker. I refuse.
Who told you that? The sitting have told you that.
The reason why I refuse, Madam Speaker, is because I refuse to talk about it, because I don't think we should be fighting each other, Madam Speaker, on this issue.
Madam Speaker, you did speak about it.
Madam Speaker, we're talking about being able to borrow at cheaper rates, essentially concessional financing that we don't have access to because we are considered to be a middle to high income country. And under OECD rules, we don't qualify for ODA, or Official Direct assistance. And we can't access monies from the United Nations and other agencies, concessional financing in the event of loans. So you even see the United Kingdom giving millions and millions of dollars to like a Dominica or Antigua or something like that. And we don't have access to any of that money, even though we were devastated by a superstorm that caused $3 billion worth of damage. So, in essence, we cannot blame ourselves. We have to hold those persons accountable for the fact that it is fair and it is just for us to be able to access concessional financing to help us not only to adapt, to mitigate, but also to recover as a result of these superstorms, Madam Speaker. And these conversations are taking place. Honorable Mia Mottley has, led the charge in the world in challenging those powers who have been contributing to climate change to own up to their responsibility and to have a system which is fair and just. And right now, you have the Caribbean Development Bank advocating for another metric to measure the eligibility for concessional financing and other types of financing. We're speaking about, at the UN level, a multi-dimensional vulnerability index, which would be a more fair metric to measure eligibility for concessional financing based on your vulnerability to climate disaster. And you'd see the Caribbean Development Bank developing a concept called internal resilience capacity, recognizing that your vulnerability to a climate disaster and your resilience to be able to withstand a climate disaster is a fundamental metric in being able to measure your eligibility for concessional financing. So,
Madam Speaker,
we can't fight.
Madam Speaker, relevance, please. I know the Premier must miss being a lecturer, but this is not the appropriate forum. Relevance, Premier, relevance.
Madam Speaker, just to say, if you can't see the relevance of what I'm saying, you're fundamentally missing the mark as it pertains to climate change, as it pertains to recovery from a disaster, as it pertains to how you finance that recovery. You're fundamentally missing the mark. And Madam Speaker, I'll just close by saying, climate change has to be a matter, just like we do with financial services and other matters, where we have to have, we have to come together as a house. And partisan politics, whether it's red or blue, or whether it's green, party politics, we have to be able to put partisan politics on the side and be able to challenge those persons who are causing climate change to own up to their responsibilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Member for the sixth.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I promise on the next occasion I will ask the Premier a question on climate change. But my question, Madam Speaker, to the Premier, just for the record, and I want to invite him to District 6 to drive through with me so that he could understand the genesis of my question. My question isn't about politics. My question is about the condition of the roads. The people in District 6 in travel. I went to a road yesterday that if the current is off, people will fall off the cliff. That is my question. My issue is not about the UK story and all of that. I'm not interested in that. My concern is getting the roads in the territory, but in particular, District 6 fixed. And I believe I want to take you also, you could understand where I'm coming from, Madam Speaker. Question 10. Or question 9, rather. No, not at all. You ain't getting away today. Madam Speaker,
Could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House how he intends to adequately fund the Ministry of Communication and Works and the Water and Sewage Department to enable them to provide a consistent supply of potable water to the territory in the light of his government's refusal to accept the UK loan guarantee which was offered? And A, could he state whether he thinks that the funds currently allocated and given to the above government entities is enough to address the issues that are causing the daily water woes for residents of the territory and the people of District 6 in particular?
Madam Speaker, in response to question 9, we have discussed loans and public-private partnerships to supplement the monies allocated in our annual budgeting exercise. As this subject is under the portfolio of the Minister for Communications and Works, he's best placed to provide further detail. Madam Speaker, the monies allocated to the vast needs that the member has identified, it is clear that we do not have enough funding to be able to address those needs, and therefore we are seeking additional funding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, one follow-up question. Whatever additional funding, I imagine with the Premier, the additional funding is by way of loans. Is that correct, Premier? But if they go in the direction of loans, you would require the UK's approval for borrowing, wouldn't you? At one stage or another.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that is correct. That is correct.
Question 10. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell his Honourable House what is his government's roadmap to decolonize the BVI as he has been espousing regionally and internationally? A, could he advise whether he has sufficiently consulted with the people of the BVI to ascertain their wishes as it relates to decolonization and self-determination? B, whether he is of the view that his government is demonstrating the level of responsible governance that will engender the confidence of the public to support his government's decolonization and self-determination efforts? And C, whether his government thinks it would be best to properly address the domestic matters that are major points of consternation for the people, such as roads, reliable water supply, school infrastructure, unemployment, the slowdown in the tourism sector, public assistance grants, local businesses support and development initiatives, etc., as a means to secure the support and confidence of the public for his government's efforts. And I'll be grateful if the Premier, Madam Speaker, could answer in the order of A, B, and C. Not one swooping answer that covers everything that confuses me.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I mean, despite how the question was phrased, I know that the member for the 6th District and myself, we are walking lockstep on this particular issue, and I have its full support, as well as other members of the opposition. We have to work together on this very important matter of decolonization. And make no mistake, Madam Speaker, I can't decolonize the BVI. We can only change status to the expressed wish of the people through, things like referendums. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I will say this: countries are given options: integration, free association, or independence by the United Nations to decolonize. Based on the UN resolution, our current status is not intended to be a permanent status. The people have a choice to select which option they choose. By saying that, Madam Speaker, I'm saying staying as we are is not an option. And this is what the United Kingdom has signed on to. And this is what the entire world has signed on to as a part of the United Nations Charter. We must decolonize. And that is not a decision I made. That's a decision that has been made by the United Nations, which we have signed on to, including United Kingdom. The people have a choice to select which option they would like to choose. As a territory, Madam Speaker, we have been reporting to the Committee of 24, which is the UN Decolonization Committee. As we seek to engage in a reform process, our approach is to develop our political institutions and strengthen our economy. We are currently undergoing a constitutional review where we have engaged in a national conversation about our political status. We have also launched a national sustainable development plan so our people can see that we have a clear vision of the future. Soon we will be establishing district councils to strengthen our community governance. In 2024, we will launch an education campaign on the options we have in advancing our political status. These are all building blocks that will assist us in charting a path forward. In response to A, Madam Speaker, there will always be the need to have dialogue with the people of the territory. That is an ongoing process. Consultation and dialogue with the people will continue through various means. Members may recall, Madam Speaker, that last year we laid in the Honorable House, on the table of the Honorable House, a self-governance assessment by Carlisle Corbyn. There were lectures and various opportunities to engage in the discussion of that report. As we implement the National Sustainable Development Plan, and as the Constitutional Review Commission completes its review, there will also be other opportunities for persons to be engaged on the matter of our political status. In answer to 10B, Madam Speaker, the answer is yes. It is our responsibility to continue to engage in reform. We have to continue to strengthen and improve our political institutions, as well as our efforts to bring into force additional good governance legislation. In answer to question C, Madam Speaker, the government will continue to address domestic matters pertaining to the people. However, this does not mean that we cannot pursue regional and international matters at the same time. There's no reason why all cannot continue in parallel as we dialogue about our political future. And Madam Speaker, I'll just go on to say, good roads are not a precursor to a change in political status. If you look at all of the different Caribbean countries who have gone independent way back in the 1960s and 70s, the BVI is far advanced today from where they were when they went independent. Those things are not precursors. Those things are a process of you and your people working together, utilizing all available resources to make your lives better. That is something that you will continue to have to do even if your political status changes. But, Madam Speaker, I know that I have the members' full support as we engage with this dialogue with the people and as we work together to improve their conditions and help them to build confidence in our ability to govern ourselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if I could probably have a follow-up or two, depending on how the first one is answered. Particularly on 10C, There is no indication, Madam Speaker, at least from the question, that these things are a precursor to self-determination. My question to the Premier, based on the fact that he has recognized that for us to move from one stage to the next, or to the stage which he's seeking to go, that the views of the people through a referendum is the pathway. Could the Premier agree that there is a connection between the people's confidence to move from point A to point B based on their standard and quality of living? So if people can't get proper roads, if they can't get reliable water supply, if the school infrastructure is broken, if there's high unemployment, if the tourism sector has slowed down, if the public assistance programs are not working well and people are living in very, very impoverished conditions, if local businesses support and development initiatives are basically non-existent, how does the Premier intend to get the public to say, yes, we trust you to move us to the next level of political independence? Am I missing something?
Madam Speaker, I appreciate what the member for the 6th District has expressed, but it is our role as leaders in the territory not to just tell that story, even if it seems like it's politically expedient to do so. There's a much larger story to be told of the Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands story, even today. I would say, Madam Speaker, coming from where we have come from, way back in the day before we had our own legislature, to where we are now, and I hear the leader of the opposition speak about it often, and the senior member from the 3rd District, the fact that we didn't have any roads at all, we were walking dirt paths, the place didn't have electricity, and, we can't forget, Madam Speaker, how far we have come and how quickly we have come here. And we can't use the fact that we still have challenges. Challenges still exist in our governance, and there's still things for us to work on, to beat ourselves up, and to have this low morale and this poor self-image of ourselves. Yes, we all want to see the roads improved, and I believe that we have the persons who will be able to improve the roads. But it doesn't mean that we haven't done well in many areas. We speak about our education system. We have persons who've left our education system, Madam Speaker, and they've been able to go to universities abroad and they're at the top of the class. They go to the United States and they're running industries. They're top employees. They have their own businesses. Let's look at our very own Kyron McMaster. These are things that we can draw on, we can have pride in, and those things can give us great confidence that if given the opportunity, we will continue to thrive and advance as we have done for decades gone by. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not despairing. I know that we have what it takes to improve the areas which need to be improved. I'm committed to the process, and I know that the member is committed as well, and I pledge to work with the member and all members of the House to address the critical concerns of this territory, as the leaders before have done in years past. This is our responsibility. This is what we've been elected to do, and I'm ready to get on with the task. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, one last quick follow-up and then I'll move on. Would the Premier agree that the decision to move from being a territory to becoming independent should be based on the fact that the people believe that we are at the point of political, economic, and social maturity to manage our own affairs entirely? Would the Premier agree with that?
Madam Speaker, as I said before, I can decolonize the BVI, I can't take us out of the status. We have no choice but to encourage the people, to influence the people, to educate the people, to speak with the people, to put measures in place for the people that will protect against political abuses and things like that that rob the people of their confidence, things like the reform of the COI. Well, some may look at it from purely a negative standpoint. Madam Speaker, I look at it as an opportunity for us to reform our political systems, to strengthen the social fabric of our society, to have a conversation with the people about how we improve. I think this is our responsibility, Madam Speaker. We have to bring the people along. We have to have a conversation with the people. We have to understand what it is causing this lack of confidence that people have. And we have to do something about it. We have to be intentional in terms of where it is we want to go and how we're going to get there. We can't get there without having a good dialogue with the people and responding to their concerns. So the member and I, we are in agreement. We are in agreement. The people have to have the confidence for us to move forward and advance. But I would say that we as leaders have a responsibility as well. So while we're telling the story of where we lack, we also have to tell the story of where we have excelled, and we also have to tell the story that we are more than capable of addressing any challenge that comes our way, just like any other independent country or any country who've chosen a different political status. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, question 11.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House how the territory benefited, because the question is now in the past, from the government's $250,000 one-day non-stop concert? Could he state precisely how the following entities would benefit in the general sense? The government's treasury. A. B. Hotels and inns. C. Restaurants. D. Other small businesses. E. Taxi drivers. And F. The average citizen or resident of the BVI. And since the event is already gone, the Premier perhaps should be in a position now to give us actual information as to how these various entities did in fact benefit from his $250,000 party.
Madam Speaker, first thing I'll say is it was not a party. It was certainly not a party. It was an event with a great deal of benefit to our local economy. Madam Speaker, I'll do this for the member and for the members of the House. I'll ask for a more detailed study of that event and perhaps even the Emancipation Festival to see what information can be collated to give a better view of primarily the economic impact of such events. But we know that economic impact exists, Madam Speaker. We may not be in a good position to be able to measure it properly, but we see it happening before our eyes. Okay. And we all know that the economic impact of such events is significant. Madam Speaker, the benefit for the territory for a concert such as this can be seen from a broad perspective. Entertainment is a critical part of our tourism product and our local economy, especially during the traditional slow summer months in tourism. Having festive and entertaining events enhance the experience of residents and visitors and has the potential to attract additional visitors to our shores. The summer months are a time where we have festivals and musical entertainment across the globe. For example, in the UK, there's the Glastonbury Music Festival. In the US, there are the music festivals in New York City's Central Park and more closer to home. There's the Sing Kiss Music Festival, the Dominica Creole Fest. In St. Lucia, they have their Jazz Festival. And I can go on and on and on about the different events which take place around the world and in the region for this express same purpose. Madam Speaker, these are often annual events which bring widely named musical artists and socio-economic value to communities. The BVI must be no less. The BVI is well positioned to benefit from an entertainment tourism economy, with some of the greatest musicians and most talented performers in the region. We will see the return of the music festival next year, and other events will be held throughout the year.
Premier, I don't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry, Premier, but could I just ask you to address your mind to answering the question specifically without giving too much of everything else that you've given thus far? I understand you're trying to give context, but if I could just ask you to answer the question specifically, please, if you have an answer to the question.
Madam Speaker, I've just gotten to that point, but I mean, just to say, Madam Speaker, I think it's the information which has been provided provides the context upon which I want this event to be viewed, not as a party, Madam Speaker, but as an event that enhances the tourism product. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I thought all of that was relevant to the answer, but I'll move forward. This particular event, Madam Speaker, the non-stop concert, yielded benefits in the areas indicated. As it pertains to the government treasury, Madam Speaker, the treasury would receive accommodation taxes from visitors that come for the show, as well as taxes associated with travel to the BVI. As it pertains to hotels and inns, guests coming for the event would stay at various properties in the territory. And Madam Speaker, well, we have to have more specific information to measure the persons who actually came to the event, and there are ways that we can do this with technology. Most certainly we had visitors from the surrounding islands who came for the event. I saw them myself. Restaurants, Madam Speaker. Guests coming to the territory for the event would patronize restaurants. Maybe even some of them ate at 7.
What a wonderful place.
Other small businesses, Madam Speaker. Several vendors were at the concert, and who are all locally based, and they had the opportunity to have a vast array of persons purchase their goods and services. And of course, we know we have a local entertainment industry. You have DJs, you have artists, you have persons who do stage and light, you have persons who are event coordinators, or persons who rent chairs and all types of different things. These type of events have a very significant impact on small businesses. And that's not even counting, Madam Speaker, when we have to go to the clothing stores and buy clothes, and when you have to go to the barber shops and get a haircut, and you go to the hair salon and you get a hairdo. So, and a rent-a-car company. And Madam Speaker, we can go citizen or resident of the BVI, ultimately, Madam Speaker, we have to educate the average citizen or resident of the BVI to the positive impacts of a thriving tourism industry and how those taxes which are collected ultimately contribute to operating government and providing services to the people in the community. And that's besides the fact that the average citizen or resident had the opportunity to go and to enjoy the consort itself. We see husbands and wives out there having a good time. We might have saved some marriages there, Madam Speaker. So we have persons able to benefit from stress-free entertainment and good activity, Madam Speaker. So I would say, Madam Speaker, that the consort yielded great benefits, and we walk into 2024 with great confidence that this entertainment tourism that we've embarked on will continue to yield good benefits for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if the rules were that you could have a third follow-up, my third one would be to ask the Premier if he really...
But you won't ask it, right?
But I might ask it. But
No.
it might very well become one of the two.
Didn't you, wasn't that your second?
No, not at
Didn't
all.
you ask into?
I asked nothing, Madam Speaker. But
Yes.
no, this is the first. This is the response. My third would be whether the Premier really believes what he's just said to the public. But I'll ask. I wouldn't. That's not the follow-up. I'll ask this one though. I have two. Given the short timeline, I think it was about 30 days prior to the event it was announced. Could the Premier indicate whether anybody at all, anybody, any kind of human being at all, came into the British Virgin Islands for this event, outside of the American Airlines people? Is there any information to say that how many persons came in, if anybody came at all for this event?
Madam Speaker, many persons came to the event. Persons from outside the Virgin Islands came to the event. I saw them there myself. Persons I know from the United States, Virgin Islands, and even further than there. Persons from St. Martin and all over the place. Of course, as I said before, there's no definite way that you can measure this. But definitely persons attended. I'm not sure if you were at the event yourself, but I was there and I saw them there. Okay?
And my final follow-up on the question, Madam Speaker. Could the Premier confirm whether he had the full support of his government for this event? The full support of every individual member of his government? Were they all in full, unequivocal support of this $250,000 party?
Well, Honorable, I'm not quite sure how that is appropriate.
Madam Speaker,
I'm not quite sure it's appropriate to ask that particular question.
You don't think it's appropriate, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, just educate me on the part that's not appropriate. I mean, I will lead whatever you say, Madam Speaker, but I just want to understand for future reference.
No, I take it there would have had to have been certain discussions which would be held in cabinet, certain decisions made. And so, again, I take it that would be the premise in which this may have come about. But if the Premier is not going to raise an objection, I won't raise a further objection, more to say that I don't believe
Madam Speaker,
it to
I ask the
be
question in this
appropriate.
context. One, obviously, first of all, it wouldn't be a cabinet thing, it would be caucus. And secondly, the stress that the Premier said that people relieved by going to the party. The party itself gave people the stress because some of them couldn't even find water to bathe to go to the same party. So it is in that context I want to understand
whether he had the full support of it, because they're all responsible to the people for their money. And the people are seeing a $250,000 party, and they're bathing out of buckets, and they're buying brakes and shocks every minute for their cars. It is in that context that I've asked that question. Could the Premier indicate whether he had the full unequivocal support of his party, of his government?
Madam Speaker, just to say, any member who wants to express support or lack of support for the particular event, they're free to do so. It's not for me to say whether another member supports or not. Every member can speak within their own right. And if they choose to speak publicly about whether they support or lack of support, that's up to every individual member. And this is not a dictatorial government where every member has to agree on every single issue throughout a 4-year period. We're mature enough to know, Madam Speaker, that in any particular government you might have disagreements. And as I said, I refuse to get political and speak about any disagreements that any other government has had in the past. But we'll continue to run a tight ship, Madam Speaker, and support each other as a government, because it's not about you and I. It's about the people of the Virgin Islands, and we have a responsibility to walk together. And even where we have disagreements on particular issues, we keep things in perspective, that we have a responsibility to the people of the Virgin Islands, and we'll walk through those differences, and we will continue to work for the people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I looked at the faces of the members, and none of them nodded in disagreement, so I take it that they all were in agreement with the $250,000 party. Question 12, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honourable House if he has any aversion to reviving the National Business Bureau, which provided much needed funding and business support to our local businesses? If he has no aversion to it, could he advise why this program was discontinued upon the change of government in 2019, and why, since becoming Premier and Minister of Finance, he has not recommenced the program or something similar to provide the much needed support to the business community?
Madam Speaker, there is a minister currently responsible for trade, and as I respect her competence greatly, I would not even think of answering for her. She's quite capable of speaking on trade matters on her own, and she will speak about her plans for the business community, and she has my support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, can the Premier at least answer the question on the funding part? I don't know if he saw that part, because I don't think while the Deputy Premier may have a plan cannot take flight without money, and the Premier is the Minister of Finance. So if he can answer the funding part, and then if the Deputy Premier wants to answer the other part, then that will be perfectly fine with me. But to put the Deputy Premier on the spot to answer a funding question, I don't think it's fair to the Deputy.
Madam Speaker, the Deputy Premier knows I am a great supporter of her and her plans. Within the constraints which exist, of course, that are normal in any budgetary process, I certainly will seek to provide the funds necessary to allow those plans to progress. But of course, as we know, we have, of course, a limited resources and many needs. But certainly the business community and programs to ensure the viability and the prosperity of the business community remain a high priority for this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can I get an answer, Madam Speaker? That would be completely helpful. And maybe based on the Premier's portion of his response, the Premier read out $217 million. I think, was it, what you say, he had it, the consolidated fund? Yeah. And then he called out a list of bank accounts with millions upon millions upon millions. Yeah. Can he tell us how much money or when he will fund it?
Madam Speaker, once specific plans come forward, they can be evaluated. But as I said before, it is certainly a priority. It's something that I believe that we need to be able to do to provide the support to the business community. And once the Deputy Premier brings those plans, I'm certain that we'll be able to ensure that we're able to advance in a positive way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I simply want to add that the Ministry of Financial Services, Labor and Trade was in fact funded at the earlier part of this.
I'm sorry, Honorable, is your mic on?
Oh, sorry. I'm going to answer.
Yes.
I was saying, to put it all in context, that the Ministry of Financial Services, Labor and Trade, the budget was approved in an earlier part of this sitting. I want to also add, and I will speak about it later on in one of my answers, that the Ministry of Financial Services, Labor and Trade has every intention of restarting or re-establishing the National Business Bureau. I can't give you sums or how much, but we have every intention of doing so in the immediate term.
Madam Speaker, one follow-up, please. I'm asking these questions not to be malicious, but I come from District 6, and there are a number of small businesses in District 6. A lot of young people with a lot of ideas that they want to bring to fruition, existing businesses that need a little loan or something to move things along. So when I go back up the road in Puzzle, for instance, tonight, I want to be able to tell them that you say you're going to start January, February, March. I need a timeline. When will it happen? When will people be able to go and knock on the doors of the Business Bureau, wherever it's located, and say, I need some help to save my business? That is what I want to take back when I go up to Puzzle this evening.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, everything depends on the budget, the passage of the budget in 2024. But rest assured that come January, there will be a National Business Bureau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know we campaigned on that, so thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 13. We catch it late. You catch it late, but you caught it. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Premier and Minister of Finance please give the full details of his government's rationale for accepting wholesale the recommendation made by the Commission of Inquiry report to remove the district allocation from the ambit of elected officials and place it with the Social Development Department? A, how does he now reconcile this recommendation and his government's decision to accept it wholesale with an elected official's inability currently to assist their constituents and do very little within their district? And B, is he pleased now with the current level of assistance being received by residents when they apply for assistance through Social Development Department? And if he is not pleased, what does he intend to do immediately to ensure that our people could be better assisted?
Madam Speaker, I'll attempt to answer as much of that as possible, even though some of that is under the remit of the Minister of Health and Social Development. Madam Speaker, the whole concept that there was a let me see how it's put here. That there was a decision made to remove the district allocation from the ambit of elected officials and place it with the social development department. This cannot be seen outside of the whole of commission of inquiry process that we're all well aware of. Of course, a commission of inquiry was launched, a report was produced. One of the recommendations was for the suspension of the Constitution and to completely eliminate democratic governance from the Virgin Islands for a period of time. And of course, the framework for the framework document that we accepted eventually in negotiation with the United Kingdom allowed us to maintain democratic governance so that we can be in here in the House of Assembly and we can talk about the challenges being experienced by our constituents, that we can make laws and policies that can make their lives better. But Madam Speaker, as I've been saying for some time now, the COI, we should see it as an opportunity to examine things which were not working well and to improve them. We shouldn't necessarily just look at it as something that's being done to us. It presents us an opportunity to correct areas of weak governance, which not just persons from external places to the BVI have identified, but our very own people have identified. So there have been recommendations even before the COI to transfer assistance grants to the Social Development Department to make the system more efficient and effective and to remove the possibility of abuse. And the COI did identify areas, I think, that were unwelcome. The COI identified the challenges within the system. It is our responsibility to ensure that we reform the system so that persons can get the assistance that they require while avoiding any potential for abuse. Madam Speaker, is it working the way that I would like right now? The answer is no. So it is our responsibility, led by the Minister of Health and Social Development, to make the adjustments necessary to make the system work better and to ensure that the people who need the help are getting it. Madam Speaker, in response to A, the legislator's role goes beyond providing constituents with direct financial assistance. We are responsible for ensuring that the system works well enough so that when individuals seek to access services, they are able to receive the necessary assistance. We must seek to develop the laws, programs, and good governance practices to ensure that persons can access services, Madam Speaker. The assistance is still available. It is just being processed through different means. And where we recognize challenges in the system or areas where the system is not working well, we must ensure that we improve those areas and correct those areas. Madam Speaker, in response to B, one of the reports generated as a result of the COI report on the Assistance Grants Program was tabled in the House earlier in this sitting. The public is being consulted on the report, and it will provide opportunities to give input which will lead to the development of a new policy. This consultation with the public can possibly inform improvements to the system that is currently being operated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Premier so much for his response. I have a follow-up for him. In the deliberations this morning, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Speaker or Minister of Health, to date, I think the Social Development Department received about $800,000 of the over $2 million allocated in the budget. We're now in September. Each member of the House used to receive, and a large member would get $150,000, and a district rep would get $130,000. 125? 125. And sometimes you will top it up, I think at the end of the year sometimes. So essentially you've taken all that money and put it in one location. And you've put a budget of over $2 million together. It's now September. We have about, what, 4 more months left in the year, 3 more months? But the department has only received $800,000 of the over $2 million that is budgeted. How do you reconcile it as Minister of Finance? And the fact that how would people receive the assistance that they really need to address their problems in relation to the program? In other words, you're not releasing the money.
Madam Speaker, I just want to make sure I understand what the member is saying. The member is saying that the persons who are applying are not receiving the money, is that the department itself hasn't received the money?
I'm speaking from information that, and I asked the Minister of Health who provided the information to correct me if I was indeed wrong. He has not corrected me, so I believe that I'm right. There was in excess of about $2 million that was budgeted. How much was budgeted? 2.3. Yes? 2.3. Budgeted, 2.3 million budgeted. And to date, September, 800,000 or so has been drawn down or been given to the department responsible for the program. How much? What is correct? Because that's what I wrote down. How much was given? With 3 months left.
I'm sorry, member for the 6th District. Was that question addressed to the Premier or?
Well, I need clarification with the question, if that's fine with you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just go over my answer to the question. I think you've covered it.
Just a fact.
The entire budget is $2 million. And 48 cents. As of June 2023, the total expended was $842,700,000.29. As of June 2023, the remaining balance was $1,495,801.19, which include all the commitments of the ministry. The salaries, isn't it?
That's something I don't understand. It's a full 2.2 million for the assistance program, or is it for the department? For the ministry. I'm concerned about the assistance program, and that's the reason why I drew the reference, Madam Speaker, and called the amount of money that each member used to get. So it therefore would stand to reason that at least that amount would be given to social development for the execution of the program. So I'm concerned because when you go to people, and people would blame the social development department wrongfully, you would go to somebody and they would say that, oh, they only gave me $200 and I can't do nothing with it. But the other question would be how much money they got from the program. And I'm asking the Premier to assist me with it, because the science behind my question is that people are complaining about the level of assistance that they're getting. And I do not believe that it's the Social Development Department that's doing it. Whether they
Madam
have...
Speaker, can I just answer?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, when the money was, let me make first a point of clarity. When the money...
One quick thing, Madam Speaker. Maybe the member when you stand up could, from my understanding, tell me how much money was allocated for the assistance program, or was budgeted for the assistance program itself. Take out the ministry and all the other things. Just that program. Just the facts on that.
Madam Speaker, I said I don't have information with me at this time, but I can get it for you. Well, the point I wanted to make is when members had that district vote it was discretionary funding. When the policy was created, it didn't capture all the areas that normally would be given to persons. Therefore, naturally, you can't access the money like you normally would. Not because the money isn't there, the categories were not transferred in entirety. They were very limited in the policy with what you can access the money to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Social development policy.
The existing policy, the new policy. I know we're going off the beaten path, but can somebody say, we can't say what was budgeted, what is in the budget for them?
I don't have that.
All right, Madam Speaker. I'll probably ask another question at the next sitting. Question 14. Madam Speaker, could the Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House if his government would be willing to lead the way in the territory by making it a policy to employ at least one differently able citizen who is able to work in each department of the government? If so, could he state when we could see greater inclusion of our differently able population in the public service through the introduction of such a policy?
Madam Speaker, it's an interesting question because, as we all know, the public service and the terms and conditions of employment of public servants is a constitutional responsibility of the governor. However, Madam Speaker, I too am very supportive of advocating for the rights of persons with disabilities or who are differently abled. Employment is only one of the aspects that we must seek to address with respect to persons with disabilities. I'd be even more supportive of reopening discussions on extending the UN Convention on the rights of persons with disabilities to the territory, so that we can begin to address the needs and rights of this vulnerable sector of our population. Just to say, Madam Speaker, I'm not in a position where I can speak about, when we can start with a policy such as this, because I wouldn't be able to make a policy in an area that's the constitutional remit of the governor as it pertains to hiring in the public service. But you and I, a member for the Sixth, will champion the cause for greater inclusion for persons who are differently abled. I'm right there with you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Premier sounds good. But Madam Speaker, I want to ask a question. Because you have a number of differently abled persons who can function, but they're at home doing nothing. We have found work for consultants who have provided nothing. Are we saying that nothing could be done? That now we're sending, the consultants didn't go to the governor, but now the differently abled people who want to be a part of the community must go to the governor? Premier, are you saying to me that you don't have the ingenuity and the creativity in the management of your office to make a policy like this work? Is that what you're saying to me this good night, Madam Speaker?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I don't make policy as it pertains to hiring, even for persons within my office. So that is the constitutional responsibility of the governor, no matter how creative or crafty you get. You're not going to be able to make policy on hiring public servants. I'm not talking about persons who you engage on contracts or anything like that. But if you're talking about a policy for the engagement of public servants, that's the direct responsibility of the governor, and that I think is a specific responsibility delegated to the deputy governor. So I would say, Madam Speaker, there's no need for us to grandstand and try to show each other up. Let us go and have a discussion with the deputy governor and the governor. Let's advocate together and see how we can make a positive step forward in this particular area. Because I, like the member, don't want persons who have the ability to be productive in our society to be sitting at home. That is something that I'm against as well. I would like to create opportunities for, and I'm very strong, Madam Speaker, on inclusion. I think we need a more inclusive society. And for far too long, Madam Speaker, that we have not properly accommodated for persons who are differently abled. And that is something that we have to change, Madam Speaker. And I certainly will support the efforts to do so.
Madam Speaker, it's not grandstanding on my part. When I come and I ask questions, I ask them for the people of my constituency, and the number of people in District 6 who are differently able that want a chance to participate. I'm suggesting that the very same way we were able to create something for the rated program, you can do the same thing, Madam Speaker. So to tell me that you have to go down by the governor to, I can't accept that because I understand how the system works. Currently on the rated program, you can even get people in offices based on the vacancies that are there. Create the mechanism to help our people. Don't tell me that you got to go down to the governor to get that. I just can't accept that. So I want to encourage the Premier to think about outside the box the way he thought outside the box for the rated program and find a way to include the differently abled persons who can contribute in the community to get them there. I want to thank the Premier, Madam Speaker, for his questions. I know I had him for a very long time, for his answers. I had him here for a very long time. I had a good vacation for 4 years he sent me on, and I have a number of other questions that I have for him in subsequent sittings.
Thank you, honorable members. I call on the member for the 6th District to ask the Minister for Communications and Works his questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Communication and Works please provide this Honourable House with a full and complete update on the status of the situation with regards to the former Palm Grove Shopping Centre? A, could the Honourable Minister of Communication and Works advise if any of the former occupants of the centre held freehold to that property and the current status of those owners vis-a-vis their ownership rights in that property? Could he advise if there are persons with active leasehold interest in the property and their current status vis-a-vis their rights in that property? And could he advise to the best of his knowledge, and could he advise if he or any other government minister, to the best of his knowledge, ever met the former occupants of the property to advise them on the plans with the property and how their respective rights would be handled, and provide the details of this meeting if held?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, none of the occupants of the Palm Grove Shopping Center held freehold. Madam Speaker, there are 16 leases with active leasehold interest in the property, and as the matter is now going through legal proceedings, I am not at liberty to divulge any additional information at this time. Madam Speaker, I have met with the lessees and advised of the proposed plans for the property at that time. But Madam Speaker, as I am unable to give a complete status on the matter, it is because it's going through legal proceedings, and I'm not at liberty to divulge any information at this time.
Madam Speaker, I have two follow-ups. The first one is whether or not the minister is absolutely sure that none of those persons who occupied the previous premises had freehold. That's the first thing. I want to make sure he's absolutely sure. And the second part of it, what does it mean by legal proceedings? Is there a lawsuit? Is somebody taking you to court? What do you mean by legal proceedings? Because I would imagine that you mean that
some sort of legal proceedings through the court has started. Is that what the minister is saying?
Thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. As I said, based on the responses that I got based on the question, none of the occupants of the Palm Grove Shopping Center held freehold. And the occupants at the Palm Grove Shopping Center, they retained a lawyer, and the Palm Grove, through the Wikomsky Development, through the Ministry of Communications and Work, have also retained a lawyer, and they're going through the legal proceedings.
Madam Speaker, does retaining a lawyer constitute legal proceedings for the purposes of the House? I say not.
No.
So the minister has to answer the question.
Yes, I would have to member for the 6th district. According to the standing orders, it made reference to any matter pending before any court of justice or which reflects on the decision of a court of justice.
And on the minister's own question, he has simply stated that the parties have retained a lawyer. That is all we have before us. That does not constitute legal proceedings. I'll be grateful if the member answers the question.
Madam Speaker, based on the responses that I've received, I will have to come back to the member and answer the question as he's asking.
I would allow the member to do that, and I would ask him when he returns, for his own sake, to properly confirm whether persons have freehold in that property. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before, just for clarity, is this a question that should be traversed to the next sitting?
Yes, Madam. Yeah, well, the following one.
Correct.
Yes. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Can I move on to question 2?
Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Communication and Works please tell this Honourable House whether at any time during discussions with American Airlines, the issue of a possible revenue guarantee arrangement was mentioned by either party, and whether he could say conclusively that the BVI government will not be entertaining a revenue guarantee arrangement if it is requested?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to make it abundantly clear that, like most other North American carriers, American Airlines recognizes the sustained high demand for the BVI as a destination. As such, Madam Speaker, the dialogue was ongoing for many years with American Airlines and others who indicated that while the interest is there, they would only operate non-stop service if and when the runway is extended. This was documented in correspondence to the then Premier in January 2022. Ultimately, the decision by the carrier to introduce a new route or service will always be driven by economics. However, due consideration must be given to safety and operational efficiency. That is why in 2022, we changed our approach to route development, considering the advances in aircraft technology, which enable them to operate on restrictive runways such as those at Beef Island International. In that regard, we moved away from engaging American Airlines directly and shared a conversation with Envoy, a wholly owned subsidiary operating mainly Embraer regional jets. It was only after the Director of Flight Operation line for Envoy assessed the feasibility of the service and assured us that it was possible that we engaged the American Airlines route development team. The penultimate step was the BVI team meeting with American Airlines at Routes World 2022, and the final step was the American Airlines inaugural flight in 1st June 2023. Madam Speaker, at no point during discussion was a revenue guarantee mentioned by either party. At this juncture, the factors that typically dictate the introduction of a revenue guarantee do not exist, so this is not under consideration. There is extremely high demand for this market, so it's likely a very profitable route for American Airlines. In that context, a revenue guarantee would not be justified. Should that dynamic shift, Madam Speaker, further discussions will be entered into with the carrier, noting the importance of a direct access to the economy and to the tourism product in particular.
I don't know, maybe, Madam Speaker, I had a senior moment. Revenue guarantee arrangement, yes or no? None?
Madam Speaker, I realized the memo was a bit preoccupied, but
Yes, I was. I had a senior
it
moment.
stated
I
that
admitted
at no point during discussion was a revenue guarantee mentioned by either party. But at this juncture, the factors that typically dictate the introduction of a revenue guarantee do not exist. But Madam Speaker, should there be a dynamic shift, further discussion will have to be entered into with the carrier, noting the importance of direct access to our Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his questions, for his answers. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I now call on the member for the 6th District to ask his questions to the Minister for Health and Social Development.
Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honourable House what are the government's short-term, medium-term and long-term plans to address the issue of waste disposal in the territory? And A, could the Honourable Minister advise if his ministry is specifically looking at a different collection mechanism in the various communities to rid the territory of the very unsightly large green bins that are usually on the streets?
Thank you for the question, member. And the Speaker, the proper disposal of waste continues to be a vexing issue here in the Virgin Islands. This issue has become even more challenging since the incinerator was taken offline earlier last year. However, I must recognize the staff at the incinerator plant as they continue to try their best despite the circumstances being faced. Madam Speaker, the department's short-term plan for waste disposal includes the daily covering of landfilling of all incoming waste at the Parkwood Pond site. The daily covering of incoming waste with at least 6 inches of soil will help reduce the risk of spontaneous combustion and reduce the proliferation of flies and other vectors. The Department of Waste Management has also included key quality assurance measures to help reduce the risk of spontaneous combustion. The short-term plan also includes the expansion of the recycling program. This initiative will help minimize the volume of waste that is taken to our fragile dump site. Madam Speaker, the medium-term plan includes the repairs to the incinerator as well as seeking proposals for a new tertiary treatment system for Parkwood Pond. The Department of Waste Management has ordered all the incinerator components that are required to repair the incinerator. Additionally, the work to the electrical and building repairs to the facility have recently been publicly tendered through the Ministry of Finance's procurement unit. However, I must note that Consutech Systems LLC, who are the manufacturer of the incinerator, has had some considerable delays in meeting our procurement requests for major components of the incinerator, and by extension, the delivery of these items. Despite the delays, the manufacturer has given us assurance that these much-needed incinerator components will be delivered within the next several weeks. Madam Speaker, our long-term plans include the full execution of our waste management strategy. This involves placing further emphasis on recycling and waste reduction while easing our dependence on the tertiary treatment of waste and landfilling. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 2. Could the Honourable Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honourable House what are the short-term, medium-term and long-term plans to address the issue of derelict vehicles in the territory?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for the 3rd District asked a similar question, and my response remains the same as was previously stated. The collection of derelict vehicles is an ongoing responsibility that is managed by the Department of Waste Management. Annually, funding is allotted to the relevant subheads to cover the cost of the derelict vehicle program. However, This is an increased burden on the public purse, as individuals bear no cost to dispose of their vehicle, contribute no cost after their useful life. This situation must be addressed soonest, Madam Speaker, to help alleviate the cost of government in disposing of derelicts. Medium-term plans include reviving a partnership with the Department of Motor Vehicles to gather information such as address, phone number, and name of owner for derelicts found in the territory. This should also include upgrades to existing systems where vehicles' VIN numbers can be used in cases where there are no plates or stickers are available. No access information on the owners of vehicles when necessary. We will continue to liaise with the Royal Virginians Police Force to assist with vehicles that are left on the roadside impeding traffic, abandoned in public parking lots, damaged because of an accident or caught on fire. Where appropriate, vehicles in these categories mentioned could be impounded and the owners charge a fee to retrieve them. The long-term plans are to curb the number of derelicts that plague these islands. Government must consider placing a ban on importing foreign-owned vehicles over a particular age or threshold, or possibly placing a higher import tax for these vehicles. A disposal fee must be implemented, and vehicle owners will no longer have to place their unwanted vehicles on private or public property. Collecting, processing, and having these derelicts exported off the island can cost the government exorbitant amounts. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, can I have a follow-up? Maybe two, depending on the question, on the response. The removal of derelict vehicles, and I must commend you, Minister, when we met, when I got into office and you got back in as Minister of Health, for meeting with me and coming through my district with me, we discussed the issue of the derelict vehicles. We would agree that the movement is lethargic at best in terms of collecting those derelict vehicles. What is your plan to speed this up? Because as we traverse the country, and I have to speak for District 6, everybody got to talk for themselves. District 6 is littered with derelict vehicles, and they're being added every day. Madam Speaker, one-way roads, two-way roads are being turned into one-way roads because derelict vehicles are parked there. What is your plan, Madam Speaker, to address the issue? If they come in and they put the stickers on, by the time they turn the corner, the sticker gone. So the record person coming cannot say whether it's a derelict vehicle or not. If he doesn't see a sticker on it, he's not picking it up. And so the problem is not getting any better. And it looks as if everybody believes that POS is a dumping ground for everything. It has to stop. What is your plan to pick up those derelict vehicles as quickly as possible, Madam Speaker, out of District 6 and then the rest of the territory?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue mentioned is a real issue, and what we have been doing is traveling with the police when we are tagging cars so they can be moved as quickly as possible. I wasn't aware that the process was slower than it should be, but I certainly will take us up first thing tomorrow morning with the new director for solid waste, because we have to get the place cleaned up, and the barge is currently on its way.
One more follow-up, Madam Speaker. And I want to commend your choice of Mr. Solomon. I had a couple of meetings with him, and he's been very helpful. I met with him a few weeks ago, and I like to put things in writing. So I wrote to him on a number of things, including the derelict vehicles, and asked him to start the retagging process of derelict vehicles in District 6. Can I get an undertaking from you as Minister that you will ensure that the retagging of government vehicle, of the derelict vehicles start in District 6 as soon as? Can I get that undertaking on behalf of the people of the district?
I'll give him a word after District 9. We'll be right in District 6, getting those derelict cars moved. But Madam Speaker, I am fully committed to moving all the derelict vehicles in the territory. We have to clean the whole territory up, Madam Speaker. It's not a matter of District 6 issue. This is a territorial issue. There are derelict cars from Enegada to Johnson Dyke. So I'm fully committed to District 6.
As I tell you, everybody got to sing for their supper, you know. If you all want to represent your people, that's up to you. Question 3. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Health and Social Development please tell this Honourable House how many ambulances there are presently
at the Dr. Deolanda Smith Hospital in Tortola and the Nurse Iris O'Neill Clinic in Virgin Gorda? And how many are in working condition presently at each location?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question. Madam Speaker, the BVI Health Resource Authority has a total of 4 working ambulances, which are in active use in the territory. 1 ambulance is based on Virgin Gorda, another on Anegada, and 2 on Tortola. 1 ambulance is presently on order, and on receipt will be deployed to Virgin Gorda as a replacement for the ambulance previously written off in an accident there. An additional ambulance is being sourced for possible procurement in 2024. Due to current demands in the market, the procurement process from the initial order through to receipt of ambulance now takes on average 6 to 12 months. Based on these dynamics, Madam Speaker, it is anticipated by the end of next year our total fleet will be 6 ambulances. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, a quick follow-up. Can at the end of next year, the fleet will be 6? That's 2024?
Yes, that's correct.
You'll have 6 ambulances. Can you say how they'll be demarcated throughout the islands?
Madam Speaker, I don't have the accurate answer, but I would guess that the excess one would be on Tortola. 1 for Virgin Gorda should be adequate still, and 1 for Anegada, so the other 4 will remain on Tortola.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers to the questions that I posed to him.
My pleasure.
Thank you, honorable members. At this time, I'll call on the member for the 6th District to ask his questions to the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports.
Hi, Goodman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports please advise this Honourable House of the reasons why scholarships to the Vanguard School in Florida for differently able citizens were discontinued? Could the Honourable Minister advise if she ever spoke to any of the parents of the children that attended this school to solicit their feedback about the progress of their children since they were enrolled in the institution? And please advise this Honourable House of the feedback received. And B, could the Honourable Minister advise this House if there are any plans currently in place at the Ministry of Education that could provide the same level of support to our differently able citizens or students as the Vanguard School in Florida? And if so, please provide a full and complete report of those plans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, preceding my direct response to the honourable member's question, allow me to establish that the position of the Ministry of Education is that policy must be developed to effectively guide the establishment of any plan or program. Policy provides a prevailing framework for implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of programming. As the honourable member is aware, in 2017, following the passage of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, a decision was made to suspend the awarding of all scholarships. It was at this time that additional scholarships awarded to attend the Vanguard School were also suspended. Please note, however, as was the case with other continuing students at institutions abroad, those students that were already enrolled at the Vanguard School continue to be funded for the duration of their program. Madam Speaker, in 2019, the Virgin Islands Scholarship Program reopened for the granting of scholarship awards. However, no new awards were granted for differently able students to attend the Vanguard School. I have been advised that the reason behind this decision was the high cost associated with funding such scholarships, which after receiving a discount amounted to $44,000 per annum per student in 2019. Therefore, given that the territory was still in its recovery phase, with the limited resources available, an investment in training local practitioners was decided to be the most cost-effective and also allow for more differently abled individuals in the Virgin Islands to have the opportunity to benefit from a comprehensive program. Madam Speaker, I have also been advised that there is no written procedure in place to guide how candidates are selected to attend the institution. It has also been verified that no applications have been received from differently abled students seeking to pursue secondary education outside the territory since 2018. If this program is to be reinstituted, a procedural guide outlining the process for the awarding of these scholarships must be developed, along with a public relations framework to inform potential applicants of the program. This will ensure that the program is accessible and equitable. Madam Speaker, also by investing in the rebuilding of the Eslin Henley Richer Learning Center, the goal is to offer comprehensive support and educational opportunities for all students within this community who are differently abled. The aim is to create a state-of-the-art facility equipped with the technical expertise required to meet the sensory and educational needs of the students. This rebuilding initiative reflects a commitment to providing a supportive and inclusive environment for differently abled students. In addition to infrastructural improvements, Madam Speaker, the focus is on instituting programs that empower differently abled students to become active participants in society. This entails developing inclusive and specialized educational programs that address their unique requirements and ensure their overall development. By fostering their skills and abilities, these programs aim to enable differently abled students to lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their communities. Madam Speaker, since my tenure as Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, I have not personally spoken to any of the parents of children that attended this institution. To my knowledge, I have also not received any requests for meetings by such parents regarding same. The process exists within the ministry under the scholarship unit, where reports are requested outlining the development of all our students enrolled at this institution. Thus, reports are submitted from the Vanguard School on each student, which charts and appraises the ministry of their progress. Madam Speaker, in April 2021, the Council on Special Education was established by the then Minister for Education to steer the direction of special education in the territory. The council was comprised of 13 individuals, representative of several stakeholder groups, including special education, professionals, parents of children with special needs, principals, educational psychologists, and medical professionals. Their mandate was to facilitate the development of a special education policy for the territory. The council submitted a draft policy in 2022. The draft policy is currently being reviewed to ensure that it establishes a legal framework that safeguards the rights of students with special needs and provides equal access to quality education. Madam Speaker, currently in the territory, there are 15 students enrolled at the Eslin Henley Richer Learning Center and an additional 21 students at the Inez Adams Primary School, the first school now with 2 fully staffed therapeutic kindergarten classrooms. Inclusive of the aforementioned and across all other public schools, there are a total of 264 students receiving intervention services. Of the 264 students, 57 students have individualized education plans and 200 students are on intervention plans. Madam Speaker, with these numbers being the reality of the needs of the territory, the ministry has had to focus our limited funding on developing the capacity of local practitioners so that the needs of all differently able learners can be addressed. To do this, the ministry has executed several training sessions for educators in the area of special education. Additionally, over the last few years, the ministry has sought to strengthen the student support unit, which I am pleased to report is currently staffed with 12 trained teachers and 13 learning support assistants. Madam Speaker, our goal through these programs is to provide early intervention to all students by identifying students and providing the support needed to facilitate their development. Early intervention is an accepted practice in the field of education and is known as the most effective approach to remediation. Madam Speaker, alongside this approach, the ministry is also excited about the construction of the new Eslin Henley Richer Learning Center to ensure improved support for students who are significantly disabled differently abled. Thus, by prioritizing the rebuild and development of a comprehensive intervention program, the ministry is actively improving the educational opportunities and support for all students with disabilities in a sustainable and efficient manner. Madam Speaker, thank you.
One follow-up, Madam Speaker. Minister, given the fact that the dealing with special needs on the whole is a very complex thing to deal with, would the ministry consider, it doesn't have to be Vanguard schools, but consider forming, or have they considered forming any alliances, partnerships that you can learn and build from an institution that has done this a long time ago?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his question. The ministry has already engaged with such institutions, namely in the United Kingdom, where through meetings that we recently held and upcoming meetings, we are continuing to engage and visit. The Premier, when he was minister, would have visited a school specific to these needs within the United Kingdom. And so we are ensuring that we continue on that mantra to make sure that whatever technical assistance and support is available, it will be accessible to us so that we could ensure that we continue to build our special ed program in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member for the sixth, perhaps it's time for us to just take a brief recess and return at 7:30 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. Member for the 6th District, you can continue.
I have to rephrase this question because the event has now taken place, right? So, Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please give an update on the rebuilding project, the Eslyn Henley Visual Learning Center, and state when actual construction will commence?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding the rebuild of the Eslyn Henley Richard Learning Center, the contract signing and groundbreaking ceremony was held on August 25, 2023. Thus, construction will commence before the end of September, and the project is expected to be completed in 18 months. Over this period, we will witness the transformation of this site into a green and resilient learning facility, cited as being one of the first in the region, purpose-built to cater to the needs of our differently able students. The new Eslyn Henley Richard Learning Center will provide an education that is inclusive, empowering, and aligned with our territory's mandate for educating all children. Education is a universal right, and we firmly believe that every child, regardless of their abilities or disabilities, deserves an education that is tailored to their individual needs. In our pursuit of creating an inclusive educational system, this project is proof of our commitment to eliminate barriers and provide a level playing field for all students. By offering specialized facilities such as sensory and therapy rooms, hygiene and withdrawal rooms, interior and exterior learning spaces, and medical personnel and wheelchair accessibility throughout, we are reaffirming our commitment to ensuring that the children at the Eslyn Henley Richard Learning Center receive an education tailored to their needs. Madam Speaker, this learning center will stand as a testament of our dedication to providing holistic education that nurtures both academic growth and personal development. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I will forego question 3 because the Minister gave responses to a question that was asked earlier by the Deputy Speaker. Question 4, Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please tell this Honourable House how much has been spent on school maintenance for the academic year 2022-2023 thus far, and provide a breakdown of that expenditure by schools?
Madam Speaker, I would like to address the issue of school maintenance, which is of great concern to me as Minister. I conducted visits to all public schools in the territory, on Tortola, Virgin Gorda, Anegada, and Just Van Dyke, and I must express my deep concern regarding the conditions in which our teachers are expected to teach and our students are expected to learn. It is evident that our aging school infrastructure has suffered from inadequate maintenance for quite some time. Madam Speaker, during my visits, the focus was on addressing critical maintenance needs such as water tightness, mold remediation, and necessary electrical and plumbing works. However, we are in the process of developing a comprehensive maintenance plan to address the issues identified at our schools. The ministry has shifted its focus towards resolving the root problems rather than merely addressing the symptoms. Madam Speaker, I have been advised that a total of $537,747.01 was spent on school maintenance during the 2022-2023 academic year. Madam Speaker, the sum spent on maintenance for the period 4 September 2022 through 31st August 2023 by school is as follows in the table below. I have the figures and I'll basically, I can share them because it is a part, unless the member wants me to state the number broken down by schools. That will be provided to members.
Say that again, I missed something.
I do have the numbers broken down by schools, and I gave you the total number, but I have the number broken down by schools.
Yes, I would appreciate
You would like
that.
me to say
Yes,
them out?
please do that, please.
The Alexandrina Maduro Primary School, total spent $55,221.43. The Brigado Flax Educational Center, Primary and Secondary Division, $65,081.36. Claudia Cricky Educational Center, $60,745.83. Ebenezer Thomas Primary School, $5,159. Elmore Stout High School, $63,983.10. Inez Adams Primary School, $18,914.13. Enid Scatliff Pre-Primary School, $17,525.07. Eslin Henley Rochelle Learning Center, $4,095.77. Francis Letsom Primary School, $35,157.89. Ivan Dawson Primary School, $17,778.17. Joy Samuel Primary School, $41,716.61. Just Van Dyke Primary School, $48,337.81. Leonora Delville Primary School, $9,660.10. Robinson O'Neill Memorial Primary School, $11,775.06. Willard Whitley Primary School, $8,994.69. Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies, $30,158.39. And all public schools for a bulk purchase, $43,442.52 for a total of $537,747.01. Madam Speaker, in addition to government spending on school rehabilitation and maintenance, significant investments were made by the private sector in three of our primary schools, namely the Francis Letsom Primary School, the Inez Adams Primary School, and the Robinson O'Neill Memorial School. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, with 17 schools spread across 4 islands, serving a total population of about 3,600 students and about 500 teachers, the Ministry of Education must be given adequate resources to facilitate conducive and safe teaching and learning environments. School maintenance is a pressing issue that requires immediate attention and resources. The Ministry is committed to addressing these challenges by developing comprehensive maintenance plans and implementing a rigorous schedule of walks. By doing so, Madam Speaker, we aim to provide our teachers and students with safe and conducive learning environments for the upcoming school year and beyond. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have probably 2 follow-ups. The figure, it says 2022 to 2023, so the work that's carrying on now, is that factored into this 537 that you're talking about?
Not up to, sorry. Madam Speaker, up to August 31st, 2023. So for the vast of the school, the entire school year into the summer months. So not anything effective September, which is ongoing currently, well, what will be continued is not factored in.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Can you confirm, can the Minister confirm, Madam Speaker, that based on the work that's being carried on now in schools, because school is scheduled to open on Monday, can the Minister confirm that the Joyce Samuels Primary School and the Alexandrina Maduro Primary School will be opened on Monday to receive students?
Madam Speaker, I'll start with the Alexandrina Maduro Primary School. The Ministry carried out maintenance works at that school during summer, which included roof repairs, maintenance of classrooms, cleaning and replacement of guttering and landscaping of the grounds. So that school, the majority of that work has been finished, and any residual work is being completed this week. In relation to the Joyce Samuel Primary School, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education executed a contract with ABSTR Construction to carry out rehabilitation work on the Joyce Samuel Primary School. The works include resurfacing of floors, remodeling of the student restroom facilities, painting of some classrooms, and replacement of doors and windows. Madam Speaker, there is a delay in the execution of work at that school and the ministry is working assiduously to have these works finalized soonest to facilitate the return to school. The ministry is aware that the program has been executed at a pace which may seem slow. However, we're one, focused on adhering to the public procurement legislation, and two, of course, given the delay in the passing of the supplementary appropriation, which would have shored up the funding that we had in the budget for maintenance of schools, we did have some challenges given the limited time, given the August holidays and the time to execute the type of work that we would have wanted to. However, we will work hard to ensure that we complete what can be done by the 11th, and if there is a situation, as in the Joyce Samuel Primary School, where additional time is required in order to finalize the facility so that students are in a conducive environment, I am committed as minister to making such a decision, but I will also ensure that the seriousness of the opening of school is conveyed to the contractor, who is expected to complete the works within the assigned period. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just one quick question for the minister. Is there a contingency plan in the event that Joyce Samuel Primary School cannot open on Monday? What is a contingency plan? What are parents to do with their children come Monday if the school is not ready?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have to receive a report from my infrastructural team in the ministry, as I know that site visits would have been carried out today to be able to give me an update on exactly what needs to be done. I know the CEO, the acting CEO, has been in consultation with the principal, and they are devising a plan even as it related to the orientation period, which is currently ongoing, and subsequently the start of the school year. So I cannot give specific details, as I would have to be advised by my technical persons, but I can assure the member that whatever is needed to ensure that the young people are engaged and that it's a comfortable position for both parents, students, and teachers, we will ensure that the ministry fully supports such a position. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll move on to question 5. Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Education please tell this Honourable House how the BVI ranked in CSEC in the OECS from 2016 to present? Could the Minister also state the average number of students who sat CSEC for the same period?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question is loaded, so I do have to give a very precise response based on the timeline that has been presented to me. So, Madam Speaker, based on the data retrieved from the Caribbean Examinations Council in 2016, the BVI ranked first in mathematics and English A, along with food and nutrition, home economics management, human and social biology, mechanical engineering, and office administration. The BVI also ranked second in 4 subjects: chemistry, geography, social studies, and Spanish. Additionally, the BVI ranked third in biology, fourth in information technology, integrated science, and physics, fifth in Caribbean history and English B, sixth in visual arts. Moreover, Madam Speaker, the BVI ranked 7 in electronic document preparation and management, and 9th in physical education and sport, principles of accounts, principles of business, and technical drawing. In 2017, Madam Speaker, the BVI placed first in mathematics and English A, food, nutrition and health, family and resource management, social studies, industrial technology, and building and electrical, and theater arts. The BVI placed second in biology, chemistry, geography, integrated science, and Spanish. Madam Speaker, we placed third in Caribbean history and physics, fourth in English B, fifth in industrial technology, mechanical, 7th in office administration, 8th in electronic document preparation and management and principles of business, and 9th in information technology, physical education and sport, and technical drawing. Madam Speaker, in 2018, the BVI ranked first in mathematics and English A, biology, Caribbean history, family and resource management, human and social biology, and industrial technology, electrical. Further, the BVI placed second in chemistry, English B, integrated science, and physics. In addition, the BVI placed third in geography and principles of business, fourth in food, nutrition and health, fifth in technical drawing and industrial technology, mechanical, 6th in electronic document preparation and management and textiles and clothing and fashion design, 7th in Spanish, visual arts and industrial technology, building, 8th in social studies and theater arts, and 9th in information technology, office administration, physical education and sport, and principles of accounts. Madam Speaker, data for 2019 show that the BVI ranked first in mathematics, food, nutrition and health, family and resource management, information technology, textiles, clothing and fashion design, theater arts and visual arts, second in chemistry, English B, physics, principles of accounts and Spanish, third in agricultural science, single award, fourth in biology, geography and office administration, fifth in English A, sixth in human and social biology and principles of business, seventh in integrated science and social studies, eighth in electronic preparation, document preparation and management, and industrial technology building, and ninth in Caribbean history, office administration, physical education and sport, and technical drawing. In 2020, our data show that we ranked first in agricultural science, double award, and physics, second in biology, chemistry, family and resource management, mathematics and industrial technology, mechanical, third in human and social biology and visual arts, fifth in English A, geography, integrated science, industrial technology, electrical, sixth in food, nutrition and health, and information technology, seventh in English B and Spanish, eighth in electronic document preparation and management, principles of accounts and social studies. Also, Madam Speaker, the BVI ranked ninth in agricultural science, single award, Caribbean history, office administration, physical education and sport, principles of business, technical drawing, and industrial technology building. Madam Speaker, in 2021, the BVI placed first in agricultural science, double award, English B, food, nutrition and health, principles of accounts, third in human and social biology, social studies and visual arts, fourth in agricultural science, biology, integrated science and mathematics, fifth in electronic document preparation and management, family resource management and industrial technology, electrical, sixth in chemistry, geography, information technology, and industrial technology, mechanical, seventh in Caribbean history, physics, and Spanish. In addition, the BVI placed ninth in English A, office administration, physical education and sport, principles of business, technical drawing, industrial technology, building, and theater arts. Finally, Madam Speaker, our data show that in 2022, the BVI ranked first in mathematics, English A, Caribbean history, chemistry, economics, English B, food, nutrition and health, family and resource management, physics, social studies and industrial technology, mechanical, second in biology, human and social biology, and Spanish, third in electronic document preparation and management, geography and physical education and sport, fourth in integrated science, fifth in information technology, sixth in agricultural science, single award, principles of accounts, religious education, and technical drawing, eighth in principles of business, visual arts, and industrial technology, mechanical. Also, Madam Speaker, the BVI ranked ninth in office administration and industrial technology building in 2022. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, an average of 219 students per year sat the CSEC examinations over the period of 2016 to 2022. Our students placed first in 11 subjects in 2022, representing the most subjects in which we ranked first over the period in question. These results reflect the dedication and efforts of our students, teachers, and educational institutions in pursuing academic excellence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I ask the final question.
Yes.
I will ask a follow-up. Could the Honourable Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports please tell this Honourable House if the government has any plans to rebuild the community centre and gym in the Bellevue community that was destroyed by the hurricanes of 2017, and if so, when could the residents expect to see this commence?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Affairs and Sports intends to reconstruct the Bellevue Gym once the required funds are made available. I therefore look forward to the support of the Honourable Member for the 6th District and all other members in the upcoming budget exercise to ensure that the funding required to reconstruct the facility at Bellevue is allocated so that works can commence immediately in 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, Madam Speaker, is the member confirming that there are no plans? Because plans require money, I imagine.
The member is asking for money, so is she confirming that there are really no plans at all to reconstruct the gym for the people of District 6?
Madam Speaker, I would like to reiterate the ministry's position to the member. I have stated that there are plans to reconstruct the Bellevue Gym. However, the necessary funding that is available has not been duly recognized, and so I am requesting the full support of the member. Additional conversations can be had surrounding the process and the planning, but most definitely, we need to ensure that it is a commitment that is executed via funding that will ultimately enable the project to come to fruition. And as Minister, I'm committed to ensuring that we progress this matter forward. As the member for the 8th District will be able to attest to, we did fight vigorously for the funding for the Eastern Park, which we hope to execute very soon, and I'm willing to do the very same with the Bellevue Gym, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Madam Speaker, when I said plans, I didn't mean intangible, I meant tangible. Drawn plans, that's what I really meant by my question. That's why I'm asking the question. Because there's really no way for those people of that community to meet like other communities. There's no community center there. So I meant physical plans. And I don't think there'll be a problem with funding because the Premier called us some heavy numbers this morning in some bank accounts that he has there. So the government has to get themselves together to get these things done. But I meant physical plans, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I will confirm whether there are currently physical plans to be able to move forward with the execution of the project. But I can say that, as stated, with just $150,000 initially allocated in this year's budget for recreational facilities, which was subsequently reduced to $100,000, I believe that the ministry has to get the support of members in the Standing Finance Committee and subsequently through the budget process to be able to see the impact of our country's commitment collectively to the rebuild or the commencement of new sporting facilities or community facilities. And I believe it's a collective responsibility of the House. I can surely say that as an at-large member, and as the Minister, I am fully supportive of the 6 districts' plea to ensure that the Bellevue community has access to such a facility. So I will confirm the current status of plans, but more importantly, once those plans are available, I want to be in a position for the start of the new year through the budget process with the members' support to be able to execute the commencement of this project. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for her responses to my question.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Communications and Work.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just for a point of clarity in the question by the representative for the 6th District about the Palm Grove shopping center. Madam Speaker, I learned that there may be some Palm Grove shopping center. I understand that there may be some freehold leases, so I will get that information and come back with a comprehensive response to his question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the member for the 2nd District to ask the Premier his questions.
Madam Speaker, I would like to move a motion on behalf of the member for the 2nd District, if with your kind permission. I move that the questions from the member for the 2nd District be traversed to the next sitting on Thursday.
So just for clarity, that would be all the questions standing in the member's name.
Yes, Madam.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I would second that motion, and I support that motion wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded for the question standing in the member for the 2nd District's name be traversed to Thursday's sitting. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is so passed. At this time, I call upon the clerk.
Item number 10, other business. Sorry, item number 9, 2 private members' business. Item number 10, other business.
Any member wish to speak under other business? I call upon the clerk.
Item number 11, adjournment.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move a motion that House be adjourned to Thursday. What's the date for Thursday? Adjourned. Adjourned or sign a die is when you don't know the date. I move a motion that House be adjourned until we have a new sitting on the 7th of September, which is Thursday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Just Premier, in terms of the time, could I have a time, please?
Madam Speaker, we are asking with your permission and indulgence that House begin at 11 a.m. as we support our colleague in the House of Assembly, Junior Minister for Culture and Tourism, Honorable Lusad Smith, who has lost her aunt. And on behalf of all the members of the House, we send her very sincere condolences. And Madam Speaker, I must mention as well, this was my permanent secretary, Joseph Smith Abbott's mother. And on behalf of the House, we send condolences to Mr. Joseph Smith Abbott. And I will be there on Thursday to pay my final respects to Miss Hilda Abbott Smith, who was a real treasure to our community and certainly a very big loss for us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, raises.
Thank you.
Second motion.
Motion has been moved and seconded for House adjourned to Thursday, the 7th of September, 2023 at 11 a.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The House is adjourned.